You're just kidding. Oh god, man. No, I just observed there's no curvature, and I was just like, oh, there's no curvature. Well, surely the Earth would have a curvature. If I zoomed in, more than 40, 50 miles, I'd see a curvature. It's like not there.
40, 50 miles? Wow.
Yeah, no. I went on holiday up to Australia. It's very flat there, so I was like, oh, this place is like 50 miles away from you. Let's see if I can see it, and I could. And I was like, oh god, I can see Tasmania. How can I see Tasmania? I'm not meant to be able to see Tasmania. Or at least I'm not meant to see it in such clarity that I did. And I was just like, oh, that line about the shape of the Earth. I was like, I got to look into it more.
But you say you're more philosophical.
Yeah, I'm more religious minded. I mean, my distrust of like just the consensus came from a reading of history. So like, you discover certain lies about like how they're telling history, and it's like, oh, that's one domino, and then you just keep realizing how much how insidious the current state of the world is, how evil it all is. It's like COVID really did that for me. I think. I mean, before COVID, I was very much just believing everything I was told.
Before
And
we...
I sort of after COVID, I believe the moon landings are fake. And like when you believe the moon landings are fake, you sort of think, oh, why are the moon landings fake? Maybe the curvature of the Earth is fake too, and so on.
I thought you said culvert. I thought, what philosopher is that? It was a great philosopher. He came out in the shape of a bat. Yeah, but you can't talk about that. Can we still talk about that? I don't know.
But Batman, like the crazy religious guy. Yeah, I've spoken to him before. I think that's who you're talking about.
No.
Oh, that's it.
I don't know. I don't know anybody who believes in flat Earth. I'm still searching for them. I've been all over Discord.
Oh, they're all in this room, aren't they? I thought so.
Who?
What, like flat Earth believers, or?
There is no one flat Earth believers here. Are you flat Earth believers?
What, are you like a flat Earth Noah? You know it's a flat Earth.
Well, I know what is elevation and sea level. I'm sea level cultist.
Yeah, but it's insidious. It really is. It's like the more you go along, the more you realize it's, my God, what else? Oh, what else are they lying about? Oh, fuck everything.
Yeah. And the worst thing is, I think they mock us with like movie and television. Like they put like little truths in all the media, and everything they tell us, like seriously, it's like a lie. But everything they tell us in like jokes and fiction is like the truth.
It's almost like they want you to wake up.
Well, it's almost like they want to mock you, and like if you're like willing to look into things, you feel very lonely in a society that's just very stupid. It's like a psychological torture of some kind.
Well, I did. I felt very lonely before the internet.
No,
not so much.
Yeah, I mean, wait till they shut the internet off.
Well, yeah, fuck it. That's not going to matter. That's not going to matter anymore.
That happened in South Park also. Don't worry.
Yeah.
They made also that situation if internet. Go on, what you?
Oh my god, they killed the internet.
Go to neighbor. Get internet. Oh, we don't have it also. Who has
Mom,
it?
Mom, my neighbor's acting like a lesbian again.
Let's search on Google who has it. But we don't
No.
have it. How we'll search? Oh shit.
Yeah, the whole world would be like a bunch of headless chickens.
So you need to know how to cook and prepare food.
Yeah, I'll just get my girlfriend to go off into the forest and find me some berries. Go poaching in the forest. Hunter-gatherer lifestyle.
Wait for it. I could be here soon, sooner than you think.
Oh man, I don't want to tell you what my other beliefs are, that's for sure.
No, that's if you do you believe in atomic bombs?
Nah, they're not real. I mean, I think they dropped a nitrogen bomb on Hiroshima. I mean, of course, more people died in the Japanese fire bombings.
Yeah.
So, I mean, even still, I don't know. I kind of hope that, the thermonuclear bombs are real, because it sounds like a
You
much
hope?
yeah, it sounds like a much less painful way to go than some of the alternatives.
It hit -2 here the other day, and somebody was talking about. Did you see in the papers? You know, at work, it's like in the papers, they're talking about nuclear war and all this here. You know, with Russia and Biden and everybody saying, "My God, when Trump comes in, it's World War III. It's the end of the world." But what does Biden do? 2 months before he allows the Europeans to throw fucking storm shadows into Ukraine. Anyway, I suppose the joke was that you know what, I wouldn't mind at least to be warm for fucking 1.3 seconds.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like if they wanted to genocide us all, and let's face it, that's what the proposition of nuclear war is. It's a mass genocide. You'd probably get a lot more, a lot more effective ways to do it, like maybe, you know, causing a massive earthquake in California that causes a tsunami across the Pacific. You could probably do that instead. I mean, let's face it, recently there was a 7.0 earthquake in Cali. That's scary to me, man. I'm more scared of like controlling the weather and controlling earthquakes and so forth. I mean, the amount of like, I don't want to go too conspiratorial on you, but I see a lot of chemtrails these days. Ultimately, whoever controls the weather controls who eats food as well. Like you could probably send a couple rains to Saudi Arabia, make it into like Western Europe, cause a little famine there or
Yeah,
so.
I think they have an ingrained dislike of humanity and Earth. I think they just want to destroy it. They just do everything in their power to destroy it.
Well, I think they just want 500 million people on an IoT network with like microchips in our brains. So
Yes,
they'll
Mr.
like, if we have a thought like, oh, I really hate paying my taxes, they can send like a little electrical impulse into our brain to make us happy, so we can never like rebel. But yeah, no. My only advice for like upcoming stage of humanity is just don't take the microchip in your brain. Even if they threaten to kill you, it's probably better to die instead of take the microchip.
I can't think of anything worse than somebody having that much control.
Yeah, that's why we have a messianic religion. I don't want to go too much into it, but we have a it's meant to get pretty bad. This people say it's written. Fate. Don't know if you believe in it.
The what, sorry?
I mean, they say it's going to get really bad anyway. Like it's fate. It's almost a matter of fate that like we're going to do this.
Fate? F-A-T-E?
Yeah.
Oh, so it's already written.
It's already written. Like God said, don't put the mark on your head. So don't put the mark on your head. I mean, it's sort of. I was mentioning earlier about how like it's a bit lonely, like at first realizing how everything's a lie, and like it's lonely because everyone's just like they buy in blindly to everything. But what I developed in thinking was that the elites, they probably know what's like misinformation and what isn't misinformation. And it makes me look at the politicians in a very insidious way, like figures like Donald Trump and Elon Musk or Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, Keir Starmer, whoever's in, all these politicians, they seem very untrustable. They seem like the actual enemies, but it makes me even more scared when like the media is persecuting someone and like sort of when people are placed as heroes, because I just feel like all the heroes we've been given, at least like since World War II, are just totally fake, and just makes me very worried about how people are messaged. Like I saw,
I wouldn't worry too much about it. I wouldn't be scared about too much. I mean,
yeah, no,
I mean, what's going to happen to you eventually?
I mean, I hope they go to heaven. That's all. That's all.
Oh, that there, yeah.
I will always stand up for my beliefs, even if it means my own death. So I mean, I'm pretty accepting of whatever's coming. Whatever coming, I deserve it, and I'm strong enough to deal with it. So I'll just deal with it. I mean, that's how I rationalize it all. But it just gives you more discernment after a while.
I think we hang on to this life too strongly. I don't think it's that big a deal.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's the only real way to keep yourself sane. You just got to be like, oh, I don't care, man. Whatever happens, like we have no control. We literally don't. Like, there's no control we have over the world. I don't even think, I mean, I voted for the first time recently, and I kind of regret voting. I wish I just abstained, but I don't even think our votes, do anything.
Not at all.
I think it's a form of consent, us voting, and I'm just opposed to the entire system. I think there's probably going to be, trials within my lifetime, God willing, for like the crimes against us. And I hope there is. I hope we have like trials for humanity. And that's ultimately what the doctor ordered. If we want to fix things, we need to all, simultaneously lose faith in the entire system and decide it needs to be taken down and rebuilt maybe in our own image, not the image of others.
That's an interesting philosophy.
I mean, like I study my own history, and I see like even like even like institutions you would assume to be like morally good, like the Catholic Church, or just like the Church of England, or even Eastern Orthodoxy. These institutions, they've given permission for like genocides, like the Norman conquest of England gave permission for King William to forcefully convert the English to like Catholicism, as well as it also gave his bloodline the claim to Ireland, which after sort of like a period of time that turned into like a nationalistic sense of ownership of the English people that had towards Ireland, which led to like Oliver Cromwell and all these genocides. This whole game of power is silly game, and it leads to a lot of people dying unneedfully. It leads to like brother tribes and nations hating each other for what ultimately neither side wanted. It leads to normal people being conscripted into the army and doing terrible things. I mean, it was the police. It was our own people who locked us down. It was our own people who locked us down. They did it. They followed the orders. They locked us all down. You can't leave. You can't leave your home. Can't do nothing like that. I mean, that at its core is an evil thing. It must be destroyed. The internet's a good thing, but like we don't need the internet. We have the technology. I think we're going into the information age. I think in the information age we don't need the same power structures that we had before. No way. But before you need a hierarchy, you need someone to order you around. But that's not the case anymore, I don't think.
I hear you. I dislike government intensely, like really badly.
Don't blame me. I mean, it's an inhuman ideology to place yourself above others anyway. Like, I don't want to sound like a hippie or anything. The hippies aren't right, but it's true. They're right in some ways. They're right about some things. If an ideology is rotten to its core, it's rotten to its core.
Flat earthers only have to be right about one thing.
Yeah, like there being no curvature.
Yeah, it's fucking flat. But
I mean, I spent a lot of time thinking about why they would lie about it, and the only conclusion I could come up with is to put us off from the real, the real advantage that we can get out of this world, if that makes sense. Like, if the Earth is flat, this is a zero-sum game, and I don't think they want us to go through the repercussions of that. They want us to think, oh, we don't need to unite cultures together. We don't need to create a system in which the ethnic and cultural makeup of the people is preserved whilst being in unity with other people. They want us to think we can, colonize other planets, and that's how we'll get more land and more prosperity, and so on.
And the first thing the two countries do when they land on the planet is fucking fight each other. Here we go again. Fuck's sake, bro. I thought we left that behind on Earth like 3 million light years away.
It's always good. It's always good to be skeptical.
Yeah, I don't think there's any landing on other planets at all. But this is like my opinion, bro.
But it could be new beginning for you. New place, new life, new.
On Mars,
land.
where you can't fucking breathe.
I mean, if there is a Mars, I would like to colonize it, of course. I mean, maybe that's just the English in me speaking. I've got no clue. But there probably isn't.
Well, do you know if they do colonize Mars, right? In 1,000 years, them fucking Martians will be looking for reparations. Like,
Hey, well, you know, them demanding the reparations is worth it. If we get to put more stuff in the museum, you know, we need more stuff in the museum.
You seen Total Recall? I like the bit when Sharon Stone beats up Arnie and says, "That's for making me come to Mars." Do you know how much I hate this fucking planet? She kicks him in the nuts.
How you will move the water there?
Well,
Food.
you could get some hydrogen and oxygen and put it together.
Some kind of vacuum tunnel chamber.
Yeah, I mean, I hear those Japs are really good at making trains, so we could get a train to Mars. You know, like one of them bullet trains.
that sounds like a fucking movie. Bullet Train to Mars.
Yeah.
Get your ass to Mars.
Ow!
Total Recall's a really good film, though. That's a really good film. Now I remember
Like
watching that with my granddad. It's a great film.
Space train, something like that.
Space Train.
Beast.
Yeah, because you need to put all material stuff. You need to build shit on.
Space Train, but it's just about the government money laundering money away from the taxpayer.
But you said you thought about why did they come up? You know, what would be the purpose of why they come up with this thing? Yeah, make spinning bowls and vacuums. And what would be the purpose of it? And,
Well, it's to put our eyes off the fact we need to unite as a human race on conditions that are acceptable. Because of course, the previous history has been unacceptable conditions of uniting the human race, sure. But that's the goal ultimately, is to preserve every tribe on this planet, but unite so that we can have a new status quo. But yeah, it's just distracting us from the real need, the real progression. It's not, we're stagnant until that point.
Can you hear the cogs in my mind turning? Yeah, no. It's a very, very intelligent thing that came up with this whole globe thing. Very, very intelligent.
I mean, the supposed shape of the spherical Earth is, it's also like the exact same map. You can literally transpose the exact same map, which is like the accurate flat Earth map, onto the globe as well. So it was actually a very good mathematical invention, the same map which the pilots used to navigate, and the Navy used to navigate as well. It's like you can transpose that onto a sphere and it's the same. So it largely just it clears up a lot of questions people might have about it.
But how the fuck does Navy navigate when everybody's so fucking wrong?
Huh? What do you mean?
The Navy.
Well, they navigate on a flat Earth map, and so
Aren't they always drunk?
Well, I think I don't know.
Joke. Bad joke. Sorry.
Now they might be. I heard they're gay as well, but I'm not sure.
How much? Oh, yeah. Oh, it's a gay thing.
I wasn't even worse joke. My bad.
I have to say that looks like a jar of dreamy delight. I could almost just dip my finger in it.
I was making me think about a jar of pickles now. I'll be back in a minute or two. I just got to call a client.
that's that's so bad. The things that come into my head. All right, I'm just gonna call client. Ring ring. Hello. Are you good for sexy time tonight? No, no client. No.
What the fuck?
I've just got to call a client. Oh, never mind. Netanyahu. Hey, so what's that that's going on? Let's see, just Google this a sad thing. It was very quick though, wasn't it? It was like when America left Afghanistan and the Taliban took over within like fucking 24 hours. Like, rebels are attacking Assad again. Ah, great. This shouldn't take long. Probably, it'll be the end of that. And then the next day, they're like, oh, they've taken Damascus. Oh, that's great. What the fuck's going on?
Yeah, CIA runs Syria now, officially.
Yeah. He does come from a very small tribe in the south of Syria, doesn't he? Or very small tribe.
I don't know. But he's like, Tiananmen Square kind of way of dealing with protesters. Like, he didn't have to do that, but he did, and this is what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it doesn't really matter much to us. We wake up in America or England or Germany, wherever the fuck we are. Like, but it's kind of interesting to watch the whole thing play out. Like these people were very unhappy. Like most people were very unhappy, and then he was very heavy-handed with it, and then while Putin is trying to fucking still hold on to Ukraine, they just took Damascus in like 2 days. I think it was 2 days. That's pretty quick. Take a capital, like. Yeah. Not quite sure. I'm interested in geopolitics, but I have to go to fucking work tomorrow. I mean. But I suppose the thing is, it's all happening on a flat Earth. Phoebus, did he actually say that in 1990? I mean, if that's a quote.
Yeah. Yeah, them Zionists, very scary people. Very scary.
Yeah, it's just hard to believe, man.
I might be able to. I'll be able to get some mainstream media.
Oh, fuck, mate. Phoebus.
Hello?
How you doing?
I'm doing good. I just got to do some freelance, like video editing, Lightroom stuff. Pretty good money, man. Pretty good money. All this Bitcoin's been going up. All of these, cryptocurrencies, and when I was in school, I got a decent bit of money from my dad passing away, and I spent it on Bitcoin.
Congratulations.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at how much money I got in this Bitcoin now, and I'm dreading the capital gain because I've never paid taxes like that before. No clue. I mean, that one's a pond. I got to ponder that one. I hear the Cayman Islands is very good. Something like 40% capital gains tax. Crazy. I don't know.
Is there a way for you to sell it?
You're a robot, man.
Is that percentage again? I have some bandwidth I can borrow you, bro. Some 20 gigabytes to percentage. Click. I think everything outside is just a distraction, though, Phoebus. Religiously, whatever happens in this world, in this realm, yeah, I'm saying, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I think, the level of hope I have for, like, the superficial things is gone, but I still have hope that, like, I think there's a real impact I make when I'm making people's lives better, when I'm trying to appreciate other human beings and like, you know, if there is a God, I'll be rewarded. You know, if I just help people and I try to help people as much as I can, have help them have a better life, be a good person, stray away from conflict, all this sort of stuff. I mean, you really just you got to put your life into perspective. We're like ants in those little ant farms people have.
I do.
Yeah, it's just God might as well just be tapping on the glass, disturbing us every time there's an earthquake. But we're very insignificant, but I mean, you can take that two ways. You can think, oh, there's no point to this world because we're valueless. We don't really have any value. We're expendable. We're just like biological computers with maybe a soul, maybe not a soul. I don't know. Or you could take it the other way and just be like, well, I have a power, but it's not the same power that I might want. But I still have a power from that.
Is it only the two ways? Could there be a third? Maybe even a fourth?
Maybe life is what you make it.
Ooh. You like talk?
Say that again, lad. What is that?
Say that again.
What do you say? What do you say? Do you like what?
Talk. Who life's what you make it? Don't try to fake it. It's a band.
I don't know what that is.
It's a band.
Oh, you send it in chat. I'll listen to it.
Sure. Here's me doing it in karaoke.
You see the video of the guy from the World Health Organization dancing? I put it in chat.
It's not the same guy. Is he in a gay bar?
Yeah. Probably one of the most evil men in recent history. That's him.
I almost hit fucking replay on that. Probably the worst thing you can do.
Yeah, it's better. That sort of thing destroys your mind if you look at it too much. But it's best to laugh. It's best to laugh because I mean, these people have real power over us. It's almost scary. I mean, he could just decide one day he's very upset and he wants to lock us all down for the common cold. He could just do that, click of a finger. I mean, I wouldn't disrespect it if he wasn't like that. I wouldn't disrespect it if that's what he wanted to do. In his own free time, and he wasn't locking the world in their homes, but he was. So I get to make fun of him.
I have the distinct impression that you hated that.
Sorry?
I have the distinct impression that you hated that.
Yeah, no. If I was in a bar, I walked in, I saw that, I'd probably leave. Say, oh, what's this? I need to be around proper men. What's this? What's happening here?
No.
None of this.
I'd be like, oh, Jesus, I found the right bar, finally.
Well, I mean, I'd stay if the beers were cheap, that's for sure. I'd just probably close my eyes.
Swing your hips, get free beer.
Oh, no.
You enjoying yourself?
Yeah, I'll just spam it. I'll just spam the chat a little bit. Have you seen how Syria's fallen? I mean, I heard like a week ago there was some sort of movement militarily in Syria. I didn't expect it to fall so quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to remember, my whole life Syria's been at civil war. I was born in 2006. They've been fighting each other ferociously this whole time. It seems to get a little bit peaceful recently, and then just like that, falls. Crazy. I mean, it was the same in Afghanistan. I hear, like, us British and American, we went into Afghanistan and we were there for years and years and years. And the Germans turned up and they literally just conquered it in like 6 days.
20 years,
Yeah, like easy.
You were probably away when I said this, but I just said the exact same thing that you just said.
Oh yeah. I was on a call.
With a client. Very, very quick. It's like 2 days.
Yeah.
Quick.
And it's like,
While Putin's trying to be, while he's trying to get hold of fucking Ukraine. Quick.
it just makes me very scared. Like, it also makes me like
You
makes me
mentioned that
laugh.
again. Why are you so scared, bro? What are you scared of?
Well, like just how powerful the West is. Like Putin's been in Ukraine for however long. The second America wants ISIS to win, they win. Like, people really underestimate how powerful we are, and I think it's a mistake.
Oh, you know what it could be? Just thought of it. Could be Iranians.
Oh,
Iranians.
the Minions.
Yeah, the Minions, bro. One of us. No, the Iranians. Iranians.
Oh yeah, like they had like Bashar's allied a little bit with the Shiites. Well, he was. He's dead now, but he was. I tell you what. Do you know the Pidgin dialect of English? I'm gonna put a link in chat to the BBC website, right? And I'll put a little screenshot I got from the Pidgin website.
Does it begin with cuckoo?
No, you'll be surprised, right?
Okay.
And just try to read this dialect of English. We use cookies to give the best online experience. I beg let us know if you agree to all odd diff cookies them. Yes, I agree. No, carry me go settings. We de give una las latest story on top politics, environment, business, sports, entertainment, health, fashion, and all the other things where they happen for West and Central Africa. Come add the rest of the world join for better informed plus explanation of all the obonga. What the fuck is that even? What?
Hogbungi.
I can't even read it,
That
bro.
means that means globe.
Yeah. I mean, I preferred it when they spoke their own languages, and like you just had to learn their language.
I mean, it's so ironic that the one tiny nation that took over 3/4 of the earth is now insaturated by 3/4 of it.
Say that one. Say that last bit again.
Insaturated or taken over by the rest of the world.
I mean, I don't know. I think the ruling class has been the only people that have ever profited off our, the empire, and they still profit off it. Like, if you look at the real history of what happened, like in the decolonization period, we didn't give the resources back. We just gave it to corporations.
Yeah, it's
it's,
a feudal. It's still a feudal system.
it's oligarchy, but it's not a genuine oligarchy. It's like a genuine oligarchy would be where our ruling elite cares for us. It's the opposite. I mean, that's the problem. Like, I don't really care about whatever political system we're in as long as our leaders are genuinely caring for our interests. And, the evidence speaks otherwise, unfortunately.
I mean, the Prince of Wales is a portfolio that earns him like fucking. I can't mind how much it is. Millions
And
per
you don't pay
year,
taxes.
and no taxes. And then he turns around and he goes, "Hey, Mom, I'm going to marry this girl called Kate, right? Yeah. Wow. How are we going to pay for the wedding dress? How much is the wedding dress? About 1.2 million. Yeah, make a fucking taxpayers pay for it. But don't you earn that in like fucking a month? Yeah, well, fuck 'em. I don't understand how people don't see that.
I mean, that's why my family left, like Britain. I mean, we came back because obviously we're getting like slaughtered by the Africans. But it's just, this unfair system. I mean, we have to pay inheritance tax, which I think is a scam. Inheritance tax is a scam on everything. So you just lose all your wealth if you don't set up a trust fund. And, not a lot of people know how to set up a trust fund.
Not a lot of people know that.
Yeah.
They're importing the Africans that you fled from. Huh.
Yeah, no, we were in Rhodesia, and then we fled from them. They were killing us, and now they've come to us. It's like we're being chased around the world. It's like that Rick and Morty episode where like the dinosaurs go everywhere and the meteors follow them, and they just blow up everything, wherever the dinosaurs go.
Yeah, and if you don't like the enrichment that they're thrusting into your communities, then you're a bad person.
Yeah, you're racist. You're racist because you want to live amongst your ancestral people and your ancestral homeland. I mean, if there was
I get it. I mean, you guys were there for 600 years before all the tribes moved in.
Look. If there is one good thing that's come out of mass migration, it's probably the realization between English and Irish that like we have more in common. So I mean, I see coming out of this situation whenever it ends, there being some sort of like healing between our two cultures, which I think is a very good prospect. But for that to like have its benefits, we have to deport a lot of people. I think as well, like a lot of people now. There's not really much difference between Irish and English, like ideology. Like a lot of the English realize the monarchy is not on our side, so we want a republic now. We want something which is for the people. So it's like it's a good prospect culturally and like just narratively, for us to have like something that works. I mean, I've been saying this for a couple years now, but we should get rid of the king and, put an Irish king in charge so we can unite. But a lot of the English don't like that idea, but it's funny. Anything would be better than what we have. Anything would be better.
I don't mind the immigration. I mean, and I'm not racist and no fucking but. Just don't fucking send thousands of people here, please.
No.
Like unvetted people into the country and put them up in fucking hotels and give them credit cards and fucking mobile phones, and then tax us more for it.
Look,
it's ridiculous.
You have to be realistic. You have to be realistic. Europe is only 6.7% of the world's known land mass. Only 6.7%, and it's
but it's a very good 6.7%.
Exactly. So the world should be very thankful that we pay for their food, and they should leave us alone. And there should be absolutely no migration of non-European ancestral people. Like if you're ethnically European, you should be able to come to Europe. Like I think the Irish Americans and like the British Americans, they should have the right of return. I think that should be a very important policy that we should have, but it should be ethnic-based immigration because realistically, our roots in this land, they go much deeper than people realize, or people who are not aware of our people. This is our land, it's our country, so we have to support that.
Yeah, for fuck's sake. Just come into the country and do it in the right fucking way. That's it.
And we have a disagreement, I suppose. I mean, there's always a happy medium. You can always do too much of a good thing. And you could do too little of a bad thing as well.
You know, the funny thing is, why countries vetted people before they allowed them fucking citizenship or entry was to check that they weren't fucking criminals.
Well, what about just wealth-based immigration? Like, I'm not against some Indian billionaire coming here, but like, you know, if you're coming from like a really, really impoverished place where you don't have education, you've never had like a shower or something, you know, like you never had a hot shower in your life. Like, you know, prove your country, but like before you come here, you need to level up. Like, you need to like get some XP.
Like, has your country got infinite fucking resources? Can it infinitely allow an entire world to just pour in and we'll look after everything?
Well, the Netherlands, they recently put a cap on the population at 18 million. I think that's very smart.
What did you say?
Like, the Netherlands, they recently put a cap on the population.
Oh, the Netherlands. Sorry, I thought it was the Netherlands.
Yeah, like Dutch, like Holland.
Yeah, ik weet me.
Yeah, so like if
the Dutch are just as tall as the Netherlands.
If they go over 18 million, no immigration at all. There's none at all. They have to ban it straight away by law now. It's very smart. But you know, it's like it's a never-ending death spiral. The more we give away our land, the less opportunity our native people have, the less children they have, the more need we have for immigration for economic growth. So I just think it is a plain bad thing. It's 100% bad. You know, we don't have infinite resources. We don't have infinite job potential. We don't have infinite demand for things. So we should leave the demand, the economic competition with the world for our native people. Like, it's only a sane thing to do. I mean, the second they allow a white man to be the president of the Congo, I might change my mind. But as far as I'm aware, they'd probably lynch you if you try to be a political leader in Africa. You know, or maybe they're just sane enough. They don't want, you know, they're just sane enough to not vote someone in who isn't like natively their own.
They don't integrate. They don't produce.
Hmm.
They don't.
And why would they? We don't from that. I mean, I wouldn't feel so resentful of the situation if just one immigrant told me about their culture, or just one immigrant elder spoke to me, like said good morning. But I've never been treated kindly by these people. I've actually never ever once.
Yeah, they're too busy stabbing each other in the fucking high street.
Yeah, so I don't want any of it. I'm an extremist at this point. I just want them all to go. You know, I just want them all to go. You know, and you know, even if that means deporting the Huguenots, I don't care. Screw them. I think the cutoff should be in 1945. Like, anyone who's come here, or whose family has come here since 1945 that isn't ethnically European, should be deported. Just as a matter of principle. And I don't actually care about the economic side effects of deporting lots of people either. Like, as you say, we got a nice plot of land here. Like, it doesn't matter how rich we are. We can still grow potatoes and carrots in the ground and feed ourselves. Doesn't matter. We'll live.
This is what the Vikings said.
As I say, like, out of this situation, there's going to be some beautiful fruits. The Americans will be more united with the Canadians, and the English with the Irish, and the French with the German, and the German and the French with the English, and the British and the Irish. and so forth. Like, we're just going to be more united. We're going to realize that our civilization it's an overarching umbrella civilization around many different tribes and peoples. And there's going to be a more natural and intuitive understanding of how Europe works and how it should work.
I think it's all just a distraction to take people away from flat Earth.
Maybe. I mean, I think it would cause a lot of panic to tell people that we don't know everything. We don't know how much, like, what's in the lands beyond. Like, it's a large part of panic. Like, I mean, let's just say my theory is true, and the Earth is just it's an infinite expanse, a flat topographical plane that just goes on forever and ever and ever. That's a terrifying thought. That, like, there could be other civilizations beyond what we know already, and that, quite frankly, it might just be, like, physically, biologically, technologically impossible for us to fully understand.
Why would that be terrifying?
Well, I don't know. I think that it's quite terrifying to me. That's why. I think, yeah, it's a terrifying thought.
I mean, do you get scared easily?
Well, I think it's smart to be scared when you have a rightful reason to be scared. I mean,
there's no reason to be scared of anything, really. Like,
sure.
But I just noticed in the last hour or two you talk, there's a lot of well, I'd be afraid of this and I'd be terrified of that. I mean, what's the point, bro?
And maybe they should be terrified of us.
Probably. I think, there's a poem called, the Anglo-Saxon began to hate. And the Anglo-Saxon is beginning to hate. I've just been born into this fucking mess, but I'm very angry.
Yeah, historically, that doesn't end well for its enemies.
Mm-hmm.
In the rare instances, the Anglo-Saxon gets pissed off.
Yeah, and I want us to unite with America and just deal with the problem. Let's not ignore the problem. Let's not put our, we got to put our differences aside and maybe go back to hating each other afterwards. Sure, whatever. I don't care. We can fight each other, but there's a bigger problem right now. There's a bigger problem.
I'd love to get into it more. Unfortunately, it's not really the topic of this channel, and there are many people watching and hoping for us to get into issues that would enable them to report us for TOS violations.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, I'll add you as a friend.
No, don't have him. You mad, bro?
Am I mad?
I'm sure it's fine to stay derailed too on topics like this when it's quiet, and as long as you don't get to the real heart of the matter, it's okay to talk a little bit around it, but definitely don't be on the nose with it.
But actually, Anglo-Saxons losing your shit. So, Phoebus, you're 24 now, right?
No, I'm 18. I'm born in 2006.
Oh fuck! Jeez, I can't do math.
Holy cow, baby!
Yeah, no. I'm earning decent money, so I gotta spend my day just doing Photoshop and talking to people. It's great. It's great. I love the internet.
Yeah, me too. It's very intense for 18. Remember when I was 18? I was like, how am I going to get out to disco tomorrow night? Where am I going to find the money?
I mean, I remember having existential crisis about just a lot of this stuff. Like,
I don't doubt.
Like when I was 14.
I think you're the existential crisis when you were 6, bro.
Probably. I mean, probably.
Younger people are being confronted with harder topics, which hasn't happened before like this in history.
They are smarter. They are smart.
I think there's just not a lot of opportunities anymore. Like our whole civilization's fallen down the bin very quickly.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
going
those
to
of us who
hell
remember
now.
the 80s and 90s can definitely attest to that.
Oh, jeez, I would love the 80s and 90s back. Fucking hell, man.
Dude, the 80s were great, man. Tank tops, anti-communist war movies, macho man heroes, babes in bikinis. It was a nice time.
I mean, I wasn't even alive in 9/11, so. I was 2 years old. I was 2 years
I was
old
a young
in
man.
the financial crash. In the financial crash of 2008, I was 2 years old.
You sound old. I don't. You don't
Yeah,
sound like
I'm not believing that. I'm not buying it, bro.
Oh. I mean, I would dox myself, but you're on a stream. I would dox myself. But how can you verify? How can you verify my age without me showing my passport on the internet?
you look like that dude from the TikTok videos. He's just see his head. They're on Snapchat or some shit, and he's just see this little guy's head, and he looks like he's about 12. And then like they start making fun of him, and he sits up, and he's got these like shoulders of like fucking Kong, and his arms like tree trunks, man. Like, what?
Bro, I'm SpongeBob, bro. Nah, I'm not that strong. You don't need to be strong anymore. You just got to get a gun.
Man. You just need to believe in Donald Trump. That's it.
No, you don't. No, don't believe in Donald Trump. Believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, and you shall be saved.
Well, there's that.
Yeah, I saw Poland. They crowned Jesus Christ as king, and I think that's the best. That's the best opportunity. That's the best idea. You know, because
Really?
yeah, like
Wow.
you crown a guy that isn't like alive. He can't do anything wrong.
I mean, that was always the big middle finger to the establishment state was crowning Christ king, and all the human kings were pissed off and jealous. So they murdered Christians.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Emperor Nero. Good God, that guy was awful. Do you reckon all this like evidence from like pre-Christian times of like the people figuring out the Earth was round? Do you reckon that's fabricated, or do you think people like genuinely got the maths so wrong?
I think people figured that. I think like Aristarchus did, Hipparchus did. I think Ptolemy maybe.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's the stuff we were told in school. Like, you would like measure like the shadow of the sun or something. I don't know. I'll find that experiment now. Like, you put a stick in the ground, measure how much it like has a shadow.
Yeah. So But it wasn't mainstream. Like, I know there were some contemporaries of some of these ancient Greeks in Babylon. There were like 3 astronomers who defended Earth as being a flat and level plane against other Babylonian astronomers who figured it wasn't. I forgot their. I was reading about this a few weeks ago. So it's been a debate that's been going on, you could say, for a long time.
Mm. I just saw a news article. It's the first time Mitch McConnell's been correct in about 20 years. I mean, I've also heard a quote from Galileo Galilei. Is that the right? The guy who made the heliocentric theory. Apparently, like later in his life, he said he was wrong. See if I can try and find it.
I always get mixed up between Galileo and fucking Copernicus. I can't remember which one it was that asked the Vatican to not publish his findings until he was dead. I think it was a kid. Oh, fuck, I can't remember.
The reason I brought up the ether theory is there was some, like, before World War II, there was like experiments done on like what the ether was, and like supposedly the ether proves that the Earth is stationary and not moving. But I'll try to find that as well. I mean, there's definitely no evidence in physics that I've seen proves like you can prove of experimentation that like the Earth is moving absolutely stationary. I mean, for all intensive purposes, you can assume you're the center of the universe, which would imply something about the nature of the land that we're on.
Yeah, suppose you wanted to measure Earth's velocity and its orbital track from a stationary reference plane. How would you coordinate? How do you calibrate a device that could do that? Because Earth is supposedly moving 66,000 miles per hour in its orbital vector around the sun. So how would you calibrate an instrument? And how do you ensure that your calibration is accurate? You can't just say, hey, I'm going to shoot this rocket or whatever 66,000 miles per hour in the opposite direction, because you haven't established that that is indeed the stationary reference frame with respect to Earth's orbit. So, you know what I'm saying? There are just so many problems associated with this, and a lot of globe heads haven't figured it out yet.
I mean, as I say, I'm not a maths guy, but just like on my religious knowledge, we've been using the same astrology, like graphs and like methods of astrology, like divining the stars, because we've had the same stars in our sky for thousands of years. It would go to say that, like, maybe we don't know something about the universe, or maybe, these stars that we're like, basing the astrology religious stuff on, maybe we're not moving, in relation to them. Maybe they're moving in relation to us, and just moving around our own sky. Like, if we were moving as fast as they say we are, wouldn't we like we'd be going through new constellations? We'd have to keep updating all of this astrology stuff. Yeah, you go throughout history. Oh, there's Taurus again. Oh, there's the Big Dipper. We never leave. They never move. All of them revolve around Polaris. You do a time lapse. It's all around Polaris. That's always intrigued me. Yeah, I'll put in chat the little rabbit hole you can go down. Yeah, like supposedly the Michelson Morley experiment on like the nature of the ether. It disproves the idea that the Earth is moving. If the ether, if the experiment is true, then the Earth is absolutely stationary. There's no relative velocity. Supposedly disproved after 1905 when Einstein had his little special theory of relativity. But I mean, I'm sure you guys have some comments on the theory of relativity.
You have to be careful with this argument too. If the ether does exist in the way that is presupposed, then this does provide an explanation. But this also reaffirms a consequent. It's a logical fallacy. Yeah. It's basically like the flat earthers' version of bendy warpy space-time. So
Well, I was
personally leave this alone and don't talk about it.
Yeah, no, the reason I was. All right, sure.
You mean like COVID?
Sorry, what?
Oh, the ether is it's a hot point.
Yeah, it's spurious. And the concept was created by globe earthers in the first place.
Yeah, it would be quite ironic that a globe earther disproves the globe earth theory and like the heliocentric model.
I saw this video a while ago, and it was this guy and was talking about. He's sort of a young guy. He's a really smart dude, and what he was saying was making a lot of sense. He's really smart. It sounded like he really knew what he was talking about. Anyway, he just goes, so the ether, or the magnetic field, blah, 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 and he just said it really, just so casually of that, like it was just like, oh yeah, that's that. So it was kind of like the ether is just an old word for the magnetic field. And just the way he said it, I was like, oh yeah, that'll do for me. Sort of, the ether argument. It's like, it's just the magnetic field. Another word for it, maybe.
Too. But they're not the same, and they can't be. So,
well, the ether is a superfluid, or it's described as such in the theories.
And nobody knows what it is.
Well, I'll just tell you
if
why.
It is.
I'll just tell you why I looked into it is because I saw all of the rocket takeoffs, and when they reach a certain point in height, there's like a sort of distortion in the atmosphere that looks like it's like going into liquid. And I was like, oh, what? Is it hitting the firmament? Is this like the waters above and the waters below, or whatever? And so I just thought the ether would be a good explanation for the distortions caused by rocket takeoffs that look like fluid.
Then be careful. That's an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. You're presupposing what exists in the first place and then taking something that appears to be evidence for that claim and using that to explain what you presuppose in the first place. If A, then B. B, therefore A.
Hmm.
So if there's a firmament that is described as a fluid, then we would expect to see rockets hitting it and swimming through it when they go. We see evidence of rockets hitting something that looks like a fluid. Therefore, there's an ether. Or that's if A, then B, B, therefore A.
I don't think the rockets are hitting the firmament. I think the ether is. Well, I would assume that the ether is between us and the firmament. Just like, I don't think
it's supposed to be a medium that descends and transcends everything. Right?
You're not biblically, you're not meant to be able to go through the firmament, and I don't believe you can. I think it's just like this is in between us, above our atmosphere, which we can breathe.
Yeah, some flat earthers that go on and on about ether, like it's a proven thing, and that we all should just accept it. But there's absolutely no evidence for it, so we call them the Etherians.
I mean, that's a pretty cool nickname.
Now, once you start making the ether your thing, like your topic of discussion, you've kind of abandoned or left the realm of flat Earth, because the ether has been developed over time, over history, as an explanation for the rotation, the spherical appearance of the heavens around a globe Earth in the sky from a stationary globe position. So globe earthers have done all the legwork in developing ether theory. So it's not something exclusive at all to a flat Earth cosmology. So if you make the ether your topic of the day every day, and you call yourself a flat earther, then you are more aligned with geocentric globers than other flat earthers.
Well, I don't want to go into like ad hominem fallacy, if that's what it is. I'm not sure, but
No, not at all.
I'm just interested in it. Like, I was just interested in your opinion on it because I just saw it recently on like just like looking around, like trying to find some information in my free time. I mean, it's a good point of view to have. I mean, what would your explanation be for like the distortions made by like the rockets taking off? Because I mean, I can put some videos in chat of like it just looks like it's going into some sort of water, and that wouldn't make sense considering the combustion happening in a rocket.
Well, rockets are full of liquid fuel. I mean, and they're going through a medium that we don't know. I'm not offering explanations. So, there's a famous Go Fast video from 2014 where they say, hey, you can hear a kerplunk and it sounds like the rocket is entering into a fluid. But that kerplunk is really a yo-yo D-spin device because these rockets, they're not built precisely. So the fins could be off in alignment by just like a micron. And then this would cause the whole rocket to start to corkscrew and spin really, really fast. Expensive rockets have gyroscopic stabilizers inside, like these big fat rings inside the fuselage. But a lot of hobbyists have taken to using yo-yo D-spins, which look like bolas. They're like weights tied to a string that's wrapped around, and it transfers the momentum of the rocket to the weights of these strings that get ejected and fly off the rocket, and then this slows down the corkscrewing effect of the rocket and stabilizes it. It literally blows off. Like there's either a spring mechanism or maybe even a little explosion. I don't know. I think it's a spring mechanism that shoots them off. And when you hear that kerplunk, it sounds more like that mechanism, and then you can see the damn thing fly off in the view. Like you can see it in the camera view. You can see this debris fly off, and it looks like it could be a yo-yo D-spin. And that completely explains the kerplunk. And at that moment, the rocket stabilizes. It's not that it entered a fluid, and the fluid stopped the rocket from corkscrewing. I mean, something like that would completely destroy the rocket. But rather it'd be a yo-yo D-spin, which are designed to safely stop the corkscrewing. Like if the rocket suddenly hit another medium, I mean, I would expect it to completely blow apart. And not go kerplunk. So, yeah, yo-yo D-spins are a good explanation for that Go Fast video. And I'm sure if you emailed the rocket crew that they'd probably provide happily the schematics if they still have them and talk about the yo-yo D-spin that they built onto it. You can download hobbyist rocketry magazines and like look at these mechanisms for sale and buy them. So it's not like a conspiracy.
I mean, this was the exact purpose of me mentioning the ether, so I could get educated. Thank you. I'll have a look at it. I mean, I've heard of like what they do, like they send the thing out so it stops the spinning. Like yeah, I'm aware of that. That's actually interesting to say. I mean, it'd be interesting if there's a video on like SpaceX about this, like on the recent launches, because this is the ones I've been interested in. Like, because I've heard like a lot of spurious rumors about these recent takeoffs. I mean, there was like a couple in the matter of days, and that's unprecedented. There's all sorts of contradictory rumors. It's very hard to get to the truth, if there is even the truth out there. I'm curious. Jay Reese. That's a really stupid name, but why are you in chat? Talking in chat, but you won't talk up in the voice chat if you're interested to debate. I mean, there's lots of knowledgeable people here who'd love to debate you, man. Like, you can't just speak up in text, talking all that. No need. No, just speak up in voice, man. Yeah, I thought so.
Dude couldn't even comprehend being able to like turn around and see stars go different direction without changing location. You can just do that anywhere. Couldn't even comprehend that. He couldn't even admit that that is the case.
Why is he back? I mean, have you done extra research since you came here last time? Have you come up with any new arguments? He's a Trump supporter as well. Civic nationalist, a Marxist, a progressive, an environmentalist, an anarchist, a libertarian. He's an independent with Trump as his profile picture. Good lord. Well, son, I'd say you're about, the most confused person I've ever seen, just based off your profile. May God bless you, may God bless you. I mean, what was his argument, T-Dub, last time he was here?
I can't even remember now.
Isn't this the one who's got, like, the YouTube channel? Or am I remembering someone else?
No, don't think so. It's like seems to be in training to be a surveyor or something. So, working in that industry, some experience, you'd understand what eye level is, understand what level means. I mean, like in regards to like geometry you're going to carry out.
Yeah,
but still, he still holds to the idea that the surface of liquid is curving.
I mean, my granddad was a surveyor. Don't they use like those measuring tools like the laser? Like you measure like the pure level. It's always weird to me when they pull this out and want to be taken seriously. I don't know how I'm meant to take you seriously when you can only type. You're a guy. I mean, I'm clean shaven, man. I'm a young guy, right? But at least I got the balls to speak up. You won't even use your microphone. Like, give me a break.
Level that audibly.
Sorry, I didn't quite get that.
Is he in your DMs or something?
No, he's in like the main chat.
Right, yeah, okay. I mean, like he thinks that if you establish a flat horizontal surface, right, in reality, like that it's a slope from the center point of that plane that he's formed. That where else on that plane except for the center, vertical won't be perpendicular to that surface any longer. Only perpendicular at one spot. Even then, it's still like, yeah,
I've been
You have to move
asking.
a millimeter away from that central point, and vertical is no longer perpendicular to his surface that he has. Weird. I don't get it.
I've been asking where zero slope can slope and still be zero slope.
Don't think it can.
That's what I feel.
For something to have zero slope, it means that at any point upon it, perpendicular to that will be vertical. Those verticals will not be divergent or convergent. They'll be parallel.
It's not 90-90-90 curve, 90-90-90 curve. Like everything comes down to the same two things: levels flat, gas fill space, and less contained. Everything we imagine about a globe will come back to those.
Yeah, I mean, I think just observation, most basic point. There's no curvature. You will never observe a curvature. Everything else, to me at least, is like just icing on the cake. It's just stuff to laugh about.
Yeah, first comes the pain, then comes the comedy.
Quite literally.
I'm on my last cigarette. I gotta go get some.
Which type? Which type? You smoking the Camel? Oh, it's gone. I'm gonna ask him what type of cigarette he's smoking.
Jay Reese, why don't you pipe up? What exactly are flat earthers in denial of? Yeah, pipe up and tell us.
Look at him, his little Trump supporter.
We got another one. Highway Hermit. Did you open your mic? So tell us why flat earthers are terrified of the South Celestial Pole?
Can't have it on a flat Earth. It's that simple.
Why not?
Well, if the Earth is stationary and everything else is moving, then it's really hard to explain why in the South it looks like, you know, something's spinning or the Earth is spinning. So either things are moving in different directions in the sky, which doesn't make any sense.
I'm sorry for putting you on the
No.
spot, man.
Why not? Why doesn't it? Why doesn't it make sense?
Why doesn't it make sense? Well, all right. So
yeah, who's it hard to explain? For who is it hard to explain? You? Have you tried to explain it and you couldn't?
Oh, you interrupted me. I mean, so the model of flat Earth is that Polaris is the pole star, so it's the only pole, and everything spins around Polaris. You know, that's the story of the celestials. That's the spin. And so, why is there another pole where stars are spinning around that in the south? That doesn't add up with flat Earth.
You know, like I'm not presenting a model. But so if where you are, you look at stars.
Yeah, you are.
Stars appear to. So if you're in the north and you look at the stars, and they appear to go in an arc pattern around Polaris, okay, fine. I look south and I see stars appear to do an arc in a similar fashion. So what? Who cares? I'm just talking about what we observe, not presenting a model. Meanwhile, the Earth's surface isn't measuring to have any curvature. That.
Right, but it seems like you don't. It seems like you don't understand what that means in the South, because isn't it the flat Earth the view that there's the north where the or Polaris is, that is true, that it's north, and then all points away from that are south. Is that correct?
It would appear that way. Yeah, that's the way that we've conventionalized it.
Right. So either that's wrong.
That's the way that's the way everybody has conventionalized it. Right? Talking about flat earthers, that's just the way that it's presented. Yeah. What?
Right. So, I mean, see, my issue is that flat Earth arguments are based on a model of what we think is true. You can't have any arguments about flat Earth if you don't have some sort of model of what reality is.
Yeah, I can. I don't have to have a model to know that the surface isn't going to have any convexity.
Yeah. So when I saw that there's a south celestial pole and stars are rotating around this pole, I'm like, that makes no sense on a flat Earth at all.
That's your problem if it doesn't make sense to you. It doesn't make sense to you. Okay. Yeah. So?
No, it doesn't make sense at all for flat Earth.
Okay. No. In your mind, you can't make sense of it. Meanwhile, I don't need to make sense of it. I can just know that the Earth's surface doesn't have any curvature to it.
Well, obviously
Yeah,
it
like-
does, because
No,
only a sphere has two celestial poles that spin in
I'm
opposite
not
directions.
concerned with the sky. I'm concerned with the geometry of the surface.
The sky is also in this realm we live in, so you can't just look at the ground.
I
You
can
also
just
look at the sky.
ground. I can just look at the ground and go, it doesn't appear to have any curvature. Look at that. It's not measuring to have any. And look at that. We're using it as if it doesn't have any.
Right, but truth does not fear investigation. So if you're terrified of looking at the sky, that means you don't really.
Nothing that you observe in the sky is now going to change what you have just observed, what you have just measured, and what you have just used as.
Well, that's incorrect, because how do you know what you've measured is actually flat? That's the thing. I
It's
think
not deviating from horizontal.
How do you know that?
Because you can see, you can clearly see that the surface of liquid at rest is perpendicular to vertical.
Yeah, that's the way it looks.
Horizontal. And when you
That's
when you
that's
put
the way it
lasers
looks.
over the top of it, there is no deviation between that laser and the surface of the liquid. It just measures to be the same. It has zero slope.
See, if that was true, then there would not be a south celestial pole.
Why not?
Because the south celestial pole is kind of a hallmark of a globe.
But that's your problem.
No,
Mine.
it's not my problem. I'm not a flat earther. It's your problem.
It's not my problem. Just because you have this idea that you now want to, you now want to fit into an observation, right? And explain that
No.
observation by way of that thing that you have not observed and that you have not measured and that you don't practically use it for anything. It's not my problem.
Yeah, it is your problem. See, they say
it's
once
not.
you go flat, you never go back. They say that.
It's a burden
there's
of proof
a lot,
reversal fallacy.
But there's a lot of
You are
flat
trying
earthers.
to impose upon me a burden which I do not obligated to
You know,
bear.
there's a lot of flat earthers that have gone back once they understand what a south celestial pole means. You can't have a south celestial pole on a flat Earth. It's that simple.
You're telling me that things above a planar surface can't appear to do things, different things in different areas, different locations? It's impossible, is it?
Well, it's pretty obvious. If you care to Google South Celestial Pole
You have
Star.
confirmation bias, friend.
No, I
You
don't.
are looking for things which confirm your bias of being on a sphere.
I don't have a bias.
Yes.
Why do you think we have different time zones? Why do you think we have different time zones in different parts of the world? The sun will appear at different places in different times in the world. In different parts of the world, the moon will appear in different places.
Because the sun is a light. It's a flashlight. A flashlight.
Yeah, it's a
nobody thinks
flashlight.
It's a flashlight. No, that's ridiculous.
Kokolol knows a lot about that since the Swedish chicks in his country won't fuck him because he's a brown sand nigger.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, bro. I thought you were Aryan. I thought you go on about being Aryan, bro. I'm sorry about that.
Look at all the hyenas, binding up together against the soul as a lion. The soul and only strong. These people are so weak.
Anyway, we were saying, right? It doesn't matter what you see things in the sky appear to do or not do. It's not going to dictate the geometry of the surface that we live on. You have an explanation.
I disagree.
If you have an explanation for why things, which involves the Earth being a sphere, right, which explains why things appear to, in the sky appear to do what they do, you're going to have to go ahead and justify and qualify that explanation by direct measurement of the surface of the Earth. Until then, I don't give a fucking crap about your fucking excuses and explanations.
Well, I mean, you don't have to, but let me tell you what I was expecting to see when I Googled South Celestial Pole. I was expecting to see stars that were actually rotating on the outer end around Polaris. That's what I should have seen. That's what all of us would agree I should have seen. That's not what I saw.
I don't give a shit. I don't have an expectation. The sky will do what it does over a planar surface.
Well, that just shows you have a belief. You don't have knowledge.
It shows me that I'm established that the surface isn't curving into a sphere. That's what it fucking does.
Well, what it showed me was maybe Earth isn't as flat as I assumed or thought it was. That's what it told me.
Yeah, okay. The sky tells you that Earth isn't as flat as what it measures to be and is observed to be and what it's used to be. Oh, it's not as flat as that. Can't be. Can't be, right?
Right, because
you have a confirmation religious fucking bias about being on a sphere.
No.
Yeah.
No,
it's
for
your
years,
direct measurements of the surface of the Earth. There is the geometry which dictates that it has a radius value of 3,959 miles. Where the fuck is it?
Yeah, you're just holding to that mantra. I mean, you'll never get anywhere with that.
Yeah, because that's what would confirm that the surface is curving. That we live on a sphere. Looking at the sky, going, well, I think that fits my fucking bias. So I'm just going to affirm the consequent. So I'm just going to affirm the consequent. Yeah.
No, I didn't have
I live on a sphere, then when I'm in the north, I will see stars appear to do X. And if the Earth is a sphere and I'm in the south, then I will observe the stars to do Y.
Yeah, see, this is even more funny.
I observe the stars in the north to do X, and I observe the stars in the south to do Y. Therefore, I live on a sphere. Affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. It's an invalid argument. It doesn't mean you're wrong. It doesn't mean you're fucking right. And it's not proof of anything. Proof would be a direct measurement of the surface showing that it conforms to being a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles showing drop over distance, a rate approximately 8 inches per mile square, and having a geometric horizon at 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, or 1.32 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet with your precious fucking imaginary refraction.
Have you talked with Trouble About? Do you know who that is? Trouble About?
Where's Australia? Where's Australia then? Find it. You don't even know where Australia is.
Wait, Tito, let me ask you, Highway, let me ask you a question. Highway, right? You were asking before, how do we measure, right? For example, if we wanted to measure our floor, right? If you're sitting, wherever you're sitting, you're on a floor, I'm assuming somewhere. So in order to measure if that floor is flat, we'll just get a marble and we put it on the floor and we'll see if it rolls anywhere. And if it doesn't roll, then it's flat. And if it rolls, then it's obviously slanted, isn't it? Right?
Have you considered we live on a topographical plane though? Like, you know, you can go on the valleys and the hills and the mountains, and it's still flat. It's just topographical.
Let him answer. Go, Highway. What's your answer to the question?
Yeah. For the longest time, I went with just look at the ground, and I agreed with everything TW is saying.
valid way of measuring the flatness of your floor in your bedroom? You just put a marble on it. Is that a valid way?
Right, but you can't toss out that there's two celestial poles.
Wait a minute. So that is a valid way. So if that's a valid way for your bedroom, maybe we can do the same on Earth as well. We can just get a big ball and we'll put it down somewhere, and then we would if we're living on a sphere, then it would just keep rolling, right? It would just roll along the sphere if we're on a sphere. But if we're on a flat plane, then it wouldn't roll, right? So we could just do that, right?
Well, it depends how big the sphere is.
Really? Does it?
Yeah, if it's a sphere the size of your bedroom, it would roll. But if it's a sphere the size of, say, the state of Texas, it probably wouldn't roll.
So if we had a sphere the size of Texas and we put a marble on it, it wouldn't roll along that sphere.
That sounds like the Death Star to me, man.
Really? Just think about what you're saying, man. Just imagine a really smooth sphere, bro. The size of Texas. You're telling me if we put a marble on it, it wouldn't roll along that sphere? No.
Oh, we have to test that out.
Oh, we'll have to test it, would we?
But
okay,
see,
we can just do it on a. Wait, we can just do it.
You still need to address why there's a South Celestial Pole. And I find it interesting. T-Dub sounds Australian, and he doesn't want to talk about it, which I find kind of curious.
We're trying to work out how to measure the topography here, whether it's curving or not. You don't want to focus on that.
Well, see, what I'm trying to tell you is that's all I focused on for a long time. I never looked into the South Celestial Pole.
But right
when
now,
I looked into it,
yeah, bro, no one cares about the pole, bro.
When you looked into it, you affirmed the consequent.
We're talking about
you affirmed the consequent and confirmed your bias and begged the question of being on the sphere.
Because
go on.
I already told you. There should not be a South Celestial Pole if Earth is flat.
Why? You
can't explain why. You can't detail or articulate why.
Yes, I can.
Apart from having confirmation bias.
Everything should be spinning around Polaris if Earth is flat. That is
not necessarily. Why?
You're not
Why should it?
The shape of the Earth isn't dependent on the sky, dude. Are you deaf?
Why should it? You're saying that this thing that's happening in the sky, that could not possibly appear to be happening over a planar surface. Why?
I already told you. Because that is how the model works.
No model.
Every model that I've seen only has Polaris. It doesn't have a South Celestial Pole.
I don't care about your models, dude.
He's lost his marbles, man. He's lost it.
No, every flat Earth argument is built on Polaris being the only pole. There's no other pole.
It is not. No, it is not. Argument for flat Earth is that the surface isn't displaying or measuring to have any convexity. That's the argument.
Yeah, come on, don't be an idiot.
That falls apart with a South Celestial Pole.
Come on, just one.
Measurements don't fall a fucking part, dude.
Obviously, the measurements are wrong.
But your ideology of why the sky appears to do what it does.
It's not just mine.
Yes,
the definition
you've adopted this ideology of being on a sphere just because now, and I'll tell you what, your ideology of why the stars appear to do what they do falls apart with the measurement, not the other way around.
It's not a true measurement.
Isn't a true measurement.
No, it's not. Because that's what I realized when I see the Southern Star rotation. I was like, obviously the flat Earth measurements are wrong because there cannot be what I'm saying. So, and have you talked with Trouble about?
Why?
Have you talked with Trouble about?
Yeah, where's Australia? No, where Australia? Where? Show me where Australia is.
Talk to Trouble about. Fucking idiot. Okay, so you tell me, why can't it be doing what it's doing over a planar surface?
I've made that.
Don't talk
pretty
about
clear.
models. Don't talk about models. Tell me why the sky can't appear to do what it does over a planar surface, no matter what it does.
I don't know about you, but it's flipping freezing over it. Freezing.
It's quite moderate here.
Yeah, you're lucky you're in Australia, man. I mean, I always assumed Australia was just pure desert. But I recently learned there's a good portion of it is quite temperate. You know, it's quite temperate. It's nice. Always thought it was like, you know, the most stereotypically like desertified place in the world. Doesn't really follow.
No confiance. The surfaces of spheres, no matter how large and no matter how small the observer, will measure to have curvature. It cannot not measure to have curvature. Must measure to have curvature. Because it's curving and not flat.
Well, yeah, over a long enough distance, it does measure curve, like the Bedford level experiment.
What was done there?
3 poles were set up 3 miles apart. They were all exactly the same height over water level. And a 0.027 degree rise was measured between the first pole and the second pole.
What do you mean rise?
So a line of sight was
the Bedford
established.
level. It's the same experiment.
And a line of sight was established across the first pole and the third pole. And then in order to establish a line of sight with the second pole, the theodolite had to be risen by 0.0217 degrees.
Okay, so when the theodolite had a line of sight between the first pole and the third pole, all right, was the theodolite level?
It was level with the first pole and the third pole. That's what line of sight means.
Yeah, but was it level in general?
Level is a subjective term. It was level with respect to the first and the third poles.
Holy shit, mate. Was it horizontal? Was it pointing horizontally?
That's irrelevant. It connected the first pole and the third pole with a straight. The whole point of the
Was the
experiment
line
was
of
to
sight?
see if the second pole was higher than the first and the
What
third pole.
angle? At theodolites measure angles, dude. I will fucking lose my shit. Now
They measure
theodolites measure
angles
angles.
over an
Yeah.
established line.
Right. So what was the angle at which the theodolite was oriented in order to have a line of sight equal the first pole and the third pole?
Since it's relevant, or it's irrelevant, you could say that angle was 0 degrees.
Okay.
That was a
So
Freudian
then the
slip
middle
there,
pole
boys.
on a sphere could not have been higher.
It was higher by 0.0217 degrees.
If you have a horizontal zero slope, right, tangent plane to a sphere, anything protruding out of that sphere is going to be lower in the distance.
Okay, try to follow along here.
Higher.
All right, all 3 poles were stood up to be the exact same height over water level. A line of sight was established.
Higher.
Yes,
Yeah,
the middle one was higher than the line established by the first and the third one. The middle one was higher. That's the bump
reference
of
to
the
a
curve.
horizontal plane, which does not make sense on a globe.
Okay, if you establish a line of sight between the first and the third poles, if the Earth is a sphere, that second pole should be higher because it's on the bump.
No, not if
curve.
your line of sight is horizontal, like you just said it was. No.
I said the angle between the first and the third pole was 0 degrees.
At what angle was the theodolite tilted in order to achieve this?
0 degrees.
Theodolite was tilted at 0 degrees, right? Relative to vertical and horizontal?
Relative to the first and the third poles. Do you know the experiment?
At what angle, I'm going to ask you one more time. At what angle was the theodolite tilted, right, with respect to horizontal and vertical?
I'll just tell you this
before I'm worried about the fucking poles.
I'll just tell you this one last time. The starting angle is relative to the experiment. You could have 2 poles that were like 45 degrees off, and if you established a line of sight between them, the theodolite would be at 0 relative to those 2 poles.
I want to know what angle the theodolite was at relative to horizontal and vertical, please.
What does horizontal and vertical even mean on a curved surface?
Oh my fucking God.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you keep asking for something that is totally irrelevant to the experiment.
Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand the experiment.
When a theodolite is leveled, right, that means it's pointing horizontally. Line of sight, horizontal in of reference.
In a reference frame.
And
you
then
just said
if you want to,
in a reference frame.
Then if you want to point it at a target and you have to tilt it, right, it's going to show an angle between the horizontal and the line of sight. So what was that angle?
You just said it yourself. The line you're talking about is establishing a reference frame. And the angle above that reference line was 0.0217 degrees. This is all public knowledge. You can go read all about it yourself.
Say that again. How many degrees?
0.0217 degrees above the line of sight.
Was tilted that much above horizontal?
Above the line of sight established by the first and the third pole.
I want to know the line of sight between the first and the third pole.
Yeah.
At what angle was the theodolite tilted? And this was taken in respect to horizontal and vertical.
How are you defining horizontal? You know, angles are relative, right? You know this?
Straight up and down. You know, plumb, then perpendicular to that, 90 degrees, horizontal.
So are you talking of, is your reference frame a 90-degree perpendicular line to the tangential surface of the Earth? Is that what you're calling horizontal?
Just want to know when you had the first and the third pole lined up in the line of sight, at what angle was the theodolite tilted?
Okay, what do you need in order to define an angle? Let's make sure you know science here.
Need a horizontal plane of reference.
Yeah, you need two sides, right? You need two sides. Do you agree?
And perpendicular to plumb, and then a deviation.
Just focus on the question.
A deviation in the vertical.
Just focus on the question. You need two sides to form an angle, correct?
Horizontal will give you an angle.
You need two sides to form an
angle or a depression angle.
Do you agree that you need two sides to form an angle?
What angle was the theodolite tilted with respect to horizontal and vertical, and the first and the third pole lined up?
You have to define what horizontal means. I don't know what that means in this context.
Idiot.
You okay, Joe?
Oh no, he got muted, man.
Not worth talking to.
Well, now we don't have a dancing monkey. I hope you're happy. Our dancing monkey is gone.
I hope you're happy now.
That was entertaining, man. That was distracting me from my work anyway. Who cares?
Why you throw a dancing monkey out of the tree?
In the good old days, you just made them dance with some bullets. You know, just make them dance with some bullets at the feet, like a cowboy.
Hello, is there anybody here?
There's lots of people. Lots of people
Yes. Yes, there is, sir.
Are there flat earthers who want to talk about flat Earth?
Yes.
Cool. So, do you believe in the flat Earth?
Yes.
Why?
Yeah.
I do.
Why?
Because that's what the world appears to be.
Yeah, I've never observed curvature. I've never ever observed curvature, and I guarantee you, you will never observe curvature either.
I mean, I do. Every day.
And because of the natural dynamics of water.
It doesn't have dynamic.
Yeah, of course it does. So water is level, horizontal.
Level and horizontal are different words that mean different things.
I mean, they're synonyms, obviously.
No.
Yep, they are.
Except level means curved.
Level means curved. Is that your claim?
It's not my claim. It's the definition of the word.
Could you bring that up?
Level when it pertains. Level when it is an adjective describing the shape of the planet means the conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface, having no parts above itself.
So what about all the 13 other definitions that say the opposite?
Well, they don't describe the planet.
Could you pull up your definition then? Let's look at it. You're probably referring to the Merriam-Webster one, right?
Let's see here.
I mean, everyone understands that level is just, well, in this conversation, is just having a flat horizontal surface from Google, right?
No, that's not what level means.
Okay.
We speak in
Oh,
the
yeah.
same language.
By the way, Donald believes that bathtub water is curved. By the way, or actually, no,
Level
he
means
believes that
curved.
bathtub water.
It's called a meniscus.
Hold on. Does bathtub water follow the curvature of the Earth?
Yes.
It is that is what level means. Okay, dude. You can
Did anyone hear
look
that?
up definitions and it'll tell you that level is synonymous or described as being, in one sense at least, horizontal and flat.
Did you just hear what he said?
Don't come at us with.
What about the?
Don't come at us. Don't come at us with. That's not what it means. All right. If you want to present an alternative definition that has some other different meaning in a different context, then make that argument. Don't tell us that none of the world understands level as meaning flat and horizontal. Fucking mute you.
TW, you're very fucking aggressive.
So, yes, the context I'm talking about is describing the shape of the planet. That's the only context that matters.
Let's not be rude. Let's not be rude. Let's try educated.
Let's forget about swear words for a minute.
Yeah.
Could you explain how bathtub water follows the curvature of the Earth?
Because of gravity.
Whoa.
Is that better?
How does that work in this context?
How does that work?
Yeah. How does bathtub water follow the curvature of the Earth because of gravity?
So all points on the Earth are equidistant from the center, right?
I don't know what that means. I'm not native English. Equidistance. What does that mean?
It means that all the surface of the Earth is equidistant from the center of the Earth, except for like topology, right? Topography.
I have to look up what this word means. Equidistant.
Which word? Equidistance. The same distance. Equidistant. Same distance. It's the same distance from the center.
State your thing again.
What?
State the thing again.
Like bicycle spokes on a wheel. So all the spokes are the same distance to the middle, to the outside.
I don't know what the perimeters of the Earth are, so I can't answer that.
Okay, I'm telling you that on the surface, all points are equidistant from the center. So if there's a body of water, then the left side of that water is going to be curved slightly from the right side of that water because they're equidistant from the center.
All right, but I asked you a question, so let's get to that.
What was the question?
How does bathtub water follow the curvature of the Earth due to gravity?
It's just what I explained to you.
Doesn't make sense.
Well, okay, it doesn't make sense to you.
Can you give a demonstration? Can you give a visual something? I don't know.
Well, I mean,
why should I
Donald's
believe what you're
just
saying?
saying his hopes and dreams.
Give me
He's lost
a
his mind.
reason to believe what you're
to have
saying.
a conversation with more than one person. So,
Yeah, go on. Yeah, give me a reason to believe what you're saying is true.
Fucking Christ. So, what would you need?
What about Jesus, man? What about Jesus? Don't mention his name in vain.
What would you need as like evidence for like water curving?
Just a demonstration of it, I suppose.
So, like a picture? Would a picture do?
Picture. I mean, maybe a video. Maybe that's more credible.
Video. What's the difference between? What's the difference between it? Jesus Christ! Man.
I know your question.
Your prayers to Jesus are noted, Donnie.
The difference between a video and an image is that the video is more authentic because it's like, a 3D, people moving around doing stuff.
These are not 3D, but is a video just a bunch of pictures?
Yeah, but you asked me for my criteria for the video.
So what's the difference between a video and a picture?
It's harder
A
to
video-
fake
as far
video.
as-
As
fake,
far as
yeah,
I was in the middle of a sentence, man. As far as
Hold on, you can tell the difference between a single frame and multiple frames, yet you can't tell the difference between flat and curved.
I mean, I wasn't finished with my sentence.
I don't think you're mean. I think you're just a sad sap. You're not mean at all.
Dude, can I finish my sentence? As far as evidence goes, what is the difference between a video and a picture?
No, you can't finish your sentence.
Like if you want to send an image of the blue marble, if that's what you mean, then
No, that's
go
not
ahead.
what I mean. That's not at all what I mean. Oh my
Okay.
god.
Let's see your image or your video, whatever it is.
Well, if you don't understand the picture, then it's not going to do any good. So, what would you accept as a picture of curving?
That you're the one who has to present the evidence. You provide it.
I mean, you've been presented with mountains of evidence. Why don't you accept the evidence you've already been presented?
What have I been presented?
Doesn't matter. You've been presented evidence and you don't accept it. What is the thing that is keeping you from accepting that evidence?
What is the evidence? God damn it.
Oh my fucking Christ.
What evidence are you talking about?
Okay. Give me a second.
Has anybody seen any evidence? Maybe?
Yeah.
I haven't.
Alright. So here we go. I'm going to copy a link for you. And here's evidence of water curving. Jeez, that's long.
Wait, Donald C., are you the flat earther?
I'm not a flat earther.
Why are you the only one speaking?
I wasn't. Others were talking to me.
Oh, everyone's muted, bro.
Right this moment, but I'm having a conversation.
Okay, I see the image. What's the curve supposed to be here?
Wait, who's the
So
flat
you see that crosshairs in the center? That's gonna be eye level. So any drop from eye level is curvature. See, this is why I wanted to ask you what you would accept as evidence, because you don't understand what I mean by this is a picture of curvature of water.
Do you have any metrics to the image? Yeah.
Yeah, that crosshair. That crosshair is at eye level.
Height, position.
That's irrelevant.
Location.
That's irrelevant. All of
So
that
I'm
is
just looking
irrelevant.
at a crosshair, and I just have to believe that that's eye level.
I mean, you can click on the link, and it'll tell you everything that's relevant about the image. That's why I posted the link and not just a photo.
Oh, it's a video. I'll watch
it's a
I'll watch the video. No reason to be so condescending there, buddy. I'm just
Not being condescending. I mean, I told you it was a link, not a picture.
I will check the video.
Sure. That is picture of curvature over water. Because on a flat Earth, everybody knows is that the horizon would rise to eye level, but that horizon is not rising to eye level, so it cannot be flat.
Well, your eyes are above your feet, Donnie.
Would you
rises to doesn't mean at.
Would you mind calling me by my name?
Mr. C?
I mean, if that's what you want to call me, but my name is Donald.
C.
But it's not Donnie, is my point. My name is not Donnie. You can only have a horizon on a curved object, T. A horizon only exists on a curved object. So yes, you can have a horizon on a globe. Yes. Yes. Only.
But the horizon is flat, 360 degrees.
It's not, though. I've taken a picture of the horizon. It's not flat.
Eh? From the ocean, you look around, it's all flat.
Except it's not. I've taken a picture of the horizon over the ocean. On the ocean, it's not flat. It's curved.
Do you have that photo?
I can get you another photo that's identical to the one that I took. Mine is long gone.
Oh. Must have been a great photo.
His house is burglarized.
Well, this was on a computer, and the computer was built in 1995. So.
Built right into the wall.
No. I built it
What
on
kind
my
of curvature are you showing us? Left to right curvature?
Well, no, this is drop of the horizon curvature.
So it is a straight line then?
No, it's not a straight line. It's a curved surface.
But the line left to right that we're seeing is straight, flat.
It's not, though. It's not.
It is. Even what you posted a moment ago, it is.
You're wrong. It's not flat. It's not straight.
Left to right, it's not straight?
No, it's not straight. It's curved.
Well, then that's a tiny Earth.
Well, no, it's just a tiny bit of the Earth.
With a whole lot of curve for that tiny little bit. That would equal out to a tiny Earth.
That's nonsense. I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, you're the one making shit up, Nani.
Please call me by my name.
Donald C. You're showing
you have
us.
a problem calling me by my name?
What?
Donald C. You're showing us something that's not curving left to right, and you're telling us
It is curving left to
You're
right.
lying.
It is curving
You're
left to
lying.
right. It is curving left to right.
What are you talking about, Wolf?
You saying that it's not curving left to right doesn't actually make it not curve left to right. It is
And
curving left.
you saying that it is curving left to right makes it a tiny Earth.
No, it doesn't. It makes it a big Earth.
Really tiny Earth. So funny.
I watched the video, and he's just observing a straight horizon. I don't see any curve.
It's not straight. So do you see how the crosshairs are at eye? Do you see how the crosshairs are at eye level and the horizon is below that? That's curvature.
I don't see any curved water.
The curvature is the drop from eye level of the horizon. That's the curvature.
But you're just asserting there's a
right.
What? What?
You're just asserting that there's a drop.
No, I'm measuring the drop. The drop is measured.
I thought it was observed.
It's an observation of a measurement.
What's the distance between them? What's the distance between them two fucking points?
Well, this is a yes or that's irrelevant. This is a yes or no thing. Does the horizon curve? Yes or no? This is a picture that demonstrates yes.
You think the horizon curves left to right?
I don't have to think it. I've taken a picture of it. I've demonstrated it. Yes.
But you're not describing left to right curvature.
In this photo, no.
No, obviously not.
You're an idiot, dude. I just told you there was no curvature to it, and you said there was.
No, there is
In
curvature.
fact, you grandstanded.
Just because the thing that I'm measuring is not left to right curvature doesn't mean it's not curving left to right.
So it is and it isn't. You're talking out of both sides of your mouth on it.
It is curving. It is curving. I'm just not measuring the curvature in this photo left to right.
No, neither are you depicting it. It's not being depicted in that image either.
Well, depicted is a squishy word. So what do you mean by depicted?
You're doing science from a photograph, Donald?
No, I'm doing measurements from this photograph.
Yeah, but you can't do that.
I can because of those crosshairs. That's graduation. That's a measurement.
No.
Those crosshairs are at eye level. So the measurement is from eye level to the horizon. The horizon's below eye level, therefore the surface is curved.
Well, your eyes are also above your feet. No?
Yes.
The terminology is rises to eye level, not at eye level.
But it's not rising to eye level.
You get the difference
away.
there.
It's dropping away from eye level. It's not rising
It's
to eye
dropping
level.
away, yet there's land behind it.
No, there's water behind it, not land.
Which picture are we talking about now? Because your
The picture that I
crosshairs image definitely has a beach and hills behind where you think the Earth is curved away.
Oh shit! Is it? Okay, yeah. Okay. So what?
Yeah, oh shit! It is. So that's
I didn't
not
say oh,
curvature
shit.
of the Earth that you're
Okay.
showing us.
It is though, and also it's very curvy left to right in that photo. Just so you know, you can count the pixels if you want. There's mountains of curvature there. So,
well, that's a tiny Earth then.
No, it's not a tiny Earth. That doesn't make sense.
Well, it's not even 3 miles.
What?
It's very tiny.
It's not tiny.
It's very tiny.
It's not tiny. What's tiny?
If it's curving left to right in that image, then Earth is very, very, very small.
No, that doesn't have anything to do. An image is. Oh my god! You okay?
Yeah, you're done.
No, I'm not done. You people are just saying nonsense that is very difficult to counter when I'm being interrupted all the time. But still, so just because you can see curvature in a photo doesn't mean that it has to be a tiny Earth. I don't understand what that means. Do you know what focal length is? So the focal length of a camera determines how much you're going to see, right? And this is a telescope, which has a different focal length than a camera. I don't understand why you think it has to be a tiny Earth just because there's curvature in that photo. That's what I don't understand.
What
It
I
just
don't
seems like
understand
a
is how you
silly thing to
think that
say.
the horizon is curved when it's literally synonymous with horizontal.
It's not, though. It's not at all.
Okay, Donald, if you're so convinced you're saying left to right curvature, complete that circle and see what you're left with.
3,959
No,
miles.
bro, you are slow on the uptake, homeboy.
You are wrong.
You're the one that's confused about what the term tiny Earth means. So
Yes,
if that
you're
was
right,
the
but it asks you
curvature,
for
if that's
clarity.
the curvature left to right, Donald, see, complete that circle and see what you're left with.
So
That's
there
a
is
mega
curvature
tiny
left to
Earth.
right in that photo. So there is curvature left to right in that photo.
That's what you're telling us. So complete
Well, I mean,
that
I'm
circle.
looking at it and I see that it's
Complete
curved.
that-
You can count the
okay,
pixels
well,
if you want.
Donald,
Complete that circle and see if you're left with the 3959 mile radius Earth or a tiny Earth.
Nope, you're going to be left with a 3959 Earth.
Well, how the hell are you? If the curvature of the Earth is in the beach right there, then how the hell are you going to fit Africa, Asia, Europe, North and South America, and all the oceans and seas on this ball?
Because it's a gigantic ball.
No, it's tiny.
No, it's gigantic.
He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it.
Yeah, I don't know why he doesn't get it, but he just doesn't get it.
No, you don't get it, bro.
I do get it.
No, you don't.
You telling me I don't get it doesn't actually mean I don't get it. You understand that, right? You saying something is not evidence of that thing.
I don't understand anything.
I don't think you understand anything. Where are we left with? How do we tell the difference?
Fuck.
So how do we tell the difference between you not knowing anything and me not knowing anything?
So from a telescope taking a picture or something, it was, how long is that water like?
That's irrelevant. This is a yes or no question that we're answering.
Irrelevant.
Yeah, because we're answering a yes or no question here.
Is it? No, we're not.
I am answering yes or no. The question was, does the horizon curve? And this is a picture of horizon curving. So
Right.
yes, the answer is yes. The horizon curves.
How big is that picture? How big is that picture of the horizon?
Doesn't matter. It's a yes or
doesn't
no
matter?
question. It's a yes or no question.
Oh my god! You can't be this dumb, bro.
You can click on the link and get all of the relevant information about the photo. That's why I posted a link, not just a photo. There's a video attached.
I thought it better you actually tell us since you posted the fucking link. So, but no, okay. I
did post a link. I did post a link.
No. Jesus, don't worry, bro. I'll read it.
Yeah, go look at the link. It'll have all the relevant information there.
Right, where is it?
I'll repost it. How about that?
No, you don't have to repost it. I'm looking for the relevant information.
Oh, it's in the video. Just click on the video.
That's pretty good. Yeah, I understand now. What the hell? Can you not operate a fucking camera? Yeah, okay. Ooh, oh, there's mountains in the background.
That's irrelevant.
Yeah. Show us the distance that he's capturing it at, right?
Do you want one that doesn't have mountains behind it? Is that what you're saying? Because I can do this.
This is perfectly fine.
This one does not have mountains behind it. Do you want that one?
No, I'm perfectly fine watching whatever shit this is I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, Donald, the first one with the crosshairs, it's not a great look if you're telling us that's the Earth curving away from you, yet there's beach and hills behind it.
T, why do you think this demonstrates flat Earth in any way?
Have you ever gone out and made your own long distance observations, or are you just trapped by these damage control images that have been fed to you?
I've measured the circumference of the planet myself.
Oh my god, dude. Presupposing planet. I'm just asking, have you ever gone out to the beach and looked at something far away?
Yes, I've done that. Yes, I have done that. I have measured the circumference.
What distances have you seen?
From the beach to the horizon.
What objects, items, land masses have you seen in the distance, and at what distance was it?
I was looking over the...
I'm not asking you to be more and more vague. Yes, we are in close proximity to the Milky Way.
Christ. I was looking...
to Jesus are noted.
Fuck off. I was looking... Can I speak, for fuck's sake? I was looking over the ocean, so there was nothing beyond what I could see except for ocean. All I saw was ocean and horizon.
That's why I'm saying this would be a good opportunity for you to make some more of these observations, and your confusion will dissipate.
I don't need to make more observations of the planet than I already have.
You've got the little crosshairs, mini Earth pictures. I got it. Go ahead.
Except that's not what this shows. You're very silly. And what do you mean by presupposing a planet?
Well, you work it out, bro.
Well, what do you mean by measuring the circumference of the planet?
I mean,
how the hell did you do that?
I mean, that's easy to do. Anybody can do that. And also,
Dude,
as far as
the vaguest MFer that's ever been in here.
Well, that's just not true. So, here is a lecture from Carl Sagan at the Royal Institute in
are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Wow, we had the same conversation like 2 months ago, almost exactly 2 months ago.
I know, and you guys still haven't learned. You haven't watched the video clearly. You're still
this is a video that came from a different. This came from a different speech than you thought it was.
No, it
Like
didn't.
it ended up turning out to be from a children's presentation.
I never said children's. I said Christmas. It's a Christmas lecture series. Not children.
Yeah,
Christmas.
it's for children. It's for the youth. Yeah.
No, it's for any,
Here we go again.
It's for no. This wasn't in the last conversation, so it's for anybody. It's just the Christmas lecture series at the Royal Institute in England, in London, that's been going on for over 200 years.
Oh, that must be true then.
Amish, did you see Donald's proof of curving water?
No, I didn't. I just came in. Sorry if I interrupted things. Carry on.
No, I was just asking you. Here it is.
Yeah.
What do you think about that, Amish?
The globe is 600 years old. It must be true. 600 fucking years, bro.
The globe is 4.5
I think
billion
about
years
that.
old.
I have no idea what I'm looking at. First off, like I can add
you're
any
looking at-
context to this that I want.
You can click on
So
the video.
I need accompanying data.
Yeah, you can click on you can click on the video and it has all the relevant data.
It's a 1.5.
All right, I might take a look at that in a few hours.
Sure. Whenever you feel like looking at it, knock yourself out.
It's proof of 10 years.
All right, if you want to go ahead and explain it to the audience, especially for those who can't view things, that would be very helpful.
Okay, so it's a picture of the drop of the horizon, which is curvature of the Earth.
That's the claim. So what's happening?
The horizon is dropping from eye level, which can only happen on a curved surface.
How do we know it's eye level? Level to what distance?
The distance is irrelevant to level.
No, it sure is for accuracy.
Distance is irrelevant.
It's irrelevant.
No, it's not. Not for accuracy of level. If I hang a plumb bob and it's off by like a few millirads over 20 miles, I could be looking way up at the sky or looking down on the ground or looking way off to the left or to the right of my intended target.
But
the angle has to depend over distance.
So none of that has
absolutely necessary.
Jesus Christ. None of that has anything to do with the accuracy of level. So the level is going, if level is accurate at your position, then it's going to be accurate at distance too.
To what degree of certainty?
Well, I mean, all of the relevant information is in the video. You can go look at the video; it'll give you that information.
All right. So you okay? Never mind. I might take a look at it later, but until you can articulate what's in it, then it's just a claim.
No, I mean it is the evidence. The video is the evidence. What are you talking about? It's the claim. The video is the evidence.
Claims are not evidence.
I know. That's why the video is evidence, not a claim.
Right. And I'll look at it in a few hours because.
Okay, well, if you want to ignore the evidence, feel free. You can ignore evidence all you want.
I'm not ignoring it. You haven't presented it. You told me to go look at it. I'm like, fine, I'll go look at it later. I'm driving.
Dude, I presented the evidence. Whether you look at it is up to you. But I presented the evidence.
That doesn't mean you've proven anything either. The evidence has to be evaluated, which it hasn't been evaluated yet.
I mean, by you. It's been evaluated by others.
Right. Yeah. Well, you want my opinion? Okay. You're going to have to wait for it.
No, I don't want your opinion. This is the evidence of the curvature of the Earth. Sans your opinion. Your opinion is irrelevant to this being evidence of the curvature of the Earth.
And your claim for it being evidence is irrelevant until it's been evaluated. Thank you very much.
It has been evaluated.
Not by me.
Well, that's you evaluating it, not it being evaluated. You understand the difference, right?
Well, do you want me to evaluate it or not?
I don't care if you evaluate it or not.
All right, so I don't care if you think this is proof of any curvature.
Your opinion is irrelevant to whether or not this is evidence of curvature. It is evidence of curvature.
Your opinion is also relevant as to whether or not this constitutes any evidence for your claim.
Yeah, it's not.
Sans your opinion, this is evidence.
Okay, if you say so.
No, not if I say so. Me saying so is irrelevant.
Right.
Do you
All right, so I
understand
don't
what the difference between objective and subjective is? Because it doesn't seem like you do.
Yeah, I do.
Dude,
I
you
have
can
not
see the
objectively
beach on the other
reviewed
side
anything.
where you say it's already curved away.
So you understand that things can rise above the horizon if they're tall enough, right?
The sand on the beach?
You can
There's not just a beach.
You can produce
that's
sound
also a
effect by
mountain.
adjusting focal length and subject distance.
You want one
can
that
make
doesn't
distant
have a
objects
mountain?
appear higher and lower than the field of view.
Do you want one that doesn't have a mountain? Because I can get you one that doesn't have a mountain. It's just, I didn't really think that I needed to, but okay, I can
Yeah,
get you
you
one that
keep
doesn't have a
talking
mountain.
about this second picture.
Yeah?
You know,
What about it?
you can change the angular relationships between objects in the foreground and the background by adjusting focal length and subject distance. Everybody knows that.
Here's one with no mountains. How about that?
So,
Wait,
so you can
say
make
that
mountains
again?
appear higher or lower than the center of your horizon by adjusting focal length and subject distance to objects closer. Like
So
we
you
don't
can
have
zoom
any
in and
more
out. You're
evidence.
saying you can zoom in and out. You're just saying you can zoom in and out. Yeah. But that's irrelevant
Zooming
to what
to
But that's irrelevant to what I'm showing in these pictures. I just posted the other one that
Zooming is
doesn't have a mountain.
magnification. Magnification is not adjusting focal length.
That's how you magnify is by adjusting focal length.
In this other picture, where if he's standing on the beach, that one's definitely a tiny Earth. Donald.
No, it's not.
Even your feeble
You
little
have
mind
to
can
stop
complete
saying
that
tiny
circle.
Earth. Nothing I
Complete the
present,
circle.
nothing I present will
Complete
ever
the circle of this curve.
May I speak? May I fucking speak?
How about you listen instead of just waiting to speak?
Because you are already wrong. Nothing
yeah,
I ever
right.
present, nothing I ever present will ever demonstrate a tiny Earth. Ever.
Well, complete
Stop
the
saying
circle.
that.
Complete the circle.
Yeah, it'll have a radius of 3,959
You are
miles.
so silly, homeboy. You're being
You just
silly.
saying that
Donald.
doesn't. You just saying that doesn't make it true.
And you just saying, "Oh, when I complete the circle, it'll be the 3959 water ball." It's not what I'm
So
asking
go ahead
you
and do it.
to
Also
do.
show us the aperture, focal length, and distance to the objects in the scene.
Dude, if you want all of that information, just go click on the link. Go look at the video yourself.
All right, well, until then, it's not been properly evaluated, and I'll dismiss it until
By
I can.
you. It's not been evaluated by you. That doesn't mean it hasn't been evaluated. You understand the difference, right?
Yeah, I've not been
Okay.
presented
What's the difference?
any evidence.
What's the difference between you evaluating something and it being evaluated?
Well, my evaluation may be different than somebody else's. I've yet to do it.
Okay. So, but it's been evaluated. This is evidence, according to everyone who's ever evaluated it. This is evidence for the curvature of the Earth.
Cool story.
Cool
Are you able to
story.
present any of the
How is you
information? I will
evaluating
take
it going
your
to
word.
change anything? Listen, listen. How is you evaluating it? How is you evaluating it going to change anything?
Because I may bring up points of contention that other people who've evaluated it missed. And I may be correct. They are wrong. You doubt it. Well, you can doubt all you want. That's your opinion. That's your subjective opinion.
And so is your evaluation. Your evaluation
I
is
will
your
accept
subjective opinion.
if you can provide me data. If it can provide me data and context and voice chat while I'm driving, I will accept what you say at face value, and we can have a productive discussion. Otherwise, if you're not prepared to do that, then I'll take a look at this later.
What do you mean? I mean, I have done that. I have said this is evidence that there is curvature. There is a drop of the horizon from eye level, which can only happen on a curved object. I said that already.
Not on that fucking scale, bro.
Scale
That's
is
your claim
irrelevant.
again.
Scale is about.
See, this is what I'm saying. That's why I presented the evidence that you refuse to evaluate.
I'm driving, man. You're not able to provide me any context.
You should not be talking on Discord while you're driving. That's extremely dangerous.
How dare you?
No, it's not.
It is.
Hands-free device, dude.
It doesn't matter.
I got
It's
a
still
hands-free
dangerous.
device. I got a long drive. No, it's not. You ever drive before?
All right, I'm
You have a
just gonna
driver's license?
not talk to you about driving.
Yeah, you shouldn't be putting on your clown makeup while talking to us, Donald C. Yeah, you were confused about what.
What did you claim I was confused about?
Well, earlier you were talking about, you were presupposing Earth as a planet, and you were very confused about that. Well, look at the very thing you posted.
Yeah.
The first sentence.
Earth
because
as a
Earth
planet.
is a sphere. There you go.
I've measured it. It's a sphere.
This is how you're locked in. This is how you're locked into the fairy tale. You don't even bat
I've
an eye at
measured
that.
it, dude. I have personally measured it.
Stop the cap.
You can fuck yourself with calling me a liar when I'm not lying. You can fuck yourself with calling me a liar when I'm not lying.
How wide is this lens to trying to see a
It's
curve?
in the
left or
video if
right?
you really want to find out. It's in the video.
Calm down, don't.
You're sure of that?
Maybe. I mean, it should be. No, I'm not. I'm not certain of it because I haven't watched the video all the way through. But all I need is the picture of the horizon dropping to my level.
Next thing he's going to say black holes are real, and he has pictures of them. What the?
You haven't seen it
Black
yourself.
holes are real. We've taken pictures of them.
You didn't watch it yourself. Wait, hold on. You're demanding us to watch something you didn't view?
I don't need to. I'm not skeptical of it.
So you just trust. You trust somebody
Blindly.
else.
No. All I need is that one photo. I don't need all the other information to demonstrate what I'm demonstrating with this photo. I don't need all the information that you're asking. If you want that information, listen. If you listen, dude, if you want that information, it's there to find. You can go get that information if you want it. I don't need it to demonstrate what I'm trying to demonstrate with this photo. It's a yes or no that I'm
I've
demonstrating.
already seen this a dozen times.
I
For all you know,
know.
I've seen this a dozen times, and what I'm checking is your honesty and your level of commitment to evaluate the evidence yourself. You just told the audience that you didn't even look at the whole video, and you
I
trust
just
that it's
need that
okay.
photo.
For all
I
you know,
just
I
need
can
that
tell you
one
everything
photo.
you need to know about this image. And so you just kind of shot yourself in the foot again, Donald.
No, I didn't, because all I need is that one photo.
No, you don't, because
Well,
you see
that's it, huh?
you see the white lines of the waves in the photo as well. Do you see how they curve with that horizon? Do you think all those waves are curving as well?
Do you think all of those waves are gigantic? And yes, waves are curvy.
Where's the horizon in that image capture anyway?
It's where the sky meets the ground or the water.
So is that the observable or physical horizon?
They're the same thing.
So when the horizon distance changes, like on my weather app, I pull up visibility to the horizon, and it's like 6 miles one day, 3 miles another day, 11 miles another day. Earth is getting bigger and smaller, huh? Because it's the same thing, because it's physical, because it's the sphere edge too. Got like a breathing Earth.
Dude,
wow, Earth ate a lot today. It's
Whenever
got a
you're
big fat
talking about,
belly.
dude, whenever you're talking about visibility, you're talking about eyesight. Eyesight is photons. Photons refract.
So it's not the physical edge of the horizon of the ball. It's
When you're talking about visibility, when you're talking about looking at it, it's different from the horizon. Looking at the horizon is not the horizon.
oh, so there are two horizons.
That's not what I said. I said looking at the horizon is not the horizon. You're looking at the horizon is not the same as the horizon. You understand that, right?
Yeah,
so you can't ever see the curvature of the Earth.
I never ever said that.
Because
I showed you a picture of the curvature of the Earth. I showed you a picture of the curvature of the Earth. So yes,
But you
can
said
see
you
it.
can't ever
without
see it.
saying it.
You can
You said
see
you
it.
can never see it.
I never said that.
Yeah, you said it's not the horizon.
I said looking at the horizon is not the horizon. So,
Right.
a person looking at something, a person looking at something is not
really see where it is.
Listen, let me finish my sentence.
Define horizon again.
Horizon is where the sky appears to meet the Earth.
Okay.
Is that something you can or can't always see?
You can, as long as you can see the horizon, you can see the horizon. I understand. So if you're in a place where there's trees where you can't see the horizon, then you can't see the horizon. But if you can see the horizon, you can see the horizon. That's a very weird question to ask.
And sometimes it's 3 miles away, sometimes it's 6, sometimes it's 11, depending on the weather.
And your altitude, your elevation, it depends on weather conditions and it depends on refraction. Yeah.
So
because
that's not the physical horizon.
There is a physical horizon.
And you can't tell where it is, even though it's a predicted fixed value.
It's not a fixed value for viewing it. Whenever a person is viewing it, it is different from the actual thing itself.
Okay, so how do you measure where it should physically be?
You have to know the radius of the object you're on. You have to know your elevation. You have to know.
How do you know the radius? How do you know the radius of the globe Earth that you've presupposed?
I haven't presupposed it. I've measured
the radius.
God damn it! Can I answer a question? I'd like to answer the question I was asked.
Yeah. Well, you don't understand. You don't know the radius yet. You're trying to verify it independently.
I've measured it. I have measured the radius myself.
You went to the core?
Without knowing it ahead of time. Because that's what verification is.
I didn't know it ahead of time.
All right.
I measured the core and you've survived to talk about it.
Do you understand that there's a relationship between the radius and the circumference of a sphere?
Oh, brother, man. Your circular reasoning is going to be your downfall.
Circular reasoning? Where's the circular reasoning?
Did you measure the radius or did you calculate it from what you've already presupposed the globe to be?
I didn't presuppose anything, and all measurements are... Oh, my God. Let me finish my sentence. Let me finish my sentence.
Oh, dude, why don't you start? You're worried about finishing. You've yet to start.
I have. So... Whenever you measure the circumference of a sphere, you are all measurements require calculation.
The circumference of the sphere.
You're still not listening to me.
Oh, so you're bullshitting. I hear it.
I'm not. So all measurements require calculations. You cannot do a measurement without calculations.
That's not true.
Give me a measurement that has no calculations.
Okay, I'll give you a measurement. You put your hand in a boiling pot of water, your hand went from not being burnt to being burnt.
It's not a measurement.
You just experienced. Yeah.
No, it's not a measurement. What was the temperature of the water? That's a measurement.
The measurement went from a state of not being burnt to burnt.
That's not a measurement.
Define burnt.
That's not okay. Define measurement. Define measurement.
Just a change of state. In this case, you went from not being burnt to being burnt.
Measurement is just a change of state?
You can quantize it later. You can quantize it later and apply statistical methods later. And you can get better and better at measuring using scales.
I want you to give me the definition of measurement.
And burnt.
Yeah, the skin falls off of your hand and you pull out a bunch of bones. How about that?
Donald, how you measure 1 mile?
It's not burnt until that point.
Donald, how you measure 1 mile?
I give you one. It's arbitrary. The Greeks use arbitrary measurements to build and construct and do all kinds of things.
All units of measurement are arbitrary.
But measurements are standardized, and you can't standardize.
Okay, so hold on. Donald C., back to you measuring the radius of Earth.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, how'd you do it?
Did it by measuring the circumference.
Yeah, how'd you do it?
Again, I just went over this. So I used the
radius. How did you get the circumference? I used the radius. How did you get the radius? I used the circumference.
I didn't do that.
How'd you get the circumference? I used the radius.
Would you like me to explain, or would you just like to make assumptions? Because you can let me explain, and that'd be amazing. So
mathematical laws allow you to convert between the two, Olpas. There's no problem with that.
So I took a measurement of the position of the sun at two different latitudes, at the same longitude, on the same day at the same time with a buddy. And then I calculated the circumference of the planet using that. That's a measurement. And from there you can use pi and the relationship between the circumference and the radius to calculate the radius. That's a measurement.
Wait, hold on. So back up. What did you and a friend do?
I took a measurement of the position of the sun at two different latitudes on the same longitude on the same day at the same time.
All right. And how is this not a flat Earth proof?
Because it measured the circumference.
How did it measure circumference? Circumference of what?
Circumference of the planet Earth.
Of the latitude.
You don't know Earth is a planet yet. You don't
Yes,
know it's
I
round
do.
yet. You're trying to verify. Well,
I don't know that it's round. No, I don't know that it's round. I don't know that it's round.
You're supposed to not presuppose. You're not.
I didn't presuppose. Dude. Oh my
So how
God,
did
you're a
you
human being. Listen, I did not
determine
presuppose.
its circumference?
I didn't determine it. I measured it. So I didn't assume that it would hurt. Oh my God.
You measured an angle, not a circumference.
You really?
Yes,
How did you
I
get a
measured.
circumference from an angle?
So you take two angles, right? From the same longitude at different latitudes. You take an angle measurement to the sun, and you know the ground position of the sun on that day because we did it on the winter solstice, so we knew exactly where the sun ground position was. And we know the distance from where we are to that point, and then we take the angle to the sun and we solve all the triangles.
All right. So how'd you get a circumference from that? Why would you presuppose
Solving the triangles. When you solve the triangles, you can calculate the circumference.
Your triangles have a flat baseline between you and your friend.
No, they don't.
Why would you think to curve it? Why would you think to curve it?
I don't have a flat baseline anywhere. There is no flat baseline in my calculations at all.
Well, that's what an angle requires.
Well, I used a plumb bob, so that's down.
Sure. You took an angle. Now, why did you think to bend an angle?
Down to what?
Angles don't bend. I didn't bend any angles. I don't know what you mean by a bent angle. I can't bend an angle.
I know, a curve angle. Like, why did you then assume from an angle, which has two straight lines that terminate to a point?
No, angles don't have two straight lines.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't have two straight lines.
See those like 8th grade math
There's
questions
nothing
where
in
they
the
say which one
definition.
of these is an angle, and they'll show you two straight lines, and they'll maybe bend one of them, and you have to choose A or B.
There is no part of the
Choose the one
definition.
where it has like a straight line and a bent curve line. You fail the question.
There's no part of the definition of an angle that requires straight lines.
Yes, there is.
Show me the definition. What is the definition of an angle?
Two straight lines that terminate at a vertex or a point. They
What's your
intersect.
source on that? Are you just making that up, or what's your source on that?
Well, I mean, I'm driving right now, but perhaps you want to provide evidence. You
Donald,
can provide a source for your supposition.
Are you serious?
So an angle is
Are you asking for the
the
definition of
space
angle?
usually measured in degrees between two intersecting lines or surfaces at
I
or
will
close
point you-
to the point where they meet.
If you want to reference,
There's no
go look at
straight
the body
there.
of work by Euclid. You ever read Euclid before?
Yes, I
And
have.
nowhere in Euclid will you find any reference to curving lines forming angles.
Except for when he talks about non-Euclidean geometry. That's something.
He doesn't really talk about that. That's at the
He
very
does,
end.
though. He has an entire book about it.
That came
A
later.
particular way of approaching or okay, so a space usually measured in degrees between two intersecting lines or surfaces at or close to the point where they meet. Nothing about straight there anywhere.
So why would you assume non-Euclidean geometry when using angles?
I didn't.
Yeah, you do. You just admitted it.
I didn't admit anything. I didn't assume non-Euclidean geometry. I was forced to use non-Euclidean geometry when my triangle had more than 180 degrees on the interior angles.
Oh, how'd you get more than 180 degrees? How'd you measure that?
I just told you I measured two angles of the position of the sun at two different latitudes on the same longitude at the same time on the same day.
How'd you do that?
I used a protractor and a plumb bob.
Okay. What were the angles?
Mine was 32 degrees. I don't remember Jason's. I wasn't.
So, how do you know that they came to more than 180 degrees? Complementary angle.
Because I can solve a triangle.
These triangles.
I can solve a triangle.
Yeah.
If
So
I
you don't
have,
remember the step though.
if I have, yes, I do. I'm about to explain it to you. If I have
values.
If I have an angle and if I have two angles and a length of one side of a right triangle, I can solve it. And I had that, so I solved it.
You don't remember what these measurements were.
Mine was 32 degrees. My measurement was 32 degrees to the sun.
All right, so that's using flat angles.
No.
How do you go from your angle being 32 degrees to any spherical excess claim? That's what I'm trying to get the audience to listen to. And you're just kind of whistling past a whole bunch of stuff right now.
You solve for the triangles, and the triangle equals more than 180 degrees on the interior of the triangle.
So walk us through an example. You got 32 degrees. How do you get from there to spherical excess? Go.
So I took two different measurements. I don't remember Jason's measurement because it's been 25 years. But
all right, go ahead and make something up. 25 years. Okay, go ahead and make something up. Just give us an example.
How's Jason doing these days?
Holy shit, I haven't talked to him in years. It's been 25 years, buddy. He was my weed dealer. He wasn't a buddy. He wasn't like my best friend from high school. He was my weed dealer.
Great experimental partner. Great guy to go determine the circumference of the Earth.
Think a weed dealer can use a protractor?
I'm gonna go smoke
Is he the one that burglarized your? Is he the one that stole the shit from your house?
No. Do you think a weed dealer can't use a protractor?
All right, so let's go back to this. Is this 32 degrees from the? Was this a zenith angle of 32 degrees or no?
Zenith. This was a measurement from the plumb bob to the sun. Well, it's the inverse. It's the
zenith
inverse.
Angle or not?
It's the inverse. So what?
Yeah. So are you trying to tell the audience that this is a zenith angle or not?
Zenith angle. The zenith is the straight line of the. I wasn't on the straight line of the. What are you talking about? The zenith angle. That's the angle from the 90 to the hypotenuse, right?
A zenith angle refers to the vertical established by Plumb is your vertical reference instead of a horizontal reference.
Okay, so yeah, I used the plumb bob.
Well, yeah. So did you use a zenith angle, or is this like a horizontal elevation angle?
Elevation? No, there was no elevation involved.
Jeez, criminy. So
unless you're talking about like
you did not use the horizontal. You didn't use an elevation angle. You used a zenith angle from vertical of the plumb bob.
I used the plumb bob to get the angle to the sun. Yes. How many times do I have to repeat myself?
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out which angle you use because we can determine your latitude if that's the case.
It was 32 degrees. I used the inverse of the vertical, so it would have been what 78? No, 68. No, 58. I guess 58. I just remember the inverse because that's the one that I calculated.
You know, if you've never seen this guy since the time right around your house got burglarized, I don't know, Donald.
No, I hadn't seen him for ages before that. Years and years and years. Oh my God. My buddy has nothing to do with this. Except that he took the measurement.
That was 25 years ago.
That's kind of funny. Hold on, guys. Let's get back to this. We're trying to get from a 32-degree elevation angle.
Elevation angle.
Or zenith angle. We haven't really determined which one yet. To spherical excess.
We have. I told you. I took the measurement. It's the inverse of the measurement from the plumb bob.
Bro, the Earth's a globe.
All right, so let's say that's an elevation angle. It sounds like you're in the southern latitudes of the United States, right?
DFW, Texas. I'm in DFW, Texas.
Yeah, okay. So
does that make it easier for you?
Angle, not a zenith angle. You used an elevation angle. How do you get to spherical excess from here?
I didn't use an elevation angle. Okay, I calculated the position of the sun above the horizon. Is that what you mean by elevation angle?
That is an
angle
elevation
above the horizon. Is that what you mean? Angle angle above the horizon?
Horizon to up is an elevation angle.
If that's what you want to call it, go ahead. We'll call it that.
Okay. All right, great. Continue.
What do you mean continue? I've already repeated myself 5 times on this.
Well, hold on. But how do you get to spherical excess from here?
You do it twice. You have 2 different measurements. So you have the angle and the sides of 3 triangles, and then you solve all those triangles.
All right, hold on. Now give us the example. So you got 32 degrees. What are the other angles for the other observations?
I don't remember his. I think it was pretty close. I think it's about the same. But I don't remember his. I just remember mine.
Yeah. All right. So how do we get to spherical excess?
I have told you over and over and over. If you have the 2 angles and the length of the side of a triangle, you can solve that triangle, right? Does trigonometry work?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, well, that's what I did, was trigonometry.
All right, so that's 1 triangle.
No, I had 2 triangles.
Yeah, 2 triangles. Okay.
Actually, I had 3 triangles because when I have, that's why I did 2 positions. So I have the triangle on the surface. There's a triangle between me and the sun and my buddy and the sun. And then there's a triangle between me, my buddy, and the sun.
Okay. And these are all flat baselines, right?
No, I'm not using any flat baselines.
Well, again, you need angles. You need non-curving vectors.
From the plumb bob.
Is the plumb bob curving?
No, plumb bobs don't curve.
Good. Okay, good. Do you have a line of sight to the sun that's curving?
Of course not. Lines of sight are straight.
All right, good. Do you have a line of sight to your friend that's curving?
That's not part of my triangle, but yes, it's curving.
Oh, you said it was.
But I don't have a line of sight. I don't.
You said you had a triangle on the ground.
Yes, I have a triangle on the ground.
All right, good. So you got straight lines of sight all the way around. Great.
No, not straight. You don't have to use the word straight. You don't have to add that word straight. That's just
sorry, that's triggering, but
it's not that it's triggering. It's that it's irrelevant. It's that it's irrelevant. It's that
you're now escaping. You're escaping to non-Euclidean geometry for some reason now.
I'm not escaping. I'm not using non-Euclidean yet. I'm not using non-Euclidean yet.
All right, good. Okay, let's continue. Now, what were the angles and how did you determine that they were spherical excess to the degree that you needed to prove that there's curvature of a globe of a 3959-mile radius? Go ahead.
I'm not repeating myself again. I've answered this question 5 fucking times. I'm not repeating myself again. Use my previous answer.
Past the graveyard. You keep whistling past the graveyard.
I'm not whistling past anything. I don't know what that means. And I'm not whistling and I'm not passing. I'm not doing any of those things.
All right, here's what I heard. We got all these complementary triangles, and the angles are just kind of weird. So we know that Earth is a globe because you have greater degrees.
I didn't say that. The angles. I never said anything about. I never said anything about the angles being weird.
Okay. All right. So they're not weird. They're just regular triangles.
They're angles. I measured angles, not triangles. I saw. You are an annoying human being to talk to.
Well, I'm waiting for you to show me something. Like, I looked at him, I had this line of sight to the sun, line of sight to this, and I knew these had to be 180 degrees, but they weren't. They were like 195 degrees. Like,
I mean, I've done that over and over. How many times do you want me to do that?
Where was the spherical excess? Where did you encounter a problem with the 180 degree triangle not making up 180 degrees?
The triangle between me, my buddy, and the ground position of the sun was the one that, they had spherical excess.
Where did this manifest? In what part of the triangles? What part of the angles?
The interior angles of the triangle.
Yeah, so at what point did you notice that you should have had 180 degrees but didn't?
When I solved all the triangles.
Part of your measuring process.
When I solved the triangles.
What angles did you have to solve in these triangles? Which ones did you not measure and had to calculate?
All of them except for the 90 degree at the ground position of the sun and my 32 degree measurement.
So you
and my buddy's measurement. All of the other triangle angles I had to solve for.
So the sun wasn't at the zenith and ground position that you thought it would be.
I never said that, and why would you say that? That doesn't make any sense. Of course it was.
It's because you said it was the angle created by the sun in its ground position. So I'm saying, okay, so it sounds like
you
needed the sun to be at a certain position, and it wasn't there.
It was. It was exactly where I thought it would be. It was above the Tropic of Capricorn, I think, for the winter is where it is. We know the ground position of the sun. That's not an issue.
That's contentious, but I'll accept it for now. I'm just trying to figure out how did you get the spherical excess, and it's not really coming through that clearly. Somewhere there has to be.
Are you kidding me? I've told you fucking 6 times now. I'm done. No, I'm done.
I'm waiting for an angle somewhere to be bigger than what it should have been. Which angle was that?
It was the angles that I solved between the ground position of the sun, me, and my buddy. I've said that 3 times now.
My drag buddy.
This is several angles. So this excess was in several angles that were not measured but calculated
to
be
one triangle.
Measured?
It was in one triangle, the triangle on the surface. That's the only triangle that had spherical excess, was the one on the surface. Rest were just regular triangles.
All right, so how did you determine the angle to your buddy?
I calculated that one because all I had was his measurement to the sun and my measurement to the sun. So I had to calculate that one.
How'd you calculate it?
SOHCAHTOA? Trigonometry?
So this means there would not have been spherical excess in your calculation if you're using SOHCAHTOA.
That's not true. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Otherwise, you're breaking Euclidean geometry.
You can use SOHCAHTOA in non-Euclidean geometry. That's fine.
Right, so now you're assuming non-Euclidean geometry. So let's say you SOHCAHTOA, you solve for 180, or you solve for greater than 180.
This is like the 4th time you've said that I assumed something that I did not assume. Stop saying I assumed stuff I did not assume.
Well, it sounds like you assumed curvature.
Well, what it sounds like to you is not actually what it is, because you are misunderstanding this, demonstrated by me having to repeat myself fucking 5 times.
So you calculated the angles created on the ground to be greater than 180. Is that the point? And you didn't measure this.
All measurements are calculations.
No.
Yes, all measurements are calculations.
Not true.
Give
You can
me
measure
one
without
measurement. Give me a single measurement that's not a calculation.
All right, just watching something change.
Watching something is not a measurement. Watching something is not a measurement.
Yeah, watching something change from
Is
one
not
thing
a
to the
measurement.
next due to causation factor.
Not a measurement. Measurements require measurements require units.
Later.
My God, dude, you're an annoying fucking human being to talk to.
Let's say you don't have. Let's say you're the first one to observe something. Hold on. You have not come up with a unit of measurement yet for something you observed. You could be the first one to observe something that
unit of measure.
You don't have any units yet, but you
degrees. Degrees are a unit of measure.
Units allow you to count. Units allow you to count and calculate. But
degrees
you don't have to have units yet.
Fucking shit, dude. Degrees are. Dude, you have to stop talking for 5 seconds. Degrees are.
I do.
Degrees are, if you want a conversation, yes. Degrees are a unit of measure.
All right.
Jesus. So everything that you said was wrong.
No. If I see the sun on the east rising and then I see it on the west setting, I don't have to measure 180 degrees. I don't have to count or do any calculations.
You're not measuring it.
You know, it's a bad measurement.
No, it's not a measurement at all
It goes
because
from here to there.
you have no units
I know
of
it goes
measure.
from here to there, and it takes a long time for it to go here to there. That's a
That's
measurement.
not a measurement. That's just you looking at stuff.
That's a measure. Yeah, that's how you measure.
Measurements require units, require graduated distances. Do you have any graduations in your eyes? So no, just looking at something is not a measurement. You need graduation. Google the word graduated and you'll understand what a measurement is.
Suppose you don't have that yet, and you're the first one to come up with a new unit of something that you experience changing with your eyes.
Well, if you have a unit of measure, then you can measure it. But you have to make a calculation to do that because whatever you're measuring with is definitely not the same size as what you're measuring.
All right, so let's get back to this. You got angles on the ground that make up more than 180 degrees, and you calculated that. How'd you calculate that? Based off of what known distances.
Trigonometry, measured angles. Not known distances, measured angles.
To your friend, though, is what I'm saying. Like earlier, you said that you have a known distance between yourself and your friend.
No, that's not what I said.
Did you?
I said that
I said, well, yeah.
That's not what I said.
That's not what I said. I said that's a contentious point. You can say that for later, but I'll accept it for now. You remember me saying that?
If you're going to lie about what I say and not allow me to correct you, then we're not having a conversation. You're just preaching, and I'm going to ignore you.
You did say there are known distances involved, and I did say fine. I will accept that for now. I think it's contentious.
One known distance from me to the ground position of the sun. That's the known distance.
All right, so how is that a known distance? Why should I accept that?
We know that the sun is over the the Tropic of Capricorn on the winter solstice. I think it's Capricorn in the winter.
Okay, so how do we know that distance is accurate?
Because we travel there. What?
Yeah, that's a problem, Donald.
How is it a problem?
Because what if this is a straight? Well, this could be a straight line, flat distance, and you're thinking it's curved in your brain.
I'm not assuming any flatness or not flatness. You're making assumptions I'm not making. The only thing I'm assuming is that I know where on the surface of planet Earth the Tropic of Capricorn is, and I know the distance between the Tropic of Capricorn and my location, which I do.
All right, I want you to validate those distances.
Okay, I'll show you any map on the planet every map ever.
All right, show me a map that does this without using a spherical coordinate reference grid. Because that'll be presupposing a spherical system in the first instance. Therefore, latitude and longitude are out.
I can just fly there, and I can measure the distance by flying there.
That's terrible. You can't measure by flying. We've been through this before.
You measure distances by flying?
What if you got a headwind? What if your plane drifts because it's getting blown off course to the left and to the right gently?
We can measure those things. We can measure those things.
They're flying in flight corridors. There are ETOPS regulations requiring airplanes to fly in certain.
Okay, so how do you measure a distance? Okay, how do you? Okay. How do you measure how do you measure the distance between 2 points on the surface of Earth?
I don't know, Donald. That's your claim.
You don't know? You're telling me I can't do something that you don't know how to do. Just because you don't know how to do it means I don't know how to do it?
No, I'm not the one making a claim here. You're the one presenting.
So travel there. I can travel there, and I can measure my travel there. However I travel, however I measure it, I can measure the amount of time, distance, speed, fuel, everything. I can measure all of those things and get a distance between 2 places on Earth.
Okay. All right. Let's say, okay, for the sake of discussion, it's a known distance. How do you know that the light is coming from a sun that's
irrelevant to my measurement?
Parallel versus non-parallel.
Irrelevant to my measurement. It's utterly and completely irrelevant to my measurement. All I need to know is
that we've got a lot of flat angles everywhere in a flat Earth. I'm waiting for it to curve somewhere.
Oh my God! How many times do I have to explain this to you before you understand it?
Because right now you've got to calculate a distance. I want you to know. I want you to describe to the audience how you calculate.
Calculated. All the distances are calculated. I can't tell you the distance I can't tell you the distance from my first joint on my finger to the end of my finger without calculating it.
Right. And you've got these known distances that you have to accept at face value in order for the calculation to work.
Oh my God. Are you saying that we don't know how to measure the distance between 2 points on Earth?
I'm not making any claims to that. I'm just having you describe to the audience.
Let me ask you a quick question. Yes or no question. Can I measure the distance between 2 points on the surface of Earth?
Yes, you can.
Okay, well then I've measured that distance. Jeez.
All right. Continue. How did you get the spherical axis now?
Oh my God. I am not going to repeat myself again. Refer to my previous answer.
Okay, the audience heard that you have these known distances, which will accept at face value.
A single known distance. One known distance.
Unknown distance. Okay, I was prepared to accept
one single known distance. One single known distance.
One single known distance between you and the GP of the sun.
Yes.
How did you get a curved surface from that?
Refer to my previous 5 answers. Refer to my previous 5 answers. I'm done talking to you, buddy. You just want me to repeat myself over and over. I'm not going to do that. Ask a different question or shut the fuck up with me.
Well, which angle had the curve is what I'm trying to get to.
The triangle on the surface of planet Earth.
Right. So how you calculated this to be more than 180 degrees by... Finish the sentence, please. And we'll be done.
Calculus. Trigonometry. Sorry, trigonometry. Trigonometry.
Okay, by trigonometry.
Yes, by trigonometry.
Go on, explain.
You said one word. I gave you the one word. Why do you want me to explain more?
Finish the sentence. Finish that. That's very, could you be any more vague? Could you be any more vague than
I'm not being vague. I'm not being vague.
The mathematics?
Not the entire field of
using an entire
mathematics.
field of mathematics. called
Not the
trigonometry.
entire field of mathematics.
That's all you need to know, folks.
Trigonometry.
Waving my hand. Just trigonometry, folks.
Trigonometry. Not the entire field of mathematics. Just trigonometry.
Oh, just trigonometry is not an entire field. Okay, just trigonometry, folks.
Not
Just
the entire field of mathematics.
The details, everybody. We'll gloss over the details.
Oh my God, you shut up.
Trigonometry.
It's not the entire field of mathematics. Trigonometry is not the only field in mathematics.
No, I said a field. I said a field.
No, you said the
Trigonometry is a
entire
Yeah, it is.
field.
It's
You said the entire field. You said the entire field of mathematics were your words. You're a lying liar now. Now, I'm just not going to talk to you because you're a lying liar. If you're going to lie about what you say, and you're going to lie about what I say, you're a fucking liar.
So we're just going to go trigonometry. That's what did, folks. Trigonometry. Prove the globe.
Lying liar, lying liar, lying liar. You're lying.
Did they let you drive, Donald?
You're just lying.
Did they let you out of the house?
You're lying. You're a lying liar. You're lying.
I said an entire field.
It doesn't matter. You're a lying liar who lies, so it doesn't matter what you said. You're a lying liar who lies.
Matter. So what am I lying about? What am
You're
I
lying about what you said. You're lying about what I said. You're lying about the shape of the planet. You're lying about your understanding of things. What? You're a lying liar who lies.
I didn't make a single claim. I didn't make a single claim, Donald. You did.
I don't talk to lying liars who lie while they're lying liars.
Well, the audience wanted to hear how you use trigonometry to do this, dude. You seem to be glossing over the hard part. All right. So where I was going to take this, folks, is I wanted to get an azimuthal angle on the plane, on the surface he was standing on. Because if he's working with one quote-unquote known distance, we're going to need a little bit more meat on those bones. Either knew he was fucked, which he probably did, or he didn't know that he was fucked, but he was scared. Sakatoa, baby, ruins the globe.
So is there anybody who's not a lying liar who lies who'd like to have a conversation with me? Because I don't like talking to lying liars.
No, you got me, Donald. You're stuck.
Isn't lying liar a double negative that would make them a soothsayer? Or?
Lying is not a positive or a negative. That doesn't make any sense.
Lying liar.
Hey, Donald.
Anyway.
It's not a positive to be it's not a negative to be a double negative, so it can't be a double negative.
Hey, Donald, are you muting mods in the room? Did you mute me, bud?
No, you're not muted.
Oh, okay. Well, why don't you talk to me, man? Why don't you show me that azimuthal angle?
If you're a lying liar who lies, and all I'm ever going to say to you is that you're a lying liar who lies. But you're a lying liar who lies.
On the earth.
But you're a lying liar who lies. But you're a lying liar who lies.
I saw the triangle on earth.
But you're a lying liar who lies. But you're a lying liar who lies.
Theta, sine, cosine, theta, which one?
But you're a lying liar who lies.
Oh boy. That hurt. Ice burn.
So is there anybody who's not a lying liar who lies that would like to have a conversation with me? Because that'd be amazing.
They want you to finish this discussion real quick, Donald. Either
The only thing I'm ever going to say to you again.
Give us the azimuthal angle that's needed for your triangle. You probably didn't even know you need an azimuthal angle until I mentioned it earlier. Because I don't think you know trig.
The only thing I'm ever going to say the only thing I'm ever going to say to you,
stop grandstanding, Donnie,
is that you're a lying liar who lies.
Want to solve that triangle problem, Donald? You got one quote-unquote known distance. Fine. I won't argue it. Yeah. Got to assume curvature. I use like freaking arc tangents of distances and crap. Okay. Well. So it's funny is like all of these arguments with regards to using the celestials of the heavens to navigate Earth and determine its figure are just caught up in assumptions and fallacies. There's a geometric equivalence between methods like we hear about Eratosthenes, right? How he assumed a globe and parallel light from a distant star. And if he had made a different assumption and assumed instead radial light from a star and a flat Earth, that he would have come up with a flat Earth measurement. And that's exactly what a Chinese man did around the same time as Eratosthenes. He affirmed their cosmology of a flat Earth by using the same shadows and angle measurements on the ground. They just changed the assumptions. So you know what's funny? Whenever they invoke, like even today, they'll invoke parallel light from a sun, a distant sun that's so far away it may as well be effectively infinite, and so large that the rays are parallel. You know what they're saying? That the sun's surface is effectively flat. They take, instead of a flat Earth, they make it a flat sun. And instead of a round sun, they make it a round Earth. And they preserve all the same geometry. This creates a geometrical equivalence between the two systems. Yeah, when they invoke parallel rays from the sun, they're saying the sun's flat and the Earth is round. And we're saying, no, the Earth's flat. We measure it that way. The sun is round. The sun is casting out radial light. Oh, fun. Speed check.
Yeah, what do you have to say to that, Donald?
I mean, I was muted the whole time, so whenever I get muted, I deafen.
Hey guys, I came in a little bit late. Donald, did you post your math for the trig you did?
No, I mean you can just go look it up. It's no problem. It's very common.
The audience is hungry.
It's very commonly used.
Hungry for what you did.
It's very commonly used to solve triangles. It's called trigonometry.
He doesn't know how to do it.
I do. I mean, I took seventh grade math. You learn how to solve a triangle in 7th grade.
Yeah, you need one more thing besides a known length between you and the GP of the sun.
Yeah, you need 2 angles. I had 2 angles.
On the ground.
I had the angle of the ground position of the sun, which is 90 degrees, and I had the angle that I measured.
That's not on the ground.
No, it's not. That's why I didn't agree with you. That's why I corrected you.
Yeah, and you're incomplete until you do.
I'm on the ground, and I took the measurement from the ground, but it's not a measurement concerning the ground in a great many ways. It's just about my position to the sun.
So you have no horizontal triangle on the ground at all.
I don't need it.
So where's the spherical excess? You're supposed to have a spherical triangle that's bending like a potato chip.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't make it horizontal. I don't know what you mean by horizontal triangle.
Tangent to the surface of a sphere.
A line tangent to the surface of a sphere is not a triangle.
should have 3 points that are tangent to a surface of a sphere.
3 points tangent to a surface
Angles
of a sphere.
in non-Euclidean geometry equal more than 180 degrees. The audience is waiting for that.
I mean, I told you
We're not
5 times. I told you 5 times. If you take the triangles and solve them from my position to the position of the sun and Jason's position and his position to the sun, if you solve all those triangles, you get the solution for the triangle on the surface.
Still waiting for the surface. No, because you don't know where the curving is. You don't know where the excess is.
I don't
Not yet.
need to. And it's everywhere.
No, then you haven't proven it's below your feet.
That's just silly. That's a very silly thing to say. It's solving the triangles that does that. It is solving the triangles that does that. By the way,
You need the ground. Always comes back to the ground.
solving for the triangle on the ground.
Where is this triangle on the ground made again? To find the 3 points.
Between me, Jason, and the ground position of the sun. That's the triangle I'm solving for.
Right, and you think there's excess there. We have not determined that yet.
No, I measured excess to be there. I measured spherical excess.
I thought you said you calculated.
Yeah, me too. I was going to waive that for sake of discussion, but no.
That I what? What was just said? I didn't hear you. What did the other guy say?
No, I don't want to get in you guys' discussion. I just thought you said you calculated it. You didn't measure it directly.
All measurements are calculations. They're the same thing. Not all calculations are measurements, but all measurements are calculations.
But this trigonometry way, this is not possible on the flat Earth. Is that correct?
Here comes Sasha.
The thing that I measured is not possible. The thing that I measured is not. The thing that I measured.
I'm also with you because I started to believe, because for me this is nonsense. How the flat surface could be flat? Can you tell me?
Now, what was the question?
How the flat surface could be flat that we can call it this is flat surface?
I mean, I don't know how to answer that question, because how is a flat surface flat?
Okay. How we will call a curved surface? Use, I don't know. Somebody tell you, look at this is the curved surface. How we will demonstrate? How we will say, okay, this is really the curved surface.
I mean, I like the drop of the horizon from eye level. That's an excellent demonstration of curvature, but just the sunset can't happen on a flat Earth. The horizon only exists on a curved object.
No, man, I didn't ask you about that. I asked you about the surface only. About 2 types of surface. One is curved. How you will realize that surface is curved, and how you will, and what for you it's a flat surface. Can you distinguish one of 2?
Yeah, I just told you. So on a flat surface, the horizon will or the edge will always rise to eye level. On a curved surface, the horizon will always drop away from eye level.
Yeah, okay. But surface itself, let's say the distance, what will happen with the distance? If, let's say 10 miles in a distance, what will happen with the surface on the flat surface and on the curved surface?
I just answered that question. So on a flat surface, the edge will always rise to eye level. On a curved surface, the horizon will always drop away from eye level.
That means that elevation will change with the distance on the sphere. Is that correct?
Well, elevation will change how much you can see of a sphere, but it shouldn't dramatically. It shouldn't dramatically change how much you can see on a flat object.
Yeah, I'm asking you. It will elevation will change on the sphere. Is that correct or no?
Yes, it is correct, but it
Okay.
should not
And
dramatically affect how much you see on a
okay,
flat
okay,
surface.
okay. Does elevation change the same way like on basketball and on the earth, or it's different rate?
I mean, that depends on your scale. So, like, if you're just holding a
No,
basketball,
okay. The scale I'm human.
yeah. So if you're just holding a basketball and you move it away from you and forward, you're always going to see about half of it because you're so much bigger than
Yeah,
the basketball.
of course. And but you have the size of the ball. It's let's say 1 foot. I don't know, real radius or something.
Okay.
That's correct. Okay, that means that you can measure all that drop. Even if you put your eyes, you can measure some kind of drop. Let's say on 10 centimeters, you can find some kind of that drop.
Yeah, you can measure
But-
the curvature of the planet. It's easy.
Yeah, that's easy. But now we have air. How we will do that on the air?
Well, you can use a theodolite for starters. That's the easiest
but
way.
do we? Which size I will use? Shall I use that 2 feet from the basketball radius, or shall I use something else?
You should not make any assumptions and calculate it or measure it.
No, I'm saying when you use the basketball, do you have when you have it in your head? Does that basketball has the exact that size, or that size is changing? Basketball could be 20 meters, or it's only one size.
The basketball is only one size.
Okay, that means you can measure every time the same, always the same drop over distance that basketball. Is that correct?
Yes. Because
how we
it's
will
small.
do that? Okay, how we will do that on the bigger ball?
Well, do you understand that refraction happens, right?
Yeah, I know that refraction happens.
Yeah.
I'm
So
asking
you do that.
Okay, great. Only. I want to lead you. I want to understand, man. To understand me. Now, if we have the size of that bigger ball, can we use the same method what we used for the basketball?
Yeah.
Okay. That means which size we will use for the Earth?
Which size?
Yeah.
You should measure the size. You shouldn't use the size. You should measure the size.
Do we have a size of the basketball?
Yes, probably.
Do we have a size of the Earth?
Yes, definitely.
Can we use that size? What somebody's saying? This is the size.
Use it for what?
For measuring that drop over distance in reality.
I mean, you can if you want to, but you don't have to. There's other ways of doing it.
No. I only want to because I did it on the basketball because it is a small ball. Now I want to do it in very, very big, enormous ball, and this is air.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we did that, and there is a 10 miles of flatness on the one ball. What is the size of 3,959 miles?
I mean, you're gonna have to show me that you measured flatness.
That I measured the flatness. I need to show you that there is no elevation change in that 10 miles.
I mean, you have to show me that. You can't just tell me that. You have to show me that. I've measured the planet. I've measured the planet over 10 miles. Well, it wasn't at 10 miles, but I've measured the planet, and there is curvature. So I don't know what you mean by you measured. Where did you measure? Where did you go to measure 10 miles of flat?
I didn't measure.
Oh, you didn't measure it. Okay.
Oh, I didn't measure. There are. Did you measure Earth before people measured?
Was I the first to measure Earth? No, I was not the first to measure Earth.
Okay, let's agree on this. Do you trust the Google Maps?
No, I don't use Google Maps. I use the GPS, but I don't use Google Maps.
Yeah.
But I trust it. Yeah, sure.
You know what? I'm using also the GPS on the Google Maps.
Okay, I don't use Google Maps. I trust them.
Do you know why I trust them? I put the map, I put the street, I put the distance, and it's telling me, and I'm driving, and I'm coming there, and it's correct. In reality, I'm there, really.
Yes.
Sometimes it's when they are Yeah. The same thing is working with the beach, with the sea. You know, if you see the island, you know, on the Google map, there, you know, there is an island, and then you go to Google Maps and see what is the name of the island. Oh, this is the island, okay. Then you ask people, is this that island? Yeah, that is that island. And then okay, you know, and then you see on the map how long is that island, you know, on the Google map.
Yes, Google Maps works. I trust Google Maps. I don't really use it.
Yeah, and there is 10 miles of flatness.
Where does Google Maps say that there's 10 miles of flat?
On every beach, on every whatever you want to take it. Do you want to go to?
So do me a favor and go to Google Maps and then zoom out and tell me if it's flat or curved.
No, Google Maps Google Earth provides an elevation profile, which is a horizontal datum showing flatness between two distances, not curvedness.
Okay, I posted for you. This is from Santa Barbara. You know, these oil rigs. That is in reality. These oil rigs, they are taking the petrol from the sea. They are existing. You know.
Yeah, you're talking about the Black Swan photo. There's refraction involved there too.
No.
If you take it on a low refraction day, if you take it on a low refraction day, the horizon is right where it's supposed to be, in front of the oil rigs.
Okay, can you tell me in this picture what I posted? What is behind the oil rig? Is it anything behind the oil rig?
Okay. Do you understand that refraction is happening there?
No, I'm asking you this. Is it anything physical what you can see on that picture behind the oil rig?
Is there anything physical in a picture? I mean, you're taking a picture of physical things, but there's nothing physical in. Okay.
Is it refraction something physical? What you can touch or something?
Yes, refraction is physical.
It is physical.
Yes, refraction is physical. It is the physical change in the direction of in the vector of a photon.
Of the
That's what refraction causes.
Of the surface
from one medium to another.
Of the surface,
yes,
or
I was talking about what refraction does, not what it.
Does
the definition of it.
Does refraction change the surface of the air?
Refraction happens on Earth all the time. Everything, even if you there's refraction between your computer screen and your eye.
It's happening. Also in that pictures, you can see. Look how oil rigs it's blurred up. You know.
Do you see how curvy the cranes are? Are cranes curvy in real life?
I see that. Yeah, I see that.
So refraction is happening.
Yeah, refraction requires two mediums. You only have one.
It requires two densities. It requires two densities.
No, two mediums. Look it up. Look up the definition. None of you clowns can define refraction. It's not refraction what you're looking at.
It is refraction.
Two mediums.
You're denying refraction. You're just a moron.
No, you're denying refraction.
I'm accepting refraction happens. So that's the opposite of denying it.
Donald, I will not go so deep. I will ask you only about that. What is behind the oil rig? Do you see any physical water, ocean behind the oil rig?
In that photo, yes.
Okay. Is it that thing physical, that real water, ocean? What is it, you know?
It's real ocean, yes.
Okay. That means that's not refraction. That's real water.
No, you're seeing. So seeing is based on photons. That is light. So it is refraction.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing behind the oil rig.
Yes, you're seeing the photons. You're seeing the photons.
I'm seeing the photons, or I'm seeing the water where some guy can jump and I can see the splash. What
you're seeing the photons that are emitted.
Are you saying that I'm seeing the photons? Some things what I'm seeing, that if some guy
you can only see photons.
Just Donald, if I can finish my sentence. You're saying that I see photons, and I'm asking you, if some guy is on the oil rig, and if he jump over the oil rig, and if I see the splash of that water behind the oil rig, did I saw the splash of the real water, or I see photons?
You're seeing photons.
Okay.
I'd like to finish my sentence now.
Okay.
You can only see photons.
Good. That means I don't see the man who is jumping in the water and making that water splashing, but it is really there and what it is water. That only photons.
You're seeing the photons. It's actually happening,
Yeah.
but you're seeing the photons.
But let's put the person.
Jesus,
on
you
the
got
oil.
issues. Okay, let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you one thing. From now on, from now on, if you're going to interrupt people, don't bitch about being interrupted.
Yeah, man. But if you want to speak about reality, I don't see photons in reality. You don't see photons in reality. If I give you an example of the person,
Photos
on the oil
of
rig,
reality. That doesn't make
man,
sense.
Okay, if you see the person on the oil rig, do you see the person on the oil rig or you see the photons?
You see the photons. You only see photons.
Okay, great. That means that if you see the person on the oil rig, that is not a person because you see the photons.
The person is there, but you're only seeing the photons emitted by that person.
It is there.
Yes, a person is there emitting photons.
Whatever, that means person, it is there, whatever photons is doing. Is that correct?
The person is there emitting photons. You see the photons.
That means the physical person is there, like water behind the oil rig. It's there. Is that correct?
You just see the photons.
Yeah, of course. That's drop over distance. You know, that surface of the basketball, you know? You understand? The same thing what we were measuring before. You know that on 10 centimeters? You know, photons? Do you know, Donald? You forget it, the basketball.
I'm not forgetting the basketball.
You don't forget it, the basketball.
I'm not forgetting the basketball.
Okay, but there is a drop, you know, on the 10 centimeters.
There's a drop of the horizon on planet Earth.
Yeah. Okay, if some light is showing some kind of distortion, then okay, but there is no distortion, and there is a physical water what you can see.
Dude, look at those cranes. Are cranes curvy? Or cranes straight?
Man, does crane is giving you the look of the surface, or the surface giving you the look of the surface? Does the water giving you the surface?
Oh my God,
dude! Does the water giving you the surface or the crane giving you the surface? Which one?
It doesn't matter. The thing that I'm saying is that, oh my God, can I finish my fucking sentence?
No, you cannot be.
What I'm saying is,
you cannot be like that nonsensical. That's not possible. Are you human being?
You have to listen to me. You have to listen. So what I'm trying to say about the cranes is that it shows that refraction is happening.
Okay.
So that's a bad observation to make any conclusions from because they're very bad.
Do you see the physics?
Oh my God.
Man, you're forgetting.
You're an annoying human being. You know that? You're an annoying human being to have a conversation with.
I am. With that, I am. Because if you agree with me that there is a physical surface behind the oil rigs, the crane doesn't matter, man. Because that crane, let's say that it is not a crane. It's let's say that it's a big white screen.
Let's just change reality, why don't we? Let's just change reality, why don't we?
Donald, can you now listen for a second? Let's say
no,
this is not a
because you won't let me. You won't listen to me. Why should I listen to you? Why the fuck should I listen to you if you won't listen to me?
You're not sensible.
Because conversations go two ways. I didn't come here to get preached at by a fucking idiot. I came here to have a conversation. But you're not having a conversation. You're just an idiot preaching at me.
Okay, I'm preaching at you because I'm saying that I see
because you won't let me speak. No. You're not letting me speak. That means you're fucking preaching.
Okay, are you angry?
No, I'm not angry. I just want to speak.
Good, great. What do you want to speak?
I want to have a conversation, not be preached at.
About what?
About the shape of the Earth and how you don't understand refraction.
I don't understand refraction.
Apparently not.
You understand refraction?
Yes, I understand refraction.
Okay, can you tell me?
No, you don't.
Can you tell me in this example what refraction it's doing, that it's changing something, that it's showing you that is not a flat and that it is spherical?
Refraction doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth. Refraction is just how light moves through a medium.
Okay.
And there's a medium between us and everything we see, so refraction happens all the time everywhere.
Okay.
On Earth.
Okay. Can I tell you something? Do you see the second oil rig?
Yes, I see the second oil rig.
Okay, good. Now I want to change that. That is not oil rig. That is this big screen with the two stick, and on the screen it's written 9 miles, but it's blurred. You cannot see. One day you can see that written 9 miles. One day you cannot see that it's written 9 miles. It's so blurred.
Because of refraction.
Yeah, because of refraction. But the surface, that water there, it's real.
Yes, it's real.
Whatever you blur now, that water is there. That surface.
Yes, the water is there. Otherwise, it cannot be photons. Otherwise. Dude, if you don't have a conversation with me, I'm just gonna fucking leave. This is annoying. I didn't come here to get preached at. I came here to have a conversation. So let me speak. You don't... I'm not going to have a conversation while being muted over and over for no reason.
15 seconds.
Hey, Donald. Listen, Donald. You've successfully run away from having to substantiate your radius measuring story, so I wouldn't be complaining so much if I were you.
I measured the circumference.
Yeah, sure.
And I didn't run away from that.
Yeah, Donald, but we are on...
You're a lying liar who lies. That's why I stopped talking to you, because you're a lying liar who lies.
We are on 10 miles of flatness. There is an oil rig on 9.
You have to show me 10 miles of flatness.
I'm showing you with that pictures, man.
The picture doesn't show flatness.
Yeah, that is the 1 foot observer height. It
doesn't matter. It doesn't show flatness. It shows refraction.
It shows refraction. Okay. Yes. That means that
massive amounts of refraction.
Okay, and then what? Is that curved or flat? That refraction. Curved. That horizon is curved, and that example of refraction is curved. Okay, great. Now, can you tell me how it would look like if it's not curved?
You'd be able to see until something obstructed your vision. So you'd be able to see just as far as the surface would allow.
Like in this picture?
No, you can only see a few miles in that picture. You can't see like 1,000 miles. You'd be able to see 1,000 miles from a foot off the ground over the ocean.
You are saying that you will see from 1 foot observer height 1,000 miles away.
If the Earth was flat, yes, and if atmospheric conditions were good enough.
Okay, Donald. Now other people can speak. Thank you.
The observations of we see too far will never demonstrate that the Earth is flat, because we don't see far enough for the Earth to be flat. We'd be able to see until
make a video on YouTube about that. What you said.
I don't need to. That's a very
optics. Learn about how optics works. Learn about.
I know how optics works.
Yeah, angular resolution from 1 foot observer has 1,000 miles, man. That's
on
great.
flat Earth. That'd be easy.
I'm sure that you were never was in military. Also, is that correct?
No, I was never in the military.
I knew it. Also, good. Thank you.
What difference does that make to the shape of the planet or my knowledge?
I think that nobody will give you any kind of weapon that you shoot in a distance, for sure.
It was mumbling nonsense that I didn't understand.
I think that you will not be capable, and nobody will give you a weapon to the long distance shooting, because they will not.
An excellent shot. I can hit a target 75 yards away with my pistol.
Great. About angles.
Are you taking curvature? Are you taking rotation into account?
Not at 75 yards.
Especially when you have a Euclidean, geometry, when you use in some kind of spherical geometry. That's profound, When you use all angles, all things, flat Earth arguments, then it's good to make a spear. That's fantastic. Refraction showing the flat horizon, but that's curved, because that example of Black Swan is showing there is oil rigs, what is blurred, and flat horizon, and horizon behind the oil rigs also.
No flat horizon in that picture. There's no flat horizon in that picture. So the reason why I don't take the Coriolis into effect when I'm shooting my pistol is because the flight time of the bullet is not long enough.
Yeah. Man, I was in military. Don't pick me about bullet. I was in the with the weapon, but you're shooting the airplanes, not the guys, you know. And we are now never accounting on any kind of fucking curvature or.
Did you ever shoot artillery?
Donald, anyways, you're throwing your high priest.
Yes, I was anti-aircrafter. Yes, man. Yeah, it's some stupid old weapons.
So you're shooting at shit in the sky, and you're wondering why you're not taking into account curvature of the surface. That's interesting.
My love never ever heard in my life, never mentioned in my service ever. I was shooting and I was good in that. You know, I've been never. Do you know what you account? You account of the speed of the airplane and the angular.
Because it's not on the surface. Because it's not on the surface.
Can I finish my sentence? And
I mean, you can finish being silly if you want.
And the angular size of that, because you want to be clever, and the angular size of is the same thing if it's the aim on the surface, because with that my weapon you could shoot the aims also on the surface, not only in the air. And it's the same way you are shooting if it's aim is moving and you're counting on that, or you're counting on the distance. That means angular size of the object. What is there? If it's only moving, if it's stable, that's easy.
All right, which has nothing to do with the shape of the planet because it's in the air, not on the surface.
Yeah, the geometry. I told you, if you take a basketball, put a finger on the basketball, you will have a drop on the 10 centimeters. If you do that, the same thing in the same geometry on the Earth, you cannot do that because you cannot have 10 miles of flatness on the sphere with the radius what is given. Like it's the same like with the basketball. Then it's basketball is not what they are saying. If you want to go into the math without any refraction, refraction is there. You can see only less with refraction, not more, you know, always less. Don't have conditions like this. Today is 37 degrees, 98 degrees humidity, and I don't know whatever. And now today we will see 70 miles because of that. No, you will see less because of that. No, that is not real ship. Don't shoot. Don't worry, man. He's on 10 miles. Don't worry, man. No, man, he's on 1 mile. Shoot on 1. No. It's only refracted, man. Come on, that's not real ship. Don't shoot it. Yeah. That was in Second World War like that. During the Germans was attacking Britain. So. Nah, that's not real ship. That's not real submarine. Nah, come on, man.
Hey, so is there anybody else who wants to talk? Because that was nonsense.
That was nonsense. That practical life, that's what you're using, you know, when you're fighting in a war, in military.
I mean, it just has nothing to do with the shape of the planet because it has nothing to do with the stuff.
It has, because if you if you have the curved surface, you need to account on that, you know. But you never account on that in practical life, and then you ask yourself, why am I never accounting on something what I should account? But doesn't matter because of refraction. Maybe I don't account.
Hey, so does anybody else want to try? Because this guy failed miserably.
No, nobody wants to speak with you, only me. No.
Well, then can we talk about something that actually matters?
Yeah, like the angles. How you can have angles with two straight lines? Is that possible? That's not possible.
Angles have nothing to do with the lines. Angles have nothing to do with the lines that come from the angle.
Of course, angles. Everything was with spirals. What angles have to do with what?
Angles are excellent ways of measuring things.
I know, I know that my wife was studying angles for 20 years, and she said, I still don't know, Sasha, how to define it. And I said, I don't know.
It's 1/360th of a circle. That's what a degree is.
You know,
an angle is just
angles are a part of the circle. Is that correct?
What?
Angles are part of the circle. Is that correct?
No, I was talking about degrees. The way that we measure angles is degrees. And 1 degree is 1/360th of a circle.
1 degree, of course, a circle. I told you. Degrees is a part of the circle, and angle is a part of the circle, and circle is a part of the sphere. Earth is a sphere. The more simplest way I cannot explain. And I understand why people don't understand.
Angles are a part of a sphere. What part of a sphere is the angle?
You gave the best explanation for the sphere, and I don't understand why these people are complaining about that. That means you have a let's repeat to them, Donald. You convinced me now. We have a circles. That means we have angles between the circles from the, let's say, center point, and we have degrees. That means that is a circle. Then you put that circle on the sphere, and it's there with the radius because they calculate. They know because of.
Just gonna go away. This guy. I'm leaving this room because of this guy. Because of this guy completely. I'm leaving this room because he just won't have a conversation. He just wants to.
Yeah, let's define angle. Angles, you don't need lights. Okay. That's new. I don't know why. Did anybody had A in the math in high school? If you people had A's in high school, your teacher was lying you because they were saying that for the angles you need line. That means something is wrong. Conclusion. If you measure the small balls, it's easy to measure the drop over distance. Of course, because of distance on the big ball, it's a little bit difficult, but not difficult, it's impossible. You need to trust that because of photons. I hope everybody listening out there, photons, if you see something, you see photons. You don't see that what you see.
Subjectively.
At least he didn't say you will not have horizon on a flat earth.
Yo.
Yo, what's up?
What's up, man?
So have you heard the news about Earth being flat?
Yeah, a few years ago.
I heard about it in the 90s.
So it's old news.
Fucking nigger.
I thought it was a joke. But the guy who told me wasn't joking. He said Earth's not a globe. It's a grid.
I think I just heard Sean with an exclamation point shout the N word. Just an FYI.
Yeah, we do get them quite regularly. They come in and they just say the N word. Yeah, it's real cringe.
Yeah.
That's just an underhand way of trying to get the channel banned. Because obviously you're not allowed to say that word.
You can tell it is curving because it's just so flat.
All quiet. Anyone here? Crazy. Hello.
Only speak when you're spoken to. Good.
Yo, I crashed out hard in the VC last night.
crazy that clouds are on the ground as you go into the horizon. Right. Clouds are in the sky. On the ground. Clouds are in the sky when you look up. Eyes on the ground. Weird.
What happened?
No, it's just weird how clouds just are always on the ground in the horizon. And like whenever they're near you or above you. It's fucking weird.
That's how the vanishing point works, my brother.
Nah.
Do you not know how the vanishing point works?
I mean, you guys are always asking for the proof of the drop over distance. There it is.
Yeah, where are you at?
Australia.
Bro, I was there once. Is that Bondi Beach or no?
Nah. That's in Sydney.
Oh. You know what's crazy? You know how, like, in cartoons and everything, they always draw, like, blue water? I shit you not. Hawaii had that blue water. And it was warm. And it was, I mean, it was salty. Like, you can't drink that shit, but, like, it was just nice. It was just nice to be in.
Water's nice here, too.
When I went to Bondi Beach, I almost got sucked out by the riptide. I got super bad sunburn. It was way too overcrowded. Like that, what you're showing me right now looks like perfect.
Well, it's 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I did the walk from Coogee Beach to Bondi Beach when I was in Sydney. It was nice.
Actually, I might have a picture of how crowded it was. I just don't like that, dude. Like,
well, there's plenty of other beaches you could have gone to that aren't crowded. You just have to drive.
Well, see, that's the thing is it was a school group. We went there for a school trip.
Oh, yeah.
So we couldn't just, like, work off. Like, the Hawaii beach it wasn't crowded, but there was people. And it made it feel alive. Bondi Beach is like, if you chose a spot on the beach, within 6 feet, you're sitting next to someone else. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, I mean, you just gotta go somewhere else.
There was nowhere else, dude.
No, there's plenty of beaches. It's like thousands of beaches in Sydney. Thousands. Oh, at least in New South Wales, anyway. Thousands
Here's
of
a
beaches.
picture I got of Bondi Beach. And here's a picture of one of the beaches I got in Hawaii. This was at this little cove we went to for a luau.
Yeah, seems about right. But I mean, it's good.
I'd probably say there was 1,000 people or more at Bondi Beach.
Yeah, easily. But I mean, like, you got like Newcastle Beach, Merriweather Beach. You got, like, I was at this one beach, Vala, in Vala. Literally, like, you had to take a bush path down to it. Fucking absolutely fucking empty. See, I'm in, right now I'm in Noosa. Sucks, man. Last few days of my honeymoon. Gotta go back to reality soon.
Yo, Jay Reezy. Are
What's
you a
up?
Glober?
Of course. I believe in reality.
Can you see the side chat?
Yeah, give me a sec.
About to post a
Yeah,
picture
I
here
see.
for you.
Yeah, I see. I
There
saw
it
the
is.
pictures. Sir.
You see the one that says, "Where is the horizon"?
Yeah.
Is it A, B, C, or D?
It appears to be A.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Please enjoy
How's
your
that flat
stay.
Earth? That's not flat Earth.
Well, if
That's
the
the
curvature
curve
of the
right
Earth is 8 inches per mile squared, then you shouldn't be able to see water behind 9.41 miles.
That's not the curvature of the Earth. That's a silly formula. That's such a silly thing to say.
Jay Reezy, you have no idea. We are getting billions and billions and billions of flat earthers. Our organization is going to be huge.
Like, you do realize why 8 inches per mile squared is silly when you're looking down at the horizon, right?
Well, how can you see water past the second oil rig at 9.41 miles?
Okay, just try to answer my question. You do realize that 8 inches per mile squared is silly when you're like, especially because that's one, it's a parabola, and two, you're looking down. Like when you're at a high elevation and you're looking down at the horizon, that 8 inches supposedly per mile squared wouldn't start until you reach the horizon, and then after that, that's where you would see the drop.
Well,
You're
the
already
observer
looking
height in that picture is 1 foot. That's not a high elevation. That's only 1 foot off
I'm
the
sorry.
ground.
1 foot off the ground is not an elevation. You got to do better.
Okay, 2 feet, is that an elevation?
If you're calling it elevation and not observer height, then yes. But you're not. You're calling it observer height, not elevation.
Dictionary definition for elevation: height above a given level, especially sea level.
Yeah.
So if you're standing on the beach and you put your camera 1 foot off the ground, that's a 1 foot elevation.
No, it's not. Not necessarily. Anyway, it could be, but not necessarily. You agree that ocean has
So
tides?
over a
Yes?
distance, hold on,
Do you
yes or
agree
no?
ocean-
Over
wait,
a
hang on.
distance?
Yeah, watch. Just watch real quick. You agree ocean has tides?
Yes.
Okay, so at one, are you saying elevation changes with the tides?
No.
So obviously 1 foot above sea
Do you
level.
agree that water
does not
always finds its level?
So do you agree that 1 foot above sea level does not necessarily mean 1 foot of elevation?
What is this placement with reference frames? Why don't you just tell me what your reference frame is, and then we don't have to wonder. XYZ, what's your center point?
Who?
I mean, I'm not sure what that has to do with what we're currently talking about. So
It has everything to do with it. You need a reference point to make any statement intelligently.
Okay, so do you agree that 1 foot above the ground does not mean necessarily 1 foot of elevation?
And he's playing games with words now still. Okay.
No, not really. Just talking about
if you look at the
reality.
chart that
I give you a sheet of paper. I give you Earth. Where do you draw your reference point as the center point of Earth so that we know from now on when we talk about above and below, we're talking about that point? Where are you gonna put it?
The center point of Earth? That's inside the core.
Is it down or up from where regular oceans are? You see how we already now have a intelligent reference frame? Oh.
Yeah.
Easy.
It's towards the center of the sphere of Earth. Now, are you talking about the gravitational center point of Earth? Are you talking about the geographical center of Earth? What
I was
center
getting you
of
to
Earth are
make
you
the
talking about?
statement. I was getting you to make the statement so we can hold you to it from now on, since you gave the words to it.
What statement?
Your reference point. Actually, what your reference point would be, in hypothetical for Earth, you gave me it. That's it. Now use that from now on.
Again, I mean, who was the other guy who was talking about that could actually have like an intelligent conversation?
You don't have an intelligent statement, so I can't converse with you. I just got you to make the first step. Thank you. I mean, you're welcome. Yeah.
So So do you understand that? You understand that 1 foot above the ground does not mean 1 foot of elevation. 1 foot above sea level does not mean 1 foot. Like no, it's not semantics.
All right. Let me get to my point. All right, you guys are fucking interrupting me, both of you. All right, so over 6 miles, if the Earth curves at 8 inches per mile squared, over 6 miles, it should be over 24 feet of drop. At 9 miles, it should be 54 feet of drop. So how come you can see water past the platform habitat that is 9.41 miles? If you cannot understand this, then I'm sorry, brother. You're a flat earther.
No. See, if you're trying to do an internal critique of the Earth, you got to actually, do an internal critique, not a straw man. So 8 inches per mile
I'm not
squared.
giving you a straw man. I'm giving you an observable experiment that you can go and do yourself. And 1,000 other people have gone and done, and they all get the same results. Water goes past the 9.41 mile mark, and you can see it in videos, pictures, and if you go there yourself, you can see it. So how can you see water past 9.41 miles when a curve is supposed to be right there? 54 feet of drop. Where's the drop? There isn't one because it's flat, and you already admitted it that it's not that it's flat. Because you said the horizon is at the A mark.
I'm going to
Congratulations.
do like
Welcome to Flat
a little
Earth.
reality. I'm going to do like a little reality thing for you here. So like this is like just a curve thing. Like pretend we're going like this, right? Like hang on, I got to do the camera lock. Okay. So say like just using this as a poor example, but say this is the Earth, like right? You're like standing on it. And you're looking down at the horizon. That drop doesn't
turn
start.
your camera.
So hang on. So
It's
that
sideways
drop,
for me.
It's supposed to be sideways because this is the curve that I'm talking about. So that drop.
Put it in portrait mode because
you want me to go
I
like
have to
this?
turn my head left. Yeah, there
you want me to go like this? Okay.
That's so funny.
that
You can't
drop,
understand the
that drop. Okay, so that drop wouldn't start until you get to this point. Because you're looking down at the horizon when you're at a high elevation. So that drop wouldn't start until you get to that point, and then I'm going to call it 8 inches per mile squared, but that's not a parabola, that's not a spherical formula. That's when it would start. So you have this huge distance in between you and that horizon before that drop would start when you're looking down at the horizon. Do you follow?
Yeah, imagine if you're an ant on this thing that he
Hang
keeps
on,
tapping.
hang on. Do you follow?
Yes.
So the 8 inches per drop, 8 inches per mile squared, which isn't an actual formula, it wouldn't start right away. Do you understand that?
Why?
I just explained it.
Because of the scale.
Do I have to go back to it? No, it's not. It has nothing to do with the scale.
Yes, it does.
Look, no, it doesn't. So look,
I got a question for you. Look towards that mountain range in the back.
Oh God.
No. We're not straying. I'm not getting I just relax. So I'm saying the drop
Curvature only exists in builded things.
Until you get past this point. You have to get past that point for the drop to start because you're at a higher elevation than the horizon when you look down on it. Do you follow?
Yeah, but we did the official math as I posted the chart. Feel free to look at it once again.
8 inches per mile squared is a parabola, so that's not the official math of an actual spherical Earth. So again,
that literally is.
Like if you no, that's the straw.
All right. I want you to Google right now what is the curvature of the Earth.
It's not 8 inches per mile squared.
All right, I'll do it right now as well. You can do it. I'll do it with you. What is the curvature of the Earth?
Mm-hmm. The formula, right? What is the formula for drop over distance of the curvature of the Earth? That's what you're looking for?
I'll give you that one as well.
Okay.
Google's
that's what
first
you're
result
for,
gives
right?
me the Earth curves approximately 8 inches in brackets 20 centimeters per mile. This means if you were to draw a straight line on the surface of the Earth for 1 mile, the ends of that line would be at about 8 inches 20 centimeters apart vertically. This phenomenon is known as the curvature of the Earth.
Keep reading. I know there's more.
Let me click on the link then. Holy fuck. Paragraphs, brother. Hold on.
Do you follow what I was saying about like where the drop would actually start for someone?
Then how come there is no observable curvature on the Earth anywhere?
Sorry, this is a yes. This is like a yes or no question. Do you actually follow what I was saying about like how the drop wouldn't start until you reach a certain point, and then the supposed drop over the curve would start? Do you understand that?
Oh, so it's only saving face over. What's that certain point? What's that saving a certain point?
It would depend on your elevation. The higher the elevation is, the further away that drop would start.
So if your toes in the water, does that matter or no?
Are you standing on a mountain lake or are you standing on the actual ocean?
On the ocean.
Okay, on the ocean. Is it high tide or low tide?
Doesn't matter.
Of course it matters. Are you saying the elevation changes with the tide?
I'm saying is you've already confirmed that it's flat, right?
I'm sorry. Does the elevation change with the tide?
No.
Okay, so then is it high tide or low tide?
Doesn't matter.
It does matter. Does the elevation change with the tide?
No.
So then it does matter. So if you're standing like with your toes touching the water during high tide, you're at a higher elevation than when you're standing with your toes touching the water at low tide. So it does matter.
I see where you're going with this.
I mean,
regardless if it's 8 inches per mile squared, we could do the math for that.
It's
right?
It's not 8 inches per mile squared.
Okay, what is it then?
You can just graph 8 inches per mile squared, and you get a parabola. The lines would never connect back to each other. So you have to do a spherical formula. You do realize that, right? Yes.
What's the radius of the Earth?
What is it, like 3,000 something? Fucking. I don't remember off the top of my head. Hang on. I don't need to Google it. I can like I have the. I did it in AutoCAD, like a profile of the Earth. I can just pull that up. There you go, and there you go. So this is in AutoCAD, all to scale.
This guy's name FE, like FE.
Of the profile of the Earth, and you can see. So it's 6,000. I did it's a meter. So 6,000. What is it?
I'll convert that real quick.
600. Oh wait, no, that's what is it? 6 million. No. Yeah, it's in there. Shit. Oh yeah, radius of the Earth is 6,371,000 meters.
Which translates into 3958, which is, you're technically right because it's 3959.
Yeah.
Officially.
Yeah. So, I mean, depending on where you're measuring from, because, different radius of the Earth at the equator compared to the poles. But anyway, that's getting into semantics. We're just using averages because it's basically negligible.
Random question: over 130 miles, how much curvature should there be?
What's your elevation?
From hold on, let me see. Let me figure out where this elevation is.
Because hang on, let me pull up another picture because I can explain why, like, because I know I have the tangent line of your line of sight in this AutoCAD thing too. Profile. Maybe it's just an AutoCAD.
Does not say. We'll just assume. We'll just assume that it's parallel to what you're viewing across the distance.
It's parallel to what you're viewing across the distance.
For some examples, we'll say sea level.
You're at sea level.
Yeah. So 6 feet off the ground.
How is 6 feet off the ground sea level?
Because you're that tall. I don't fucking know. Or should I say 5 foot?
So it's so you're saying it's like low tide and the water is 6 feet below the standard median sea level and like your reservoir height is 6 height, or you're standing in the water. Why? And you're saying you can see 137 miles?
Yeah, 130.
130 miles. So I imagine that, if you can see that far, then you're looking at, a mountain range that's, really high in elevation then, yes?
No, I'm talking about seeing Toronto from Niagara Falls.
Seeing Toronto from Niagara Falls. Okay, so you're not at sea level.
So let's Google what's the tallest building in Toronto.
So you're not at sea level.
That shouldn't matter with the curve.
Of course.
What's the tallest building? What's the tallest building in Toronto? What's the tallest building in Toronto?
No.
What is the tallest building in Toronto?
We got to go back to step one. So you're not at sea level. You're at a high elevation and you're looking down.
All right, so some dude said it in chat. CN Tower. Let's Google how tall the CN Tower is in Toronto.
Okay. What's your elevation that you're looking at? What's your observer height? That matters. What's your actual elevation? What's the elevation of your? What's your elevation for the observer height? That matters.
1 sec.
I'm pretty sure he's standing on the shore of Lake Ontario and he's looking across. And it would be 6 feet.
The lake. No, a lake is not at zero elevation. You're on a mountain lake.
We're talking about the elevation where he was, dude. Listen to me. Shut the fuck up. It's where he's standing, man. His elevation is 6 feet.
No, it's
He's
not.
looking out across a lake at 6 feet elevation. Yeah, it is, man. You're fucking an idiot.
A mountain lake is not 6 feet of elevation.
No fucking mountain lake, dude. This is Lake Ontario, a great lake, man.
Yeah, that's literally Lake Ontario.
Okay, what's the elevation? What's the elevation? What's the elevation? And he's at night. What's the elevation? Why do you have a problem with that? I'm not stoned.
His elevation was 6 feet, dude.
No, that's his observer. No, that's the height above the ground.
Everything should be below 6,000 foot of curvature.
It's just
elevation matters.
1,800 feet. You shouldn't be able to see it.
Well, you can't do math, you fucking moron.
Can you?
You can even see the tiny Rogers Center next to CN Tower. You're just posting conspiracy images.
I'm posting conspiracy images?
No, hail Christ.
Hold on, Mittens, were you here for the first picture?
I look across Lake Ontario almost every night, dude, and I can see St. Catharines. It's 30 miles away, man.
Okay, what's your elevation?
It's 6 feet, and there's not a building over there that's over like 200 feet.
6 feet. Your height above the ground is not your elevation.
Yeah, it is, man.
No, it's not.
You can say it all you want, but it is, dude.
Okay, so if I'm standing on the top of the Aspen Highlands, are you saying I'm at 6 feet elevation?
We're not talking the same language here, man. Like you want a sea level, you want a sea level elevation. I'm talking about looking out over a lake, dude.
You're talking about altitude.
I'm talking about looking out over a lake. I'm not talking about my elevation to sea level, dude.
All right. Hold on. Where is he?
You're talking about the height of the ground. I'm talking about elevation. Two different things.
Jay-Rizzy.
Yeah, you're off in space. We get it.
Jay-Rizzy, question for you. According to this chart, 30 miles would be how much foot in curvature drop?
That would be if you're at sea level, but we're not talking about that. Would be at. That's not it.
Regardless, just answer the question. Can you read or no? Do you have a simple reading comprehension skills or no? You could just say no if you don't know how to read.
So no, fine. You want it at 30 miles. At 30 miles. And this is using 8 inches per mile squared.
Yes.
Okay, that's the wrong formula.
It's accurate up to 250 miles, dude.
All right, I can give you another chart. How about this one? Or
I mean, okay, but again,
it's why we use it, right? Because it's accurate up to 250 miles, right?
Okay, but so that would be at someone literally putting their head on the ground at sea level.
No, it wouldn't, man.
Yes, it would.
All right, so
because you say so, right, dude? Fucking moron.
30 miles. What is the curvature drop in feet?
According to this, 600.
And then according to the other two, it's also 600. Yes.
Okay, that's putting your head at sea level and looking out. But
okay, so if you were not at sea level, maybe it's 550. Regardless, you should be able to see someone from the other side of
your height.
Dude, is the fucking water curving or isn't it? Is the water curving or isn't it? You fucking moron.
Your height above the ground is not your elevation.
You're looking over a large body of water. It's curving or not. Listen, Reese.
I'm not moving past this.
Would you shut up and just listen to me for a second? You fucking moron.
All right, Jerry.
You're standing at a large body of water, dude, and you're looking across 30 miles over water. Is the water curving or not?
Mm-hmm.
It is?
So, so are you on a lake? That's above
we're on a lake, man.
Level? Above sea level?
I don't care what the elevation is. I'm asking you a straight question here, dude.
I'm sorry.
Is the water curving or not?
It matters.
Is the water curving or not?
How big is the lake?
We're looking across 30 miles.
30 miles, yeah, there'd be a slight curve to it, yeah.
A slight curve?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Do you know the geometry of your Earth, dude, that you believe in?
Like not enough to like spit off like numbers like right away and like do the formulas in my head or whatever, and like not to mention that I mean I really don't want to do the rabbit hole of the refraction and all this stuff and all this nonsense. I'd rather just stick with basic points so you can do a better internal critique of the world. Do you understand that the observer height, your height above ground, is not your elevation?
Whatever, man.
I'm sorry. Hellcrest.
Are you talking about sea level?
Hellcrest.
Let me go first.
Let me just Hellcrest, please. Let me
go first. Listen.
All right.
So you already confirmed that over 30 miles of curvature would be, yes, indeed 600 feet, right? So if both people are standing between each other 30 miles apart with a laser on the edge of the beach, their toes in the water, right? Doesn't matter how much elevation you have, it should be 600 feet over the curve. Yes or no?
Of course it matters what elevation.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
I'm sorry. It depends on the.
Get him out of here. This guy is just semantics bullshit. Get him out of here.
So Hale. So Hale, let me just ask you something real quick.
Because you can't just shine a laser over an entire lake
can I ask you something? Hale, can I ask you something?
Just ask it, bro. You don't have to ask me if you want to ask me a question. Just ask.
Okay, cool. So there's two people. One of them is standing on top of the mountain. One of them is standing at the bottom of the mountain. They're both 6 feet above the ground. Are they at the same elevation?
You're talking about something totally different. You're a fucking moron, dude.
I'm sorry. Is your name Hale?
Whatever.
This guy's
I can talk, man.
So Hale Christ, if one person's standing on the top of the mountain and they're 6 feet above the ground, and the other person's on the bottom of the mountain and they're 6 feet above the ground, are they at the same elevation?
No.
Of course not. But if there's on opposite sides of the lake, are they at the same elevation? Yes or no?
Not necessarily.
I don't want to hear no tangent of you fucking going off on another tangent. I want a yes or a no.
Yeah. If you're on a lake, then chances are you're like at the same elevation. If you're both at shoreline, most likely.
And to the guy who said that the refraction would make it slightly different, dude, it'd have to be exactly 600 fucking feet drop, man.
Okay, so now let's talk.
You know what's crazy to me? Hold on. Let me just chime in here. You know what's crazy to me? That flat earthers know about the ball's curvature more than the ballers. They take their shit based on faith. You know, we dominate you, but we actually know the math. We actually know all the
Hold up. Yo, flat earth.
Niagara Falls.
If I may ask, what do you guys think a flat Earth's like layout would look like? Because it's not what the globe would look like.
So you want us to speculate? Is that you want me?
No. I don't want you to
do what you do every day, right?
Let me
imagine what it looks like.
Are you gonna keep on talking over me, or let me speak? Cool, I'll speak. First of all, if the Earth was flat, and most of you guys believe it's a disc shape, if I'm not mistaken, all of the water on the Earth would be sent to the center due to the gravity not being able to hold everything down. Gravity would be pointed towards the center.
It is, right, dude?
No, it's not the way I think it's scientifically true.
No, it's not, dude.
Everything.
Listen to me, man. Shut up for a second, brother. You got to talk. Let me talk.
No, you interrupted me again.
Would you shut up? What causes gravity?
Yeah. You want me to shut up?
What causes gravity, fuckhead?
Why don't you explain that to me? What causes gravity?
Why do I have
to know the answer so much?
Man, you don't fucking know.
Yeah, because you don't know the answer. Because you don't know the answer. That's why.
Obviously,
you want me to
I don't
educate
know the answer. Nobody fucking knows the answer. You fucking moron.
Gravitational pull is its own thing. Science doesn't really litigate what gravity is.
No, we don't know what causes gravity, but you know what the fuck it is, right? You fucking idiot.
Bro, why are you so insulting? Jesus Christ, you're mad.
Because you're a fucking moron, dude.
Hold on.
Right now, I'm trying to explain to these people. I'm trying to explain to these people that your height above your ground is not your elevation, and they're failing to understand it. So that's where we're at right now. Also, they're doing the 8 inches per mile squared thing, where I'm trying to explain to them that drop wouldn't even start until your eyesight reaches the tangent of the horizon. Like that's where we're also at. But man, good to see you, man. How you doing,
bro? That's another thing. One thing that I don't understand is if people believed that if we were to stand outside and the Earth is curved and we were able to see the horizon, do you know how small we are compared to this planet?
It's so big, right, brother? How big is it?
It's like a cell on your skin.
How big is it, bro?
You can't see it, bro.
It's too big. We're not going to be able to see it. We're not going to be able to see the curvature because we're so small.
Too big.
We just got to imagine it, right, bro?
Prove stellar parallax is too big. You can't prove the curvature.
No, we already know. We already know how big the Earth is.
It's too big. Can't prove center of gravity. It's too big to prove space.
Too big.
It's too big.
Yeah. I mean, if we're talking about cells on the skin, we can't see them. That's how small we are compared to the Earth. We are 1 inch on the Earth compared to 3,900 miles? Even a little bit more than that? We're not going to be...
Whatever.
What's up?
Flat Earth isn't. I did an AutoCAD thing where, literally, if you scroll up in the chat, hang on, I'll just repost it.
Yeah, that's fine.
So you did a reification. That's awesome, brother. You're
it's a 2D profile.
Yeah, it's called a reification, dude.
AutoCAD. No, it's a 2D profile.
You think it's a ball and you fucking paint a ball and then you fucking reify it.
Making models is reification.
I'm gonna go and mute like the 50-year-old. He's just insulting people. That's not how we speak to each
people
other.
on this channel, dude. You get fucking muted, man.
Fan. And you watch a fan.
It's never good to be disingenuous. You sent it in the side chat?
And you watch a fan.
Yeah. So, like, literally, like a human, 2 meters, you can't even find them in that one. And I got a zoomed-in picture of it. Hang on, I just gotta find it in AutoCAD.
You won't be able to see a human from any point of, like...
Are you there?
If you had, like, a telescope with satellites, that's fine. But I don't think people understand what would happen if the Earth was flat. Gravity will only be centered to one point, keeping the Earth stable. We would not be able to rotate around the sun. And let's just say, if people do believe that Earth is what everything revolves around, we're too small for that. The sun is the correct size for the amount of planets that orbit around it to stay in place. But if everything orbited around us, we would scatter. There's not enough gravitational pull to pull the sun towards the Earth. And if it was, the sun will be hurtling towards the Earth.
Well, that's if you appeal to the relative physics and laws of motion and whatever that applies to the worldview that you hold. Because there's a completely different set of motions and laws of whatever the fuck that flat earthers appeal to.
Yeah, but that wouldn't make any sense. First of all, one question that a flat earther could never answer. Yeah, I mean, they just say that they make sense, but one question that a flat earther will never answer is what's behind the ice wall or what's under the Earth. I asked them this so many times, and I couldn't even get one straight answer. They just give me an answer that keeps on branching out to different reasons that just don't correlate to anything that they say.
Yeah, you're asking.
Listen, I don't rebuke the option that the Earth could be flat, but the way that the Earth looks, it just wouldn't make any sense. Because we already know gravity exists. The reason why gravity exists is because the curvature of the Earth and the fact that it has to do with space-time. There's no explanation for gravity. There's no explanation on the difference between us floating out in space and it being a vacuum and the Earth pulling us towards the Earth. It's just gravity.
It has no idea what
the best explanation that a Harvard grad would give you, it's because it's pulled from space-time. That's about it.
And then it goes straight up.
If I was to tell you that if the Earth was flat, gravity would pull everything towards the center, because gravity can't hold a flat surface. It would curve that surface immediately. If Earth was flat and it was already flat and gravity just appeared out of nowhere, it would literally create a donut.
A sphere conserves energy the best. That's why water droplets are spherical. And gravity does the same thing. Now, I get that a flat earther rejects gravity. So, I mean, you can't just tell them if Earth was flat, gravity would blah, blah, blah. But you'd want to ask them, why do things fall down, for example?
Why do they?
Yeah, no. They're always like, but what about the wind?
We have an explanation. But if you reject it, then I need
what's your explanation, brother?
Gravity.
Gravity.
Just don't insult people while you're explaining it. Don't call people a moron or anything. Speak it genuinely. Don't speak disingenuously.
What causes gravity?
Massive objects warp space around them. This has been known for over 100 years.
So is there an experiment that proves that?
Yeah, Arthur Eddington and I don't know who the people that went to South America, but they took photographs of stars behind the edge of the sun, bending space-time around them.
And gravity bend light, yes or no?
And the formulas for gravity universally work all the time. Extremely.
Gravity bend light, yes or no?
Yeah.
All right, prove it.
We've observed it. We have observed it.
Also, let me ask you this: Why are meteors able to get so close to the Earth but go around it? It's because the atmospheric pressure keeps it from actually hitting the surface of the Earth. Unless it's strong enough to pass the ozone, it's not going to enter our atmosphere.
Like, you're parroting stuff that you read in a book, dude. You don't know these facts, man.
If it's directed at an angle...
That's how humans accumulate knowledge.
I get that part, man. I totally get that.
I mean, if flat earthers completely convey the distrust that they have in, Aristotle and Pythagoras, to where we can't take geometry into effect, but it's to study that not everything has to revolve around the Earth, and the Earth isn't flat. I mean, if you go into a plane, it's curved.
Who worships?
If the plane is
not, dude. Why you lie, man? Why can't you just tell the truth?
What? Bro, this dude's theorizing stuff.
You can't see it, man.
Can't see what?
Curvature from the plane.
You can see forward and backward.
You can if you're on the runway.
Someone just texted me to unmute them.
The plane, dude.
The horizon is the top of the curve. It's the hump that is the curvature of the Earth.
And so you're told, but when we look at a horizon, it's flat, and level, dude, and straight. You know,
I didn't say good. Yeah, I said forward and backward. I didn't say left to right.
Whatever,
so if you were to be on a bridge,
curved every which way, right?
Dude. If you were to be on a bridge, you can't see the people on the other side.
You're on a globe. You're curving every way, right?
If you were on a bridge, you couldn't see things on the other side because the hump of the bridge obscures it. So if somebody held a giant circle on the other side of the bridge and then gradually lowered it down, you would see the exact same effect that a sunrise or a sunset produces, for example. Now, we can just forget about that, but go to the ocean and look at the horizon, and what you see is a sharp line.
I got you, Peter.
That is exactly consistent with the Earth curving away from you. A flat Earth, we know that the atmosphere distorts at very great distances. So if the Earth were flat, then the horizon should look like what it looks like when it's foggy outside. It gradually obscures, and there's and there's no point where you can't see it any longer.
Trying to digress your eyesight and what the camera can see compared to like a telescope and what these scientific figures actually ended up analyzing from rockets, balloons, planes, different things. It's unheard.
He's gonna fucking
it's disingenuous, and I'm gonna keep on saying that word. Reeves, you're not proving anything by showing us a picture of where you are. I mean, if it looks flat, then it's not always flat.
I'm just trying to put an image to Planet Peterson's words.
Yeah, I can see a sharp horizon. If the Earth were flat, then the horizon and the sky wouldn't meet at a point. They would blur into each other.
All right, so would you tell me yes or no?
Therefore, it's flat, guys. Totally, 100%.
You talk over me.
You know what my favorite part of that was? It was this.
Crickets.
Which part?
The crickets.
That was my favorite part of what just happened there.
All right. So wait, hold on. Who has me muted?
I'm confused. What are you talking about?
The crickets that we were hearing.
Oh, yeah. It's just quiet.
Yeah, it must be quiet when you fucking mute everyone. When you mute the opposition.
Planet, I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
What derives people to theorizing that the Earth is flat, considering every scientific case has proven that it's round? And every scientific case that proves that it's flat is just speculation. Nothing's ever proved it other than phallic science.
Except that the surface of water is level.
Planet
flat,
Peterson.
Right?
Even if the Earth is flat, that's not true because tides exist. But
so we have waves. I get it, man.
Is Rasputin asking me a question, or am I answering?
Water at rest, right, brother? You heard that part, right?
When is the ocean level? Is it at level at high tide or low tide or slack tide?
Why we have to talk about the ocean, dude?
4 people have asked me a question. Which question should I answer?
When water is at rest, the surface is level. We know this, right? We use it. It's a reference for level.
Is the water? Is the ocean water?
Yes, it is.
Is it at rest?
No, it's not.
No, absolutely not. Due to gravity and all that. Fun.
I'm just asking, according to the flat earthers, is the ocean at rest?
I said no. Did you not hear it?
Okay, so because of wind and ocean currents and things like that?
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, so when you say water is level, but if tides
I say water at rest, dude. You heard that part, right? Water at rest.
Sure. So water is level, therefore it can't bend around a globe. But on a flat Earth, water is not level because high tides and low tides happen at the same time. But then you say at rest. Okay, on the globe, the water isn't at rest.
The ocean is not at rest, dude. We just established this, man. You didn't.
Yeah, so it's not a problem for the globe. So your narrative that water at rest is level doesn't. That's not how it works on the flat Earth, apparently, or how it works on the globe. So this talking point is a moot point.
So we have waves.
Planet Peterson.
Hang on,
oh my fucking god.
Hang on. Why do tides happen on a repeatable pattern? If it's not, because that can't be weather or currents.
I don't know, dude.
I know. Oh, I know.
You really don't know? Like, I get that you reject that the Earth is a globe, but you haven't even looked into it?
Of course I've looked into it. Why do we have fucking currents and tides, dude?
You're not the one that asked the question.
Ocean currents transport heat and marine organisms, nutrients, and dissolves gases.
The reason we have tides is due to the gravitational pull of the sun and the moon.
Am I gonna finish?
Why during new moons and full moons there's different high tides because of the fact that there's different gravitational pulls. Dude, I'm not with these guys, dude. I'm a surveyor.
You understand that Listen, you understand that there are places on Earth that have many tides, right? Like they have a couple tides during the day, right?
Yeah, because every 6 hours you get a high or a low tide. That's how it is everywhere.
So he just said that the moon and gravitational forces cause a tide.
Yes.
Wait.
Every 6 hours?
Every 7 hours, in 6 hours from now, let's say the moon is right above me. 6 hours from now, it'll be perpendicular to me. 12 hours from now, it'll be parallel to me, but I'll be on the opposite side. 18 hours from you get the idea. That cyclical thing of stretching and squash, it doesn't really stretch the waters. It pulls on them.
Planet, can I say something real quick?
Like, this is just so incredible. I teach 9th grade earth science, and we learn these.
Good for you, brother.
And I get that you reject it, but the fact that you've been so lazy as to not even look into how it works. Of course
I've looked into it, dude.
You think it's as simple as your lack of understanding of it is. So you say, herder, it can't work for these reasons, when no, you could pick up a 9th grade science book and hear the explanation. Now, go ahead and reject the explanation, but you need to know the explanation and have a rebuttal to it. But you are just ignorant, and you think that everybody is as ignorant as you are, and you think the answers and the truth is as simple as your lack of understanding is. When it's not.
Yo, Planet, can I say something real quick?
Hold on. I've been waiting for like 10 minutes. Planet Peterson, does the horizon, as you ascend, does it drop down, or does it keep raising right to your eyes?
The horizon doesn't rise up. The horizon is below you.
And the higher your elevation the higher your elevation is, the more you have to look down to the high horizon. That's how it works.
Why is that not observable on Earth?
It is.
There you go. Can
I ask one question real quick?
Shut the fuck up, man. Look at the fucking citation, okay?
What exactly is under the Earth?
Tides do not coincide with the location of the moon. This is from NOAA.
Is it just a void? Are we playing Minecraft?
Minecraft.
Fuck yeah, dude. Everything is Minecraft.
Do you know anyone who's been under the Earth?
In that
that's curvature, my guy.
It's so obvious.
That's not flat. That's not flat at all.
That shit is curving up. What the fuck?
Yeah, when it curves up, he's like, "It's curving, dude. It's curving." A fucking idiot.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Curvature, guys.
That's not a straight line, but you take a ruler, the ruler's gonna go inverted.
Somebody, Flat Earth isn't real. You wanted to ask me a question?
This is just religious.
I couldn't speak long enough, or I couldn't get my time to speak.
So there, man. You still here, there, Mr. Fucking Smartass? Did you look at my post? Did you look at my post in the side chat from NOAA?
Oh, who's Mr. Smartass? Nobody goes by that.
Yeah,
username.
you are.
Rasputin. That's not my username though, so I don't know.
Have you looked in the side chat at my citation, dude? My name's Subdued.
From NOAA?
Yeah, from NOAA. Can you read the first line of it?
I'll open the link and I'll read beyond the headlines. So while I'm doing that, you guys can talk about whatever you want, and then I'll tell you what I learned. Sound like a plan?
We flat earth in this bitch.
Wait, who muted him? Whoever did that, you're a legend.
Who's muted?
What are you talking about?
Oh, they muted Flat Earth isn't real. That's not very nice.
Well, the guy won't shut up, man.
Neither is talking over people, but here we are.
Got it. I mean, there's 20 people. You're kind of unavoidable.
Yo, that's King Von.
So how come there's like a higher tide during a new moon than compared to a full moon?
Because the sun and moon line up.
Oh, I know. I was hoping they would answer.
Oh, sorry. Like I don't know. So I don't know the people in here. So I don't know if I'm being asked a gotcha or if it's being asked.
No, I got you.
I'm sorry.
So you see me, Jay Reezy, the one making fun of Donald Trump's stupid thing in the high-vis.
Yeah.
I'm a land surveyor, not licensed yet. I'm a land surveyor. I've done the reciprocal zenith angle test. I fucking I took a hiatus from this for. I took a hiatus or whatever from this whole thing, and now I come in here every once in a while. But I've listened to a few of your videos recently. You're killing it. You're doing great.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, I subscribe to you and stuff. You're good. I like Spanky. Spanky's cool.
Okay, Rasputin, Hail Christ plus Flat Earth. So your claim is that your source says that high tides or tides are not caused by the gravitational influence of the sun and moon? That's your claim?
No, it says it does not coincide with the location of the moon.
What happened?
Oh, where does it say that? All right, I got it.
Right in the very first line of the ad, man.
Tides originate in the ocean and progress toward coastlines where they appear as the...
Go up a little higher.
High tide occur when the moon is not around.
High tides do not coincide with the location of the moon. It's the first line above the picture, dude.
Yeah, but when you open the article, that's not the first line.
Oh, so that's not what the article is about then. The first line doesn't explain this article at all.
Yeah, so have you have to read beyond headlines because headlines are...
So you read beyond headlines, I get it, but what does that first line say? Is it not true? Are they like just misleading us with that first line?
I have more to read on this, so I was reading the actual body of the
inside the article.
Before you were talking about how I don't do my research and I don't read on anything and I don't know nothing.
You didn't read beyond the headlines.
And here we are on Noah's website, right?
Okay,
so
I'll just read the article out loud. How about?
So, dude, what does clickbait mean?
It's not even
Noah, dude. This is not.
High tides do not coincide with the location of the moon. Is literally the first line.
We're not looking at an ad for fucking keto here or anything, brother. We're on NOAA's, like the National Oceanographic fucking site here, man.
Okay, here's where that phrasing in the headline comes from. If Earth was a true sphere covered by an ocean of constant depth, then it would be true that at a high tide event, a high tide event would occur at the location with the moon overhead. What they're saying is the local geography of the area has a huge part that plays into the way the tide rises and lowers. For example, the highest tides in the world, and this is just me going off of what I know, not reading the article, occur in the Bay of Fundy, which is in Newfoundland, I believe. I know it's in Canada.
Wait, keep reading the article.
That's because of the unique geographical shape of the area. It funnels the water in. And so the funneling in of water in and out of a bay system or whatever can lag behind, for example, the moon and Earth's rotation, making it in a different perspective with the moon.
Look at that. You just gave us another reason for tides. Imagine that.
No, that's not another reason.
It's an explanation for why tides rise and fall the way they do. Like, for example, in the open ocean, the tides are not as extreme as they are on the coasts. Why is that? Because the shape of the coasts allows water to funnel in and fill up these areas, and then it drains away more slowly. So,
also, Earth is not a uniform form of mass. So there's different gravitation. Like the center of mass of Earth is not like the true center. There's like, have you ever looked at like, well, you don't believe in models, but the gravitational model of Earth, how like there's different like gravitational pulls at like different forces because the mass of the Earth is not uniform.
Perfect.
What do you want me to reply to that, dude?
Well, the point is you can't, so.
What can't I, man? He's up in his imagination.
Because you didn't say anything. Yeah, so
there's nothing to say to that. Like, fuck,
just
what are we gonna say, man?
Exactly.
If you just doubt, if you just say "nuh-uh," but you
I
have
didn't say
nothing to
nuh-uh,
contribute,
man. I didn't say anything, dude.
yes,
because
a
there's nothing to
verbatim
say there.
fallacy. Congratulations.
No,
It's-
I'm saying
it's not
reification
within you.
fallacy, dude.
It's
because
not
fucking
within
he,
your.
he knows what gravity is, and fucking he thinks he knows there's a center to this fucking thing we live on, man. Great.
Yeah, because I'm a land surveyor. I've studied
Yeah, we
these
can
things.
imagine the center of this thing, can't we? We've never fucking seen it, have we?
We've never
for
seen a
example,
flat
the
Earth.
We've never seen a
Hold
fucking
on,
globe either, dude.
Pete.
Yeah, you have.
Let me hit him with it.
No,
Let me
you
hit him
haven't,
with it.
man. You've seen a fucking
Yo,
picture,
hold on.
dude.
Subdued. Let me hit him with it.
Want me to draw you a picture of a flat Earth? Like, fuck, man.
Hold on, let me hit him with it.
Yes, please. Yes, please do. Please draw it. Yes.
Shut
That would just be a reification fallacy if you did anyway.
All right. Planet
kind of like
Peterson,
your
you
fucking
ready?
globes, right?
Hold on, relax. Planet Peterson, you ready? I got a multiple choice question for you, all right? I'm posting it in the side chat. Where is the horizon? Is it answer A, B, C, or D?
There's no. Oh, I see them. Wow, a picture with a lot of atmospheric distortion. You know, they have pictures of those exact.
No, answer the question. Don't carry on with your shit.
For that one, I don't. Well, it would. Well, it's none of them. It would be
The
be below.
horizon. The
be
place
below
where
A,
the
but
sky
above
appears to meet the ground or water. Where is it in that image?
It's obviously behind
that
the
image has a lot of atmospheric distortion.
We don't care.
so you
It's
can't
not
see
about
it.
the atmospheric bullshit. It's about where the horizon is.
Cry me
in
a
relation-
river, you fucking crybaby. Jesus Christ.
Ah, shut the fuck up, idiot. Where is the horizon in relationship to the fucking oil rigs? Numpty, that's all we want to know. The oil rigs are there for demarcation because we know their distance. Not because they've got wobbly cranes or you want to cry about fucking refraction or atmospheric dick pulling. We don't care. They could be traffic cones for all we like. We just want to know where the horizon is.
Matrix, how'd you measure their distance?
It was already measured, dude.
I like how the middle of one oil platform doesn't line up with the middle of the other oil
fucking
platform,
care. There's
which
3
is
miles
exactly
difference
what would
between
happen
them.
if the Earth was flat.
Planet Tard, there's 3 miles between them. They shouldn't line up. It's called
Between isn't
perspective.
a word. Speak fucking English.
Oh, really, dude? Is that where we're at now?
Yeah.
So you still haven't answered the question, Tard.
So he can say
Where is it?
globe
Front,
tard, but
middle,
I can't
back.
make fun of him. That's how it works.
You
Is that how it
can.
works?
Go ahead. Make fun of him, man. Let's hear it.
Go for it. See how
He's
you go.
coping, dude.
You're an idiot.
Listen to
There.
this copage.
And nice cope factor. Now you still haven't answered the question. Where's the horizon?
You can't see it in that picture because of distortion. Just like if there was a
So you're
foggy
telling
day,
me
there wouldn't be
it's
a horizon.
distorted down at ground level? I thought the cranes were distorted from all you ballers. Come on.
What about
step
this
up,
picture?
son.
Rip.
What about this picture?
Yep, cope on another picture. Where's the horizon in that one? In front, in between, or behind the oil rigs?
Wow, sometimes the atmosphere distorts the horizon.
Oh,
and
wow,
other times it
sometimes. You
doesn't.
haven't answered the question.
Do you know what cherry
coping,
picking
stop
is?
sidestepping.
I
and
literally
answer the
answered
question.
the question several times. In that
No, you
picture,
haven't.
you don't see it. Just like on a foggy day, there's no real.
There's no fucking fog in the picture, you dumbass. Answer the question. It's either up the back, in the middle, or up the front.
Fog. I said, like when there is fog, that.
Yeah, no, you're still coping, you're still sidestepping. Answer the question.
I have answered it 3 times. I will.
No, you haven't. You're still pulling bullshit. Answer the question, Claire.
Outside. Sometimes there isn't a distinct horizon.
No, you just like the sound of your own voice.
Cope, dude.
Stop coping. Go and have a quick breath and answer the question. It's a very simple one, sir. The horizon is either up the back, in the middle, or up the front.
Can you
Very,
be
very
honest
easy
with
for
us
you.
for a minute, man? Like, fuck.
Am I unmuted now? Yes, I am. So I've answered the question 4 times.
No, you haven't.
Maybe he thinks that there's no horizon because of the green line. Is that why? Like he can't see it?
No. Because he knows for a fact there's no measurable curvature. He can pull his dick about the moon and every other explanation they can be given. But when it comes down to hard facts that there's no measurable curvature, all these globetards start coping hard. And we know it. So we'll try again. In those images, quite a couple that have been put up now, where is the horizon?
I'm typing my answer because you won't let me give my answer.
Because you keep rattling on with shit. Just answer the question.
No, I've answered it 4 times.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have. And you've
so where's the
muted
horizon then, dude?
No, we don't want to hear you crying about crying. We want to hear where the horizon is. That's all.
Yeah, I'm typing my answer because you won't let me.
Yep.
Well, you haven't done either yet. You haven't typed it or answered it yet.
He's coping so hard, dude.
I think he's saying that there is no horizon because it's distorted.
So there's no place where the sky appears to meet the ground or water. Interesting.
Supposedly.
What a way to start off a Monday morning. This is great.
Yeah, he's saying there's no horizon. That's what he's saying.
There isn't a horizon in that picture.
Yep.
Oh, he's
That's what he
special
said.
ed this one.
Maybe we should give him the video and he can fucking look at it.
I have this video posted. I'll post it again, though.
The full video or just the...
I got a 3.04 minute one.
Wait, maybe we should do it like this. Let's have him define horizon first.
That's a very good question. There we go. You can answer Waz's question.
Yes. What is the horizon?
The horizon is the top of the Earth's curve from your perspective.
Could you provide a citation for that definition of horizon?
That's just the way I am deciding to describe it to you right now.
What about the dictionary? What does the dictionary say?
I don't really care. Why do you care?
You don't care about the definitions of the words we're using in this conversation?
Not really, because...
You know how to like engage in a philosophical debate at all?
He doesn't care about our reality. He only likes to live in his fantasy.
Horizon has a very clear, circumspect, simple definition.
It actually can mean multiple things.
What does it mean?
So is your definition that you guys like to use a line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet?
Yes.
Okay, great.
That's the dictionary definition of horizon.
Okay, great. Yeah, and when it's foggy, that line doesn't exist. And when there's a heavy amount of distortion from refraction, that doesn't exist. I know you're not.
Dude,
I'm giving an example.
Relax.
I'm not talking to the Australian guy because he's too stupid to talk to.
Nah, you can shut the fuck up. You're an idiot. Who let this numpty in? Oh, it's an open chat panel. Damn.
Man, it was chaos with no mods, man. Everyone was talking over each other, and they were muting the flat earthers, and they're all talking over me. It's crazy, man.
I mean, it's pretty simple.
Coping so hard?
Look at this guy. He says, "Wow, censorship, dude. He can't even tell me where the fucking curve is." Keep coping.
Notice how he had to jump straight to the fog. Oh, but there's fog. It's just an example. Oh, there's fucking buildings too. Guess what? We can't see through them.
Notice how he wants to change definitions of words to cater to his worldview.
Yeah, level's also curved. We've heard that a few times.
But don't you guys like make up different like ideas in like realms of physics and phenomenology to make up for?
No, man, we don't make up anything, dude. We use your fucking definitions.
No, I don't mean making up definitions or words. I mean like making up like physics and phenomenologies.
No, we don't make up nothing, man. We work on facts,
what up,
bro.
Quiet?
Like the flat Earth model isn't made up.
We don't have a flat Earth model, dude.
No, I've seen flat Earth models before.
Well, good for you, but we don't have one, man.
Oh,
Nobody's seen the Earth, bro. From the perspective to know what it looks like. Have you seen the Earth to know what it looks like?
Okay, what do you mean when you say see the Earth?
Have you been outside of this place and looked down and seen what the Earth looks like?
I mean, we've had cameras capturing.
Have you been outside and looked down at this place, dude? Has anybody you know looked down at this place?
How can you apply?
It's real simple, man. Fucking, you go outside and you look down.
But you can't even like use this skepticism in like day-to-day life and understand that like what.
How do you know what kind of skepticism I use in day-to-day life, dude?
I'm saying you're applying forms of skepticism.
No, I'm not applying any kind of skepticism, man. I'm talking facts here, dude. Have you ever seen this?
No, you're asking me if I've personally.
What? It's an impossible question, dude. Have you ever seen this place
and looked at the planet? But I'm trying to tell you that we had cameras that have captured what.
Why can't you understand that part, man? That's like one of our main parts of flat Earth, brother. Nobody has seen this place, man. We all have to look at pictures and trust the word of others, man.
Yeah, we're trusting the words of people that we've seen launch into space.
We've seen them go up in a rocket. We haven't seen them launch into space, dude. We can't see that far. And they never show us that part either.
Yeah, you're just literally speaking shit.
No, I'm not, man. I'm speaking facts. Be honest with yourself.
And you're also
all you have to do is be honest, dude.
I can hear it in your tone. You're like trolling.
You just have to be honest with yourself. That's all.
No.
You have pictures from space, great. But you've never seen it, man.
I think you should spend your time better and stop trolling.
I'm sorry that you can't face reality, dude.
Who's the Glover in this conversation? Mittens? Are you a Glover?
I might be.
He'd be like, bitch, I might be. Alright, I got a question for you. Multiple choice question. Look in the side chat. It's a blue picture. Where is the horizon? Is it A, B, C, or D?
What, the picture? You can see some of the bottom rig is cut off. It's at the end, but you can see the skylight fading into the ocean, sadly. It kind of just proved my point by saying that.
You didn't answer the question.
The skylight goes behind the ocean in that picture, dude. Either way, you're wrong.
It's A, B, C, or D. You need to.
The horizon is the skyline that we can finish. Hold up. Let me mute this guy real quick. The horizon is what we see at the edge of the skyline. Notice how I said at the edge?
He muted somebody. Who did he mute?
Yeah, I was muting someone who was repeating themselves, dude.
Yeah, because it's A, B, C, D. You didn't choose.
Clay, hold on a second. Flat Earth isn't real. This is how it works in here. If you mute people, you get muted yourself and probably booted afterwards. So may I suggest, just politely, that you unmute Clay?
He had me muted for like a half hour earlier.
GG's.
Well, he's coping, so I guess he's choosing D then, right?
So, no, I'm not coping. All right, okay. Hold up. May, before you say anything, let's be genuine here. Don't mute me because you guys don't agree with one of my points.
No, we mute people because they're carrying on with shit and we don't want to hear them crying about being muted because they're talking crap or over-talking people in the first place. So, you were asked a very simple question. Where is the horizon? A, B, C, or D? That's all you had to say. We didn't need a 4-page essay.
Well, men, I'll tell you this much. It was...
in all honesty, guys, that's probably the best one I've heard so far. So, I see you've played Knifey Spoony before.
Knifey Spoony? No way! Alright, well, let me give you some scientific facts. I would have to say the horizon is where A is. Is it A? Yes, it is. I can see the skyline and how it is on the side of the Earth. Why are you interrupting me? Don't interrupt me. I'm speaking here.
Well, all I can say then is, welcome to Flat Earth, son. He's done the best Aussie accent yet. Come on, that was good.
Dude, that guy was a fucking pain to deal with for the past hour, dude.
They're only tough when they're in groups, so when you get them all bunched together, all of a sudden they'll just overtalk and hammy is, which you've probably seen in the last hour or so.
Oh man. There was no mods in here. And it's just like they were muting all of the fucking flat earthers and they were just talking to each other.
Really? As in, like, personal muting them?
Yeah, like you don't need like right click on someone's name.
Yeah.
Yeah, that what's his name? That flat Earth isn't real guy. He had me muted for like a half hour.
Interesting.
I couldn't get a fucking word in. It's like, yeah, that's just how it was.
Oh, right. Okay.
That's Copage at its finest.
Are you on the main channel?
Wait, who changed his name? Did he change his name?
If you ever do get stuck without mods in here, just put up a thing in the main channel. They normally will come out and help you. There's someone around normally.
Wait, did he change his name? We changed his mind, dude.
Yeah, it's rare there's not a mod in here. It happened.
If a Muslim and a flat earther had a crazy competition, you'd win, bro. Congratulations, you're officially crazier than a Muslim. No, not you. I mean, if you're a flat earther, yeah.
Hey, 1 second. Can I ask you a question? Is it crazy to believe that the sun is actually doing a circle above your head, so it's coming closer, going away from you every day? Or it is actually, or is it?
You win.
1 second, you're not listening, right? Am I the sane one, or you the insane one for not listening? So what is more crazy, having that as a reality, or being on a Earth where the sun is standing still and you're falling backwards at 1,600 kilometers per hour, and it's just the illusion of the sun moving, but you're just falling backwards with the whole Earth? What is more crazy in your mind?
Yeah, you'd win the crazy
tell me.
as a Muslim.
Yeah, tell me. So you can't even answer a simple question? You can't even answer a simple
question? You'd win the crazy competition, brother.
So you can't even answer a simple question?
Engage this guy, man.
Last Bill, I got
a Muslim and shit. Fucking
government.
Mute that guy.
All right, can you see the side chat?
I heard your little face.
What's your name? Last Bill.
How like edges of the sun is able to like uncover itself from the horizon as it rises or as it lowers. Like, it obviously doesn't make sense to say that the sun, like, it goes away from you and fades away, because that's not
it doesn't?
From sunset.
Okay, then tell me what is happening in this little clip.
Muslims,
brother. With the sun one.
Repent.
Okay, what is happening here? Can you tell me? 1 second, it is right there in the chat. Tell me what is happening in that video. Or GIF in this case. And I can give you also another one with a drone and a solar filter. So I wonder if you guys actually live in the same reality as I do. Because in my reality, the sun is moving over my head and it's going away from me. That is just how the sun works.
The sun is on the ground. When have we ever observed the sun being on the ground?
Hey, you haven't answered my first question, which is in regards to what I posted.
Answer my question. Is the sun on the ground? Are we experiencing the sun being on the ground?
Sir, don't interrupt. You did a false assumption because you said the sun never shows to be going away from you. Then I posted a GIF and now you're refusing to engage and answer if this is the case or not.
Okay, so what
either correct yourself or the conversation's done.
I never said that the sun doesn't seem to be moving away from us from how we
you did.
No, I said that the sun isn't moving away from us and then coming closer to us. That's not what's happening. I said what's happening is the sun is etching over the horizon.
We all observe that every day, dude. The sun goes over our heads, man. It comes up and comes up over our head, and then it goes away, man. Every one of us see that every day. And if you don't,
I got a question. But you're like not considering the first point that I made about the sun.
Mittens, I got a question. Mittens, why do the sun rays hit the Earth at divergent angles if the sun is larger than the Earth?
Wait, say that again.
Basically, why does the sun have crepuscular rays?
Say that in the simple terms again.
Why do angles come in different angles for the sunlight?
Okay, can you say that exactly the way you said that previously?
He's trolling you, dude.
I could tell.
So if the sun is 93 million miles away, or whatever the different claim is that they have for this year or the next, how come the sun rays don't come in parallel, but they come in at different angles? Tell me that.
Okay, from what point?
So brainwashed.
This guy doesn't know about corpuscular rays. Why does the sun appear to have a perfect reflection across a body of water, whereas if you would have it on a curved surface, it would have no reflection?
So you guys are showing images of sun rays poking through clouds at different at different points, and the rays are going in different directions.
But I could steelman the argument. I know the globe answer, but you don't even know your globe, so you don't even know the coping for that.
I have little knowledge on this topic, but I can just logically break down that I could say like there's just certain like holes within the clouds, and then it's causing like a reflection towards one end where it wouldn't always just poke through directly down or directly.
A reflection off what?
A reflection off the clouds. The clouds are thick, like it's blocking a lot of sunlight. So if there's a hole, it's probably not going to like always go through exactly where it came in at that exact direction.
And you've just said nothing in a very long time.
Maybe
so those rays of light, wouldn't they, if you followed them back, wouldn't they point to the light source or go back to the light source? Therefore,
the light source can bounce off of
a little bit closer than what
the light source can reflect
model claims.
So it is a source of light if it reflects from something. So I'd say it does.
Yeah. Okay. See the bottom GIF that Anti-Globalist has put up. You can see the little rays of light hitting the ground. Now, if you trace them back, they go to the light source. Does that light source look like it's 93 million miles away?
Well, I mean, if we were to think of like the light source as
yes
like
or no?
not a reflective property, then it probably wouldn't be 93 million miles away.
So it's non-reflective. So what has light reflectivity got to do with its distance?
So I just explained to you how I would like sort of logically think of how the rays would cut through the clouds, and you just probably
they are cutting through the clouds. You can clearly see that. 11 minutes past 7. That's the GIF we're talking about.
Yeah, so I'm saying that if light is going to cut through a cloud, there's probably not always going to be like a hole so perfect that it would just like cut straight through center down or like.
This is a red herring. This has got nothing to do with what the subject matter is, mate. Light rays coming through clouds causing divergent lines. We can see they're divergent. The issue you've got, if your sun was bigger than Earth, they'd be either dead straight or convergent. Yeah?
Okay, let's just say if I had a box room and I put like a platform in the center but cut like some sort of hole at the very edge. Like, let's just imagine a prism.
You can't have focused light with your heliocentric sun. You can't have that.
Let's have a prism and we cut a box into it and the box is dark.
You can't have focused fucking beams diverging from a central point with your heliocentric sun, which is thousands of times bigger than Earth and millions of miles away, and the light rays are basically reaching the whole one side of the globe.
No, I just explained how the light is reflecting from the holes. Like the clouds are thick.
It doesn't work. You said it's logic, right? Okay, put it into a logical syllogism for us, please.
Yeah, I was trying to explain the prism theory. So like,
put it into a logical syllogism where you give two conditions.
I don't really care what you
and then a conclusion.
I don't really
put it into a if it's logic, then use it in a syllogism. So you don't know what logic is. So
no, I'm going to use geometry. I'm going to use how reflective properties kind of.
So put it into a logical syllogism then.
I don't need to do that. I'm going to explain my prism theory.
You do if it's logic. If it's logical, you can do that then.
I think if you can imagine what I'm trying to say, then it's pretty logical.
I think if you can imagine what you fucking know what you're talking about, you'd be able to do that.
Yeah, you don't even know what you're talking about. Anyways, so basically,
you don't know what you're talking about.
And we cut a hole into it, and
god, dude, this kid's coping.
No, imagine we take a prism, and we cut a hole into it, okay, and it has a volume. And we put like some sort of plating in it at the center point, like halfway into it. And then we cut like some sort of flap out, so that, let's just say there's like a missing edge. And we can kind of shine a light into the box, and what would we say? That it would be like a platform inside, and some light would reach the very underneath in part of the box, because it would reflect off of certain points of the box and then reach inside the lower point. That's basically what I'm trying to say. Like, you can imagine a box, and then there's like some sort of like flap inside at the half point going into the box. And then there's like holes on the outside edges.
Work with when you've got a humongous fucking light source hitting the fucking box at every single fucking point. This is too focused. Look, okay. I looked out and see that, right? Then I should be able to look out to my left, say another fucking 500 kilometers away, and see the same thing, and then look to the north, right, another fucking 500 kilometers, and see the same thing again, because the sunlight is supposed to be reaching Earth, right, from a humongous light source and hitting the Earth pretty much straight, much parallel. Whole one side of the Earth. It's not going to focus its beams on the one tiny little point.
Oh yeah, because your theory of how light moves and how it reflects off things, it's not like equivalent to my theory. Like, we don't believe the same thing about how light moves and travels. That's why you're probably not going to actually understand.
We do not believe anything, sir. There is no belief involved in the shape of the Earth. The Earth is what it presents itself to be. Natural law doesn't need any beliefs. You hold a belief currently, which is you, sir, you believe you live. Sir, you just believe, with all respect, you're the one with the believing issue. You believe you live on a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from an ever-expanding void of darkness. We choose to not believe that. We accept reality for what it presents itself to be. We involve natural law. We involve natural, observable, repeatable measurements. You do not do that, sir. That's why you're caught up in an ideological. You are caught up in an ideological belief. You are caught up in an ideological belief, and you don't even know why you're defending it. You don't even know.
Ideological?
Yeah, you don't know why you are defending it right now. If you would give me a reason to why you are defending it, you don't know what the reason would be.
I don't know. I've already explained my prism theory, and it just seems.
Yeah, see, you just made my point. You just said I don't know. You don't know why you're defending your belief.
I don't know in contrast to what you even mean. I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know
that we don't make any belief. We don't have any beliefs. We don't have any beliefs. Get that out of your mind. There's no such thing as a flat earther believing something.
Yeah, believing things doesn't mean anything to you.
We don't believe anything in regards to the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, you definitely don't believe anything.
Mittens, why
in regards to the topic.
Mittens, why does Polaris never move?
Can you explain Polaris to me?
You know what Polaris is? The North Star. Do you know what the North Star is?
Oh my god!
Okay.
Yeah, why does it never move?
We can observe and that it doesn't move in the sky.
It's never moved since it's been discovered in 159 AD.
I don't know. Can you explain to me how it doesn't move?
Because
Polaris is much older than that.
Yeah, that's our oldest known discovery of Polaris.
Yeah, I don't think we can just immediately assume that the Earth is flat. There has to be some sort of more in-depth phenomenological.
No measurable curvature. Water always finds its level. Star trails go around perfectly around Polaris.
Because
Polaris never moves. Constellations never change.
You couldn't even explain that to me. You just kind of like stepped away from that and then started.
Which one? Say again.
How the sun etches against the horizon and then falls below it, and then you showed me.
We already did explain it to you, but you must not have been paying attention. Here, I'll play it again.
Then I said, "Why does the sun touch the ground?" And then you just muted me.
Oh, and I'll show you why the sun touches the ground. Just give me 1 second.
I think it's quick.
What?
Because if the Earth was flat, then it would be observed that. It would just
watch this video. Watch this video. I just posted it.
Shit.
Watch this video I just posted. You see a coin on the table? Watch that video. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. If he has any questions, I'm sure you guys can handle it.
Well, Polaris is always a fun discussion.
It's literally showing a table where the perspective is below the surface, the table surface. What does this have to do with anything?
No, it's not. It's exactly the right level.
You're definitely a liar.
I'm definitely a liar. If you were listening to the video, Muppet, you would have heard him say that every second Glober would accuse him of it. So maybe you should watch and listen this time.
I think if you conducted it...
No, you shouldn't be thinking. You should be watching and listening to the video. Go for it.
I don't think. So therefore, if you conducted this experiment yourself and you laid your eyes against the
People have done it. Stop coping.
And you moved the coin back, or you asked, let's just say, a servant or someone.
He's not listening. It has been done by multiple people. It does do that. Disappears bottom up. We know there's bottom up obstruction on flat surfaces. Your boltard is now being kicked to the side because we can reproduce this on flat surfaces. Do you understand that?
That doesn't make any sense. Prospectively, that doesn't make any sense.
You know, it doesn't make sense to you because your whole life is built around a story.
No, because I can literally
everything is built from that.
It wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense because it doesn't match your paradigm, your narrative, what you've been indoctrinated
into. I just described what happened in the video. A camera was put underneath the surface.
No, it wasn't. The camera was put dead level with the table, as he
I'd have to observe that myself. I'd have to observe that myself. I can't believe.
Excellent. That's what we want you to do. Go out and do shit in reality.
No, I'd have to observe the camera that was put surface level of the table.
How about you do it yourself? Mittens, instead of crying about someone's video, why don't you do it yourself? Prove us wrong. Video it yourself. Go out and prove us wrong.
Do you know what angular resolution is?
Yeah, can you explain angular resolution to me? Because it might just be something different to what I see it as.
So it's going to dictate that with distance, right, things will appear to get smaller, right? But also the distance between two objects will appear to decrease with distance as well. So have you ever looked down a long street with some street lights, right? And you see that the street light appears to be getting closer to the ground with distance.
With distance, that's because there's a lump on the road at some point.
No, I'm just talking about a long straight road, right?
And also, this is not what's being shown in the video. What's being shown in the video is a coin on a table pushed away.
I'm talking about something. I'm talking about angular resolution, right? So,
and the surface of the coin is being I can't even say that. Like, it's being covered up. Like, it's not the coin.
Yeah, you can't say.
So I'm just talking about the sun. Your question about the sun. Why does it appear to meet the surface? Right?
Half of the coin as it's being pushed half the way along the table. So, I shouldn't be seeing that if the camera's not surfaced with the table.
examples where the sun appears to be very low, right, on the horizon, and it appears to be touching the horizon, you would think that sun is setting, right? And then people get out their P900 zoom cameras, high-powered zoom cameras, and zoom in and see that there's actually a pretty large gap between the horizon and the sun still.
Yes, because
the naked eye,
because it's so bright, it causes glare, and that's not even like what looking at the sun in its setting form is.
Right.
Because if you look at the sun when it actually is setting, it would actually come to like. It would come to like, what's it called? I can't explain perspective.
Can you conceive of looking down a long straight road with street lights?
A very like.
Can you conceive of looking down a long straight road with street lights on either side?
What did you say?
Can you conceive of looking down a very long straight road with street lights on either side?
So you're saying I sit on one side of a road, there's street lights on my side, and there's street lights on the very end.
He didn't say that. He just said, can you conceive of a long road with street lights? Stand in the middle of the road and look down it. That's all you got to do, bud.
Yeah, I can conceive of that.
Excellent.
Right. With distance, right? With increasing distance, the apparent distance between each street light and the surface of the road is going to decrease the further you look. So the street light closest to you appears very high, right? A street light that's the most furthest away from you appears very low. It's going to have an angular change. It's going to look like it's going down, right? Can you conceive of that? You know, like in art class, they teach you that they teach you to draw a straight line for your horizon, right? And a thing in the foreground is going to appear very big, and then a thing in the distance is going to appear very small and closer to the horizon. So there's going to be a convergence point.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, what about the coin on the table? What does it demonstrate?
That's just demonstrating that. That's
that the camera's not level.
No, it's demonstrating bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface.
Yes, thanks, Vax.
It appears to be bottom-up obstructed, even though when you zoom in, you can clearly see the entirety of the coin, right?
It's easy if you go out and do it with something in reality. Like, imagine having a 10-foot pole, right? And let's say you're on a flat level, like boardwalk, like the boardwalk's level. You walk up to that 10-foot pole, you have to look up to see the top of the pole. If you go back like 500 feet from that pole, you don't have to look up to see the top anymore. You go back 1,000 feet, you don't have to, like the pole appears to get smaller the further you get away from it.
Because the camera is so low, right, and almost equal level to the table, right? It's a very small angle of view before it zooms in. You've got the field of view is very narrow, right? So that the optic has trouble distinguishing the difference between the surface and the coin that the surface is on. The coin, right? There's a relationship there between the surface and the coin and the angle of the field of view. Right? But when you zoom in, you're increasing that field of view. The angle is widening, so that you can then be able to distinguish the difference between the bottom of the coin and the surface the coin is on. Further without that widened field of view, optic has trouble distinguishing the difference between both, so that they seem to merge. That's diffraction, actually. diffraction and angular resolution combined, so that things with distance appear to converge, and the optic can't resolve certain, the difference, the light.
Okay, I watched the full video. So apparently we're just viewing the table at level with a blurry lens, that's all.
Is that all his kids got? Just excuses.
No, but I'm explaining what's in the video after I watched it fully.
Mittens, at 27 past the hour, in text chat, there's a picture with 2 cans in it, one above the other. Can you see those?
Yeah, what about them?
Excellent. The top image was taken from 22 feet away, elevated. The bottom image, same distance, 22 feet, at ground level. See how in the bottom image, the bottom piece of the can is missing? This is on a flat surface, bottom-up obstruction. You can also see on the wall where the trim of the wall is also missing in the bottom one. All that is from 22 feet across a flat floor. That's it. And shit disappears on flat surfaces. This is what we're trying to get through your head. You don't need a ball for things to disappear bottom up. That's all, mate.
What we're talking about isn't something that you can make up. You can go and research. You can research the Rayleigh criterion. Research the Rayleigh criterion. You can research diffraction, and you can research angular resolution and perspective. Right? This is not anything that is a secret.
This Mittens guy sounds like he's brand new to this topic. Could be wrong. I mean,
well, you're not entirely wrong, but like, I'm still not exactly sure if like the floor is like completely flat. Like I have to like do some sort of like observation myself to see if the floor is flat.
I gotta say, it's funny how hypercritical you are about the level of the camera or how flat the floor is, but if it's put on a TV screen, then you'll just instantly have to just take it as fact.
Can I get it? So that actually doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, the rocket's launched into space, right, dude?
Yeah, what does a rocket being launched into space have to do with perspective?
You believe it.
You believing it, yes.
I mean, like it's very reasonable to be skeptic about the floor being non-completely level, and it being
that's
being
fine.
the bottom of the can.
Absolutely. That's why this is something that you could attempt to replicate.
Well, Mittens, how's this? If you're not happy with that picture, there's a gentleman that pops in here called AI Overlord. When he hops in, you can ask him if the surface is flat or not, since it's his image.
By the way, he's a builder. He builds things. He used to use engineering and physics principles in order to get a job done right. People pay him to do things so that things are to a standard, which means flaws. He's going to definitely check to see that flaws are nice and straight and level. Yeah, he's not going to present something like that. If that's his image, then he would not present that without having more knowledge of the surface being level. There's examples. There's a YouTube channel called Sky Free, and people go out and tests. They do tests in their home. They do tests out in the field. Went to a small lake. They had an RC boat. They got their camera right down inches above the water, and held this little RC boat out 500 yards or something. Not very far away. Not far enough away to go over the curvature of the Earth if it's there. And they had bottom-up obstruction of view. Looks like the RC boat. You can't see the bottom of the RC boat at a certain distance. Gotten near the curvature yet. There's examples of bottom-up obstruction with distance, right? Short distances, level surfaces. Yeah, here's that way. When saying it's actually obstructed from your view, right? There's no physical obstruction in your way. You have a clear line of sight, but it's light in the way light. We receive light into the eye, angles that all these things that we've been talking about. They play an effect on what you're going to see, what it's going to appear to be like.
Yeah, I'm just really struggling to conceive of the idea that bottom-up obstruction actually has any covalence with nighttime. If it's nighttime, we can cut down the horizon as far as we want to and see the sun persistently. But what does that have to do with the sun actually still setting at the horizon and going downwards from our perspective?
For one, you don't know. We don't know what the sun is exactly in what medium it exists within, how the light's produced, etc., in order to be able to say, this is most definitely what we should or shouldn't see the sun doing, right? But you can conceive that a light source getting further away from you will appear to get lower down, right? It will appear to, like the street light example, right? And then you've got the air. We know that we've got air in the way, right? There's air between you and the light source, right? So that light is going to attenuate. The air isn't fully transparent, right? So there's going to be a degree on which light isn't going to be able to reach your eye from a light source through air because it's just not strong enough. You've got light extinction. You've got the inverse square law, which dictates that increasing distance, the density of light decreases. So you've got all these factors at play, right? If you go down under the water, under an ocean, right? You're not going to go down very far before you can't see the sun anymore, and it could be directly above your head, but you look up, you can't see it. It's dark, right? Because the light can't penetrate through all that liquid. Well, the air is going to have a similar effect, right? Not to as an intense a degree, but it's still that same principle can be applied, right?
I think I might have not clarified what I mean when I said cutting down the horizon. When I say cutting down the horizon, I mean imaginatively, in an inconceivable way, taking a plane, a hollow plane that can just erase matter and literally cutting down soil and minerals and material just to see more of the sun. Literally cutting down an ocean, in ocean water, to see more of the sun's form.
That sounds like you're just inventing a scenario that's not even physically possible, but.
Well, the logic that I applied to how I explained it all, it just fits with my narrative, my worldview. So it's not even it doesn't even really matter. It's just another appeal.
Yeah, but a second ago you said something about seeing the sun at night. I don't know where you live, but when it's nighttime, I don't ever see the sun.
No, but it was supposed to dictates the scenario that I had about cutting down the horizon. If it was nighttime, I could just cut down the horizon as I explained, and still see the sun. Like, and in doing that, it has nothing to do with like
when anyone's done that, come and let us know. Okay.
And it has nothing to do with the up-down obstruction, whatever, that I didn't know before. Because, like, I'm new to this topic. But, like, it still has nothing to do with how I could just cut down the horizon and still see the sun.
I don't understand what that means, though. You cut down the horizon and see the sun. That just sounds really incoherent.
That would be obstruction of view. You're talking about removing the obstruction of view to be able to see the thing again.
Yeah, like literally removing like our terrain to see more of the sun as it just falls down from the distance.
Good luck with that, mate. Good luck with that.
Yeah, but it's just like a hypothetical to explain how like this certain like thing that I'm talking about, it doesn't really have anything to do with like the up-down obstruction that you just introduced to me. Or the bottom-up obstruction, I think.
There are many reasons for bottom-up obstruction. If you're looking out over the ocean, imagine, let's say your eye height is about 5.5 to 6 feet. 4 miles out, there could be a 5.5 to 6 foot wave. 5 miles out, there could be another 5.5 to 6 foot wave. And 100 yards beyond that, there could be another 5.5 to 6 foot wave, and so on and so forth, going out for miles and miles and miles. Eventually, the sum of all these waves at eye height, which you can't really see from your vantage point, not without some high-end optics, right, are going to create that bottom-up obstruction. It's just one reason. Sorry, did my connection drop?
Yeah, you're good now, mate.
Okay. The sun also gets squishy on the horizon quite often. It's a known effect. The moon, too. I mean, oftentimes the bottom half of the sun is a mirror of the top due to miraging, and then it gets squished. Looks like a football. Sorry, didn't mean to kill the chat.
I'm just chilling myself.
You're just chilling because you got stampeded earlier on. That's all.
I got what?
Stampeded by idiots earlier on.
Yeah. I went Super Saiyan. Now I gotta recuperate. I need a Senzu bean.
I just dropped Sorry, I just dropped by. I think I missed whatever happened. You went Super Saiyan earlier?
Yeah, dude. It was like me versus 10 Globers, and 3 of the Globers had me muted. It was crazy.
Oh.
So they're like talking over me. I couldn't get a fucking word in. When I did get a word in, they were all saying A for the Black Swan.
Oh,
there
gosh.
you go. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Mittens, do you are you familiar with the Black Swan argument?
What is it? The type of fallacy?
No, it's not a fallacy. It's the picture with the 2 oil rigs that they were showing.
There.
What?
I thought it was you that was just talking about it like 10 minutes ago. The picture where they're asking you where the horizon was, A, B, C, or whatever, and it had 2 oil rigs in the water. Yeah. Are you familiar with that argument?
Yeah, I've seen different forms of this argument, but like I'm not too familiar with this particular one.
Okay. Well, you know what the radius of the Earth is, right? Or like for the globe, like what they claim the radius to be?
I mean, I've seen different, not different, but I've seen a certain number suggested.
Well, I mean, there can only be one.
Somewhat of 3,900 something miles.
Yeah. Yeah. 3959. Which means that the curvature rate of Earth is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. See, it's because you got to think what the globe claim is. What is what is the horizon, right? In the globe paradigm.
Well, I'm not familiar with what the horizon is.
That's fine. But it's claimed to be the geometric curvature of the Earth. Like I know you've heard that before. Like boats getting cut in half by the horizon. Such. The Black Swan image is, well, it's not an image, it's a video, and it's like 15 different videos of the same location by the same guy. It's just demonstrating that the horizon is not geometric. If the horizon is not geometric, that means there's no radius for the Earth.
So you're saying if the horizon, the point of which we can observe, we can imaginarily put into our heads a point of where which the Earth would start to curve from a distance. If that didn't exist, then the Earth wouldn't. What?
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of right, but the thing is, though, it's not considered to be imaginary. It's considered to be a physical limit. It's a physical blockage of view by physical Earth getting in the way of your physical eyesight.
Well, it still comes to like an imaginary terms of understanding, like what would you presume to be behind that physical blockage?
Well, there is no physical blockage. That's the whole point of the Black Swan argument. I mean, because if you claim the horizon is a geometric curvature of the Earth in the Black Swan image, that puts the radius of Earth at over 400,000 miles, when really it's just 3,958.8. Like, that's what makes the Earth like twice the size of what they claim Jupiter is, I don't like using these terms, but he's new to the argument, so he's not. I want to use stuff he's familiar with. It's just a lot to digest. You're probably not going to sleep well if you're brand new to this and you're just getting all this info today. It's fine. You'll be all right.
Some people come in here to argue haven't slept well in years.
Oh yeah, Brenda. Any of them really. Nicktoon.
Yeah.
They're more obsessed with flat Earth than we are.
Oh, it's true. We go about our day. We accept reality as it is. They're struggling.
Like the only time flat Earth ever even pops in my head is when I get on Discord and we're just talking about it. Other than that, it's not even anything. I don't wake up thinking about it. It's just reality is reality.
I think about it when I was walking down the street and I see a guy in a NASA shirt. I'm like, oh, poor guy.
Sure.
I have one. I wear it ironically, but
Or someone talking about space. I'm like, oh, poor guy.
I had two wacky Christian guys come up to me at the party. I'm a Christian myself, but like these guys had like the little tassels on their belt, and one of them had a big shofar horn, and you know, they were kind of telling me that Christmas trees will send me to hell, and you can't eat pork, and we still have to follow the law. And he started asking. He goes, what do you think's the reason for the evolution epidemic? Like, why do you think so many people buy into evolution? And I said, well, people buy into evolution because it's tied up with the globe. And he didn't understand what that meant at all. He goes, what do you mean? I said, it's one hand and it's the left hand and the right hand, but it's the same lie, it's attached to the same body, which is a lie. Evolution and heliocentrism goes together. And he started flailing around about solar eclipses showing Earth's curvature, and it was kind of sad.
Sometimes we get people from the media coming in here. Like USA Today has written maybe 20 to 30 articles.
Really?
Blasting flat Earth. Yeah.
Holy shit.
They sometimes come in here to talk to us. And they're all coy about it. They're just like, oh, we just got some questions. We're just trying to figure out how you guys think and, what's on your minds. They don't say who they are. I mean, but you can tell, like, the way they're talking to us, they have really polished questions. Their voices are smooth and they've got the best quality audio. And it's kind of a giveaway. And then a day or two later, up pops an article on USA Today. 20 reasons why flat earthers are dumb. And it's totally like straw manning. I mean, they're misrepresenting what we're saying. So they're not the only ones.
Just hit it with the black swan. A, B, C, or D. No, you're not answering my question. A, B, C, or D.
Right.
All of a sudden, you see A, B, C, or D on the fucking USA Today article. Look, Mom, I made the news.
Because you don't give him the F possibility. F, G, and H. If you have F, G, and H, maybe he can decide, but 3, 4, it's not enough.
That's hilarious.
It's very difficult. And that's what you see on the Black Swan, that's photons. That today guy claimed. You don't see the water, you see the photons.
My brother, explain a photon. A, B. Just kidding.
Horizon. You don't. If you see the horizon, you see the photons. You don't see the horizon. You see the horizon because you see the photon. If you observe during the night, then it's a problem, but doesn't matter. There is no photons anymore, but water is there.
You're winning, son.
Don't worry, guys. Globies are like sand people. They'll soon be back and in bigger numbers.
They also walk single file. In response to their NPC-ness.
NPC-ness. That's a funny word.
True. Earlier this morning, actually I don't remember. It was either this morning or last night. It was like two guys back to back, but it was like separated by like 20 to 30 minutes apart. They were asking the exact same questions. And like I said to like one of the mods, I was like, are these guys linked? Are they like
bro, isn't that weird? We notice that from time to time. There's like the theme of the week or something. It's somebody puts out a video and probably talks about something and gives them all ammunition, and they want to try it out with us. They want to try out the arguments. So they all come in, and like the theme of the week might be star rotations, or the theme of the week might be refraction, and it's all they talk about. And they're all synchronized like a hive mind.
Yeah. They got the worms in their brain, brother.
Yeah, the worms. Space worms.
True.
Yeah, so you ruin one or two of them, then they go back to their other server, and they're like, hey, I totally kicked the shit out of those flat earthers. Here are the arguments I used. And then like two or three more show up. They say the same thing. They get their asses kicked the same way, and they go back, and they're like, oh my god, it worked. Try this, guys. Over and over.
Have y'all beaten the shit out of anybody in the last 20 minutes?
Few people.
I just logged in a few minutes ago. I heard it was a blood
Mittens left.
Did it fill that God-sized hole in your heart? To see them bloodied?
Yes.
Y'all are mean as shit to people in here.
Hey, well, I was 1v10, and they wouldn't let me get a word in because 3 of them had me muted, and they were talking over me. And then I just called a mod. A couple mods came, and they said unmute the guy. They said no, and they got muted and they left. Basically, that sums it up. But they also got destroyed by my A, B, C, or D.
Well, that's one of the. I mean, that's a tactic that's used generally. Is two guys will collude with one another to locally mute everybody else in the room. And another thing is, you'll have two people arguing one guy, and the one guy locally mutes the stronger debater. I see all these. They're just 1,000 different techniques to where you don't even need moderator power in order to employ them. But
no, he's exactly right. They always come in pairs, or quite often do, and they play off each other.
Yeah.
Or threes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
And then you got one of them will be like the white.
We should make a clan tag.
But that's a typical tactic back in the social justice warrior days.
Yeah, that's right. Like back in the 2000s.
It was funny.
Like when people would argue on the internet about the Iraq War and stuff, they did the same shit.
Huh. Yeah, I didn't get into a political debate back then. I got Skype in its beta form, but I just, God, had I known that there were debate rooms in Ventrilo. Oh,
Ventrilo.
Yeah, Ventrilo.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
TeamSpeak.
I didn't. Yeah. So I'm not a gamer, so I didn't get over here until 2017. I love this.
Earlier, that Hale guy, he was bringing up the argument. He had an observation over water. And the guy was asking for his elevation, and he said it was 6 feet. And the guy's like, no, that's not the elevation. The elevation has to be from sea level.
That guy was fucking retarded, dude.
I couldn't talk to him, man. You have to have the elevation from sea level.
Well, how do y'all reckon? How do y'all reckon with the tide?
What about it, brother?
Well, what are the tidal? What's tidal for? How do y'all explain it?
There's a whole bunch of things that fucking affect the tide, man.
Yeah,
underground currents, temperatures, fucking wind, different things, man.
If you look at a tide chart called amphidromic nodes, pretty weird shit. Amphidromic nodes, AMPHIDROMIC, amphidromic nodes.
Yeah.
What are they?
How does that work?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I mean, there are all kinds of. So, not too long ago, they discovered like deep in the earth oceans, underneath the ocean, which probably has openings and communicates with the ocean that we know. And so there could be pressure changes, this pushing in, that pushing out. There could be long period waves. There could just be a whole rhythm to the whole thing that's been set in motion since the beginning. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, they just found that underground ocean too, right?
Yeah, they speculated on these for a while. So, and there may well be a moon interaction. Who knows that? I'm not going to make any claim I don't know about, but we've got screen caps from the National Oceanographic and Aeronautic Institute's website where they're like, there is no real correlation between the moon and the tides.
Yeah, I posted that earlier.
Isn't that freaking weird? So, but they teach that at school. I mean, they probably teach it in geology textbooks or science textbooks too.
Wait a minute. So, moon and tide are not related. I've never looked into.
We're not sure, dude.
There's some places on Earth where you've got like 3 tides a day instead of 2, or instead of 1.
I still had it on my copy paste. There's a citation there in the side chat.
Yeah, it's not. And this is the funny thing about the globe. Like, it doesn't always work exactly the way people think it does. They're always. So you kind of feel like a hacker, right? Like you're finding 0-day exploits in the globe. You're like, oh, I found a new inconsistency, and this is just one of many. Got thousands of them. Things aren't just working nice and neat the way globies think they do. And we like to point some of this stuff out.
Well, there's the explanation. I grew up sailing, and tides and knowledge of tides. You can't get a more critical piece of information. So you've got a lot of people that, and you have to have faith in them, or else you're going to fucking die. And
they're predictable, dude. We get it.
Yeah. So the idea of having the argument in a purely academic realm versus, you got some guy who was born and raised in Brooklyn and is a graduate of NYU. I mean, as long as he's never been out on a boat, he doesn't. Well, he knows what the fucking tides are.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because I've actually kayaked in the Hudson River before, right next to New York City, and talk about you better have your tidal shit right, because they got a 7-knot current that'll put your ass out into the Atlantic Ocean if something wrong happens. And then when the river current and the tides are working at opposite, they create these huge waves. So anyway, so I guess my point is as an academic, in an academic manner, once you've got that person that has depended upon their presuppositions, but they certainly you cannot tell them that tides are not this and not that, but the explanation for the tide. Maybe there's something suspect in that, but anything that threatens, you're not going to talk to a guy who goes through inlets on boats. You're not going to threaten his faith and tide. Just can't do it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's kind of like analogous to like an architect versus an engineer. The architect will draw up the plans; they're perfect. They work exactly the way they should. And then the engineer goes to put it together and has to make all these adjustments. It doesn't quite work out that way. And it's because you can't think of everything.
Well, I am interested to see if the tidal predictability, and then the assumption that the moon is predictable as well. And if there's some delay between those two predictable cycles, you would have to presume that they are directly related. So I'm challenging my own. I'm talking to you guys. I'm asking questions. Well, I'm asking questions. Well, how the hell do I know that? Well, I know the tides exist because my life is dependent upon them.
Tidal charts. They're made from observations, and they don't necessarily always look at the moon, right? I mean, they're looking at the natural cycles of what happens locally. They go into the tables.
But as far as three tides,
periodic,
3 tides in a day, I have not read that. I haven't read everything about sailing, but
yeah, it's rare.
Where is that? Do you remember?
In Australia, I think.
I don't remember. Is that where it is?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's off the one side of Australia.
Huh.
If you have tides, then surface cannot be flat.
Sasha.
Only you can. If you have 3 tides, you have perfect sphericity. Then, of course, tides sphere. Why you don't get it? How tides work on the flat Earth? It doesn't work because you cannot have tides on the flat surface, man. You cannot have that water rising up and down. That's not possible.
3 tides equals perfect surfacity. Eh?
Yeah, tides shows always that it's curving. Tides never show that water is going up and down. That's the logic.
Yeah, tides are with respect to mean sea level. There you go.
Sea level, what's that?
Yeah. Horizontal reference plane. That's what.
All curved arguments, level, horizontal, that's all curved. If level it's curved and curved it's curved, what is flat?
Not curved.
Not curved. What's that?
Flat level on Earth.
A level is curved. Did you know that you don't need two lines for the angle? That today I found out. No, really. The guy said you don't need two straight lines for the angle.
You're learning a lot today, eh, Sasha?
Yeah, today was the learning day. The guy said also, the guy also said if Earth was, because he said, look, that black swan, that is example of the globe Earth. And I said, how would look like Earth if you have that observation if Earth was flat? And he said you could see the 1,000 miles from that 1 foot observation without any problems.
I see. I see that area of off the west coast of Australia. And that could be current or a river. Because that's an area to where, at least according to this, the tidal forces are very, very small. I need to overlay this tidal map with a river current map, or a rather ocean current map. And then you've got that peninsula right there. And currents, when they meet, when two currents come together, like at Tierra del Fuego in the south of South America, you got all sorts of shit that happens. Watch Master and Commander with forgot the name of that Australian actor. Yeah, I see that. Anyway, y'all take care.
She eats.
Man, we got a shitload of snow. Fucking 5 feet of it.
What? Where you at?
I live in Canada, in Ontario.
Oh, I'm West Coast. Yeah, I had to think about that for a second.
Yeah, we got smacked, dude. My fucking mayor declared emergency.
Oh shit, we don't have a single lick of snow yet.
Yeah, man, it dropped. And today now it's starting to rain and get warm, and fuck, it's gonna be a mess.
Like my mom's town, 4 hours north, has gotten like rain and then it froze, and then rain and then it froze again. And I got like maybe like a 1/4 inch of snow, and then it melted the next day. But other than that, like West Coast is pretty warm. The wind is cold. Oh, holy shit! I'm not even on the coast. I'm in Central. Central of BC.
Yeah, there's a few places there. It stays nice all year, eh?
Yeah.
But I got steel roofs, and my one roof, the snow is curled over. It's almost touching the ground. I'm just waiting for it to fall off. It's going to be a mess.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hey there.
That was so good.
What do you mean? What was so good?
Okay, dude.
Yes, I'd like to report a problem with the Flat Earth channel. I don't hear anybody shouting the R word at each other, and it seems to be an issue currently.
Shut up, retard. I'm just playing. I'd be multitasking like a motherfucker right now.
I'm pushing carts at Home Depot like a good little Flat Earth.
Yeah, Home Depot?
Yep.
No way.
Yes way.
What? No way.
It's Speculation Sunday, and this morning I heard them talking about the blue ice from the dome firmament pieces. The blue whatever it was called. Glass.
Oh, the Libyan salts? Or the hold on, I got pictures for it. Hold on. Libyan desert glass.
Yeah, the stuff that fell from the dome.
Yeah, I got you. I got pictures for it.
I seen an old YouTube by Flat Earth Brothers that showed it too. I'm pretty sure it was that. I want to leave work an hour early, but I don't have 1 hour of sick time. What do you do? But it replenishes 1 hour a week. That's it.
So you say good?
I think I'm going to leave work an hour early.
Nice. I had to leave work 2 hours early last night. We broke our record for sales in Canada.
We celebrated by singing "Oh Canada."
No. I never even thought about that.
With the beaver nickels.
It was actually hard
sailboat
to...
down.
I was thinking about this the other day. I got stuck up in town, like at the far end of town. And like, you know, the cashless society shit, I think that's already pretty much here. Because I went to 5 different stores, and it wasn't until I got to 7-Eleven. I was just asking for 2 toonies for the bus, because I had some complications. I bought a new phone, everything was transferred, etc. You know, just technical difficulties. Didn't have access to my bus pass. And yeah, no one would give me 2 toonies.
Bank will do it.
There was no banks near me. It was the far end of town. 7-Eleven almost turned me around too, but then I told them I just need money for the bus. I'm at the far end of town. I'm lost. I need to get home. And they're like, okay, bro, I got you. And they're like, here, just $4 on your card, whatever. Cashless society's pretty much already here.
Mais peux-tu parler français?
Oui, baguette.
But can you speak French?
No, hell no. I know milk is late. I know seal is lafouk.
Late. Learn French.
You're lagging a bit.
You say tired in French.
I don't know.
In French is fatigué. And I thought late was retard, or maybe that's slow. It's like the same word.
One sec.
So if level means flat, and the sea is level, and 70% of the Earth is the sea, then what?
Gravity, bro.
Oh, I forgot about gravity.
And if not gravity, then refraction, because that's how the world works.
Is that why you can see a lighthouse so far?
I want you to tell me how rainbows curve.
That bendy light, bro.
Oh.
Gravity make light bend.
Gravity doesn't make light bend. Gravity is not a force.
It doesn't work in space-time. And space-time can include light, which is a variation of time and space. Just kidding. It accounts for zero Coriolis event.
It's just the description of what mass does to the medium that it's in. It's not too far off from what I hear flat earthers talking about.
Probably because the same shit happens in both paradigms.
No, not just the effect, but the explanation for why. I mean, you're saying it's density, just relative densities.
Yep, and buoyancy too.
Time speeds up, time slows down. Prove me wrong.
Why would that mean Earth is a globe?
What did you say?
Suppose time dilation was possible. How's that a globe proof?
Hello?
Yep.
Was I hot micing all that just a second ago?
No, just someone said hello.
Oh, okay, good. Good. Well, in the spirit of openness, I'm on travel right now and I've freaking forgot my toothpaste. I'm like, oh shit. So I had to call down to the front desk. Always something. So how about that, Crit? Jacob Isaacman, I think is his name. The mannequin from Polaris Dawn is the new NASA director.
Yeah, man, you can't write this shit. This is like, it's like just better and better, like.
At 16 years old, he founded a credit card company in 1999 that grew to like 200 billion in revenue. And then he sold it. And then he somehow got into aerospace. And he now owns the biggest private fleet of military jets for fun. And then he started space companies. And now he's got government contracts out the wazoo. And he received awards for efficiency in government. A billionaire making money off of the taxpayer for useless space endeavors, for advancing the big psychological warfare operation that is outer space, documented by Eisenhower's National Security Council Memo 5814. Space will be used as a psychological exploitation tool. This guy is lauded for efficiency in government. Someone who blows money on private military jets for the hell of it. His whole story is about as ridiculous as Elon Musk. And he was the astronaut, the first commercial astronaut, they said, from Polaris Dawn, who popped open that hatch. And those commercially designed spacesuits, giving everybody a silhouetted strong hand with the Earth in the background, look like a freaking marionette. That guy is the new NASA director. It's almost as if to say, hey, for those of you in the know, you know that we know that you know that we know. Because this guy knows it's fake. You know it's fake too. You know this guy knows it's fake. And all these people working for NASA and all the private space companies that have NASA contracts, they probably don't know. And we're wasting your money on this illusion. And this guy, we give him medals, awards from the government for being efficient with your tax dollars, just rubbing everything in our faces. It's really funny. You really can't make this shit up.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, you couldn't write it any funnier than it is. It's like, these are the people, like, all the globalists, anti-flat earthers, these liberal thinkers, like all about science and, okay, here's a government you've always wanted. Let's see what happens.
Exactly. It's being played out. It is so, the pandering is intense. You guys love Elon Musk so much because he's one of you. He's autistic like you. He's a computer nerd. He's a tech nerd junkie. He loves space.
gamers. He's a big time video gamer. He's like, hey, check out my Diablo 4, build or whatever it was, like
yeah, top ranked in the world. And the guy who delivered my toothpaste to my hotel room looked like Pharrell Williams, not even joking. I'm going to go for a bit, but I will be back before long.
All right. See you in a little bit.
already. I mean, if you want to go and get the claim, then that's fine. Then we can look at the Fraunhofer lines that show that is a gas up there and not a liquid metal.
Yeah, and not only do we know exactly what elements it's composed of and exactly what ratios. Like, we know everything about the composition of the sun. It's mostly hydrogen. Like, we know these things. You can't say it's a hologram. It's a real object. It's composed of atoms.
There was the question there. What type of hydrogen?
What type of hydrogen? I actually don't know. I don't know.
Okay. So recent studies, don't want to blow your mind, recent studies show that hydrogen that you see up in the sky, that's liquid hydrogen. Metallic liquid hydrogen.
That would be impossible in this. That would be impossible in the sun because the sun is too hot. It's not. We can. Do you want to get into why? Do you want to get into? It's a plasma. It's a plasma.
Okay, it can't be this is why I asked you about the Fraunhofer lines. Can't be a gas, can't be a plasma because the spectrum doesn't show gas or plasma. It shows. Dude, I'm just trying to help.
It doesn't show gas or plasma, dude. I'm dead.
He's a spastic.
You're just denying reality. That is the biggest piece of shit I've ever heard. It doesn't. It shows liquid hydrogen. Are you kidding me? We've known what the composition of the sun.
My friend, for fuck's sake, would you like a PhD lecture to explain it to you at university? Yes. Would you like someone who studies the sun using spectroscopy to tell this to you?
Is this particular PhD schizophrenic or like an actual guy? What are you talking about?
It's fucking brilliant, guys.
Does his voice crack like mine does?
I'm sure he is, dude. I'm sure he is. Send it. Go ahead, send it. Go ahead, send it.
I mean, I don't mind helping people discover things that they haven't come across before, but do me a favour, mate. Don't be a cunt. Can you do that? I'll get you the information and you can look through it yourself and you might come to another understanding.
Send it. It'll be fun. Send it over.
Your voice cracks are hard on the ears, Tree, man.
It'll be fun to see. It'll be fun. Send it.
Just fuck off. Just fuck off.
It'll be fun to see.
Fuck off. Go on. Off you go.
No, send it. I'm willing to see it. I'm willing to see it. Send it. Send it.
Tried to be kind to you, but you're sniggering like a little 5-year-old girl. Fuck off. Show yourself the door. Go on. Go on.
I have like fucking 5 other reasons why I know for a fact the Earth is round. You guys want to hear those?
Oh, okay, I'll tell you what. Thing is, we're not going to be talking about the sun anymore. Let's go to the other facts because Aristophanes wasn't one. Let's go to another one. Which other facts have you got?
Another fact that I have is that in the north, you guys object to northern hemisphere, so I'll just say the north. In the north, stars rotate counterclockwise, and in the south, they rotate clockwise. This is inevitable on a spherical Earth and impossible on a flat Earth. So you have a logical certainty.
How do we measure the stars in the sky?
You can see which way they're rotating with by just taking a video of it.
Okay, so when we measure things in the sky, we use 2 types of methods. Elevation angles above the horizon, which is going to necessitate a flat plane to make the measurements, and north, south, east, and west. Now, the stars come from the east and set in the west, don't they?
No. Okay, you guys have used this tactic before. No, you guys have used this tactic before. I'm not. That's as meaningful as reality. And goes from 3 to 9. I'm not talking about the linear. Like it's not meaningful.
About reality, guys.
It's not meaningful to say they go from east to west. It's the direction that they take. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the
direction that they take is east to west.
The rotational direction. The rotational direction. It's either clockwise or counterclockwise. There's no way around it.
Okay, that's lovely. But the way that we measure the stars are going to be elevation angles taken from a flat plane. Using the celestial sphere model, that's a hemisphere of vision over your head, like a protractor, and you standing in the middle of it with your 2 straight lines reaching the horizon as a fucking star. So you're going to be making flat Earth measurements when you talk about anything in the sky, anything taken from a flat Earth.
You understand that the curve, the radius is big enough that a locally flat approximation is valid. Like you can do that without
5,400 nautical miles is small and local.
5,000. Where are you getting that dimension from?
That's using the celestial sphere model of how we celestially navigate using the stars based on the simple premise of an angle measurement that point from you at the center of that radii out to where the edge of the protractor is 5,400 nautical miles. If you go straight over to the other side, you double that distance, 10,800 nautical miles. That gives you the distances. One, from the equator to the pole. That's a minimum elevation angle to Polaris. 5,400 nautical miles is a straight line distance, because every single step of the way you measure an elevation of Polaris to denote your latitude. Again, an angle measurement taken from a horizontal plane. So, no.
Why don't you send this material that you're referencing this from? I'm sure I can just look at it and easily fucking debunk it. Send it to me.
What? So you think that you can debunk angle measurements? Okay.
No. I'm sure that you're misrepresenting it terribly. So why don't I just look at it myself? Big boy.
Okay.
Why doesn't the big boy in the room look at it himself?
You're not a big.
I'll look at it myself.
Your voice has been cracking the whole call. You're not a big boy.
You've gone from a 5-year-old little girl to a 4-year-old fucking idiot. Trying to have a conversation.
I'm sure you're terribly misrepresenting it. So let me look at it.
Just fuck off. I don't get it. It's obviously a cunt, not me.
It's a bigot.
Check this out, man. Check this out. Let the material. Once the material comes in, go study it, and come back when your balls drop. How about that?
You guys are funny, man. You guys are funny.
I don't have that much time to waste.
Yeah, send the material, man. Send it. I'll look at it. I am so sure that this halfwit is completely misrepresenting it. That like I'm happy to look at it and just tell him why he's an idiot. Let's see.
I'm going to give you a dime. Can you deal with pictures? Can you deal with pictures?
I'm still waiting for it.
Yeah, I'm asking you a question. Like, seriously, dude, you've gone so far downhill in my estimations now. I don't even know why.
I'm smarter than you. I know. I'm smarter than you.
I will. Pardon me, what did you say?
It's uncomfortable talking to someone who's smarter than you. I can understand that. Yeah.
Oh, no, it's not. I don't waste my time with fucking idiots that act like fucking princesses, dude. I'll have the conversation with you. I was literally just about to get...
You're scared. You're scared. Send it to me. Send it to me.
Not scared to send it to you. I asked you a question.
Then do it.
That question was, I've got some graphics here. Would you like to look through them?
Send everything you have. I'll look through it all. I'll tell you why you're an idiot.
Yes, then, little girl. No problem.
Send it and the fucking the 5,400 nautical mile reference you have and everything else you have. I'll tell you why you're a fool.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You're going to tell me why I'm a fool when we make angle measurements. Okay, how are you going to do that?
I am so sure that you're misrepresenting that like it's not even going to be a challenge. I'll just like send me the material. Really? I will get back to you and tell you why you are just completely misunderstanding it.
Mm-hmm. You haven't got a fucking clue.
Man, he still thinks talking.
I'm still waiting for it, bro.
You're on Professor Dave tier, dude. You're still saying incredibly ignorant things about the sky. It's just cringe.
No, it's not ignorant, man. You guys always use the word
you
perspective.
Are fucking
there's no way.
Dude.
You're
ignorant as a piece of shit, dude.
It doesn't matter which one you say.
Is watch
it's invariant with respect to perspective. It's invariant with respect to perspective.
Why do you keep saying that when you could spend
Because it's fucking true. Because it's fucking true.
It's not. Shut your mouth. You keep saying that over and over again against people who have demonstrated time and time again that you're wrong. I posted a video that would have taken you all of 10 fucking seconds to watch.
The crepuscular rays.
You need
crepuscular rays.
I'm not talking about crepuscular rays, you fucking nut job. I'm talking about what you are talking about. If you would just spend the 10 seconds watching the motherfucker, all this chanting that you've been doing for like the past 2 or 3 weeks, you would find out has been all for naught. Yeah, why are you laughing, you fucking sicko? You're mentally deranged, dude. Like, there's just something mentally off with you.
Oh man, this is too good. Send all your references.
Well, I mean, Jedi has it doing something right now, but I'll put it in the queue and you can watch it next. And please fucking watch it. I'm so tired of hearing this stupid.
I'll explain it to you. If you have a clock on the
You don't need to explain it, Tree Man. You can just watch the phenomenon and we can all watch it together and go, okay, that's how reality presents itself, regardless of Tree Man's reasoning, so-called.
So-called? I'm dead, dude.
And Treatment, do you have like Professor Dave brain dead or something?
No, dude, no. It's just I studied physics in college. I'm knowledgeable about these things. You guys are idiots, and this is a cakewalk. So whatever. Send all your resources. I'll look at it.
A cakewalk, dude. You haven't landed it. A cakewalk, dude. You haven't landed jack shit in the last 20, 30 minutes.
Intransigent fools. It's because you're intransigent fools. You're not listening to the fucking.
Well, think about it. Bro, think about it. You present Eratosthenes. We conclude that it's inconclusive. You talk about the sun.
You concluded erroneously. I was right about that.
No, you were not. It was inconclusive.
It was conclusive. It's a reductio ad absurdum.
Hang on.
Wow.
It's not a reductio, dude. It's one of your assumptions is faulty, therefore the whole thing.
No, you're not tracking because you have the mind of a 10. You're not tracking. You're not tracking.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
You're not tracking.
You're fucking dumb. You need all variables.
You're not tracking. You're not tracking.
I am very much tracking, dude.
You didn't track any of that. You didn't track any of that. You didn't track any of that. It's like the simplest case of reductive.
Nah, you're fucking stupid, dude. You need all variables to hold for your claim to be true. Okay?
Calm.
God damn it. What a nut.
He prefaced it with, if you guys mute me, I'm leaving, because that's what he's going to do. He's going to try to take control of the conversation come hell or high water.
I feel like the conversation went crazy after I stopped talking. It's just been one train wreck after the next.
And this is what we deal with every day, man.
How these people are. They're fucking nuts.
Yeah.
You know? At least your stuff, we, seem to get to some sort of conclusion. And then, cordially said, this is where you're wrong, this is where you're wrong. Oh, or maybe not. It was civil. Otherwise, we're dealing with fucking children all day.
I just feel bad because there was a list of questions that what was her name? Flatsy wanted to ask, and we didn't get through them.
I mean, it's all right, dude. I think in the end, the thing with your bit, it was about definitions. You know what I mean? Like the
so I mean, and I wasn't hung up on the definitions. Yeah,
I thought it was, man. It sounded like you were.
And I wasn't.
Well, I don't mean to say hung up.
I wasn't hung up. I was just saying what was like from a point of just defining my perspective. That's what I was explaining. It didn't have to be like definitionally true. It's just a perspective.
Well, think about it, right? It ended on the conversation with the bachelor's thing. That was supposedly one instance where this objectivity line of thinking doesn't hold, supposedly. Then we boil it down and we realize that the term bachelor, right, that set of characters, that string of characters, is in one context a placeholder for one meaning, and in another context it's a placeholder for another meaning. One meaning, not married men, the other one meaning sometimes married men. So of course the logical statement, all unmarried men are unmarried, and the other statement, some all unmarried men are not married. They clash. So no shit, you're going to deal with problems. But it's only when you unwrap.
And we got to the point. sorry, we got to the point where the discussion was, okay, ignore other cultures, and I accepted, that's the premise. And we never explored that. So once we said ignore other cultures and ignore other definitions, I admitted, yes, there is an objective truth within my own respective culture and language. Yeah.
But that I wouldn't even say that, dude. I wouldn't even say that, because the culture issue is like the layer that holds up the placeholders. Okay, so it's more like if you unravel the placeholders, then the terminology, right? The definition of the term bachelor being badly translated from one language to the other.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? They don't align. So if you look at the meaning itself, all unmarried men are unmarried, and for all definitions or for all terms or words in other languages that are translated into that language meaning unmarried, that statement will hold true also. It was just a one-way translation issue.
In this case, are you making the argument that there's a problem? Because once I drop culture in different areas, there's only one area that it goes to, and it was the statement that was made before.
Meaning what? Being what?
Meaning that you can't be a bachelor and be unmarried.
Yeah, all bachelors are unmarried, or rather, all unmarried men are unmarried.
Right, in that framework, correct? Yeah.
All unmarried men are unmarried. No shit.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Duh.
So this is where when you boil down to, there is some objectivity here. It was just hidden under a layer of obfuscation caused by the wrapper, right? The term used to supposedly mean that, which got confused from one language translation to another.
Right, and once we removed culture, it was easy to follow, but I don't think I got that space.
Well, there we go. So we recognize now that when things are coherent, objectivity makes itself known.
Yeah, in a shared culture, shared value system, absolutely. And that's something else I brought up. There is objective truth within a shared value and culture. Yeah.
But how can you say that though? Because remove the culture, no culture or language aside, right? I can say all unmarried men are unmarried, and the equivalent statement using those exact phrases, those exact words, translated specifically with that meaning in mind to another language, and it's going to hold.
Yeah, so the difference is, so largely we're Westerners, which means that we're used to Greek philosophy, which is binary. Thus, there is a truth and a falsehood. It's a two pathway, whereas other cultures, specifically Asian philosophies, it's sets of information. So within every set of truth, there are falsehoods, and within every set of falsehoods, there are truths. So from a Western lens, yes, this is true, what you're talking about, and I agree with it. But within like Asian philosophies, this is not true.
Okay, so
that's my separation.
So can you point out an instance in any language or culture where the term an unmarried man does not mean an unmarried man, for which the statement all unmarried men are unmarried?
Yeah, I already did. Even within Western philosophies, you could point to like.
No, you didn't, dude. You pointed out the term bachelor, which by definition means sometimes married.
Sorry, my bad. I didn't realize the conversation shifted. I thought it was still on the focus of that specific term. No, I did not with that, and no, I can't.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. That's why I'm harping on this, because we're getting rid of the wrapping paper, and the meaning is the meaning.
That's fair, and if there's time taken to like explain like what you just explained, that makes sense.
And that's why
not what was said previously. But that may have been the intent.
You're right. So that's why I think unraveling things is important, because otherwise you get mixed up with definitions. Where in one setting, just like before, right? Remember Brenda talked about natural versus synthetic. It seemed like in one context you have a dichotomy.
Nonsense. A lot of it, even within their field that they were talking about. But yeah,
that's odd.
Well, I think it was extrapolated out a little bit too far. But in one context, it seems to be that there's a dichotomy between natural and man-made, versus in another context, man-made is a subset of natural.
Understood. Has anybody seen the Terrifier movies, by the way?
No.
With Art the Clown? I highly recommend them.
Yeah, I don't watch YouTube or TV or movies.
Yeah, neither do I, but Art the Clown is the new Michael Myers, Jason, and those movies are fucking awesome.
Thanks,
and they're funny.
we were having a conversation.
Good. Fuck you. Suck my cock. I hate Italians.
Okay.
Vissuto Triani.
That escalated quickly.
Do I sound Italian?
No.
Poppity poopy.
You don't sound Italian at all.
Fuck. Man, some people are dumb as shit. People come in here and spout like that. Like, God.
Oh, they left right after making that statement.
Yeah. It's very comical, man.
I'm going to change your name to Giuseppe.
Shit.
No, Mick's not Italian. I know for a fact he breaks spaghetti.
Nah. Oh.
No Italian would do
Michael. What are you talking about? So yeah, Rada, you follow, right? It's really
absolutely. Yeah.
Christmas is coming up, so we should get used to unwrapping stuff soon.
Yeah, no, I apologize. I'm really autistic about like language and stuff, and it helps me with like contract stuff. But yeah, no, that makes sense. It does take sometimes extra words to like bring me up to speed, if that's fair.
Of course, and it's a very specific thing, and it's critical because, like, for example, in my line of work, right, if a thing is not defined properly, then things just break. Okay, so if I had like for example, in my context, if I had a context where I set a definition for the term bachelor, unmarried, true, false, I write software for a living, right? And then I have a statement that checks that all bachelors are unmarried. At some point in what you're talking about, it's going to break. But if I separate that out to just a person that is married or unmarried, I can make that distinction very clearly. And the software will just run, doing its thing on either case. You follow?
Yeah, I too am in bioinformatics. I'm familiar with Oxed scripts, and I work with FastA, FastQ files, and I'm an electrical engineer, and I work with instrumentation, so flow cytometry, mass spectroscopy, etc. Yeah.
Okay, right. So if at any point in any of your stuff, there's an ambiguous term, like you're kind of screwed, or
you have exactly. So you have to really work to define it for all classifications for whatever it is you're trying to control. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. Like, let's say you're reading a FastQ or a FastA file, and you have your ACTG or whatever, but A didn't mean adenine; it meant fucking acetone. How can you make that distinction?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, like, you can't. Stupid, you have to limit it, and you can use the FastQ to find the qualifier for like the distinction. But at some point, you need to cut it off. Like, it's at some point, which number do you get to determine the values. Oh shit, we're clearing the room. Let's stop talking about like engineering stuff.
It's fine. It's fine. All I'm saying, dude, is if you hit an A and it's ambiguous, you can't apply a logical, structure to it and have it be concrete, because it's not going to apply in both contexts. Right. That's all.
Correct.
So given that, like, you see how like we're whittling down and things are becoming a little bit more concrete and objective and kind of standalone. So outside of our kind of understanding of it, let's say, or terminology or whatnot, like it's not a subjective thing, man.
I mean, so right. Here's where my delineation comes from. Are you familiar with like the Kraken database?
No.
Okay, so Kraken database is a taxonomic database that like helps figure out like the lineage of the DNA or RNA that you're trying to observe. And I bring that up because definitively Kraken should give you the information that you need from the sample that you're pulling in. But often it has some misses where it should have hits. So even though objectively the Kraken database, Kraken 2 specifically, if you want to look into it, I think it's a great database. It's really, really fast, and the methodology to pull through it is great. So if you want to like figure out like taxonomic classifications, I would advise it. But if you have a little bit more compute resources and you want to really figure it out, so like you have a virus, it could be like E. coli, but what is the lineage of the E. coli? Did it come from like a bird, a human, or something else like that? There are other databases such as like Gotcha 2. They're both very specific and discrete in what they're trying to call from, but the Gotcha type databases are able to give you more lineage than the Kraken database. And both are true, both have truths with it. It's just that with the sets of information, the Gotcha databases were able to give you better lineage within the taxonomic classification.
Okay, so in
I'm
one
trying
set,
to speak your language, so I apologize.
It's fine. So in one set, you have a set of whatever, and in that you have an array of absolute knowns and some spots where it's unknown but probabilistic. In another scenario, some are still known but it's mixed up. Some things are probabilistic or not, and then you just have to make basically guesswork. Coin tossing.
Yeah. Now that
so
that sounds wrong because it's more hits on averages, not like definitive truth.
There you go.
So, bad example.
So that's the problem, dude. Yeah, when you look at like I've seen reads, dude, where there's like 4 or 5 or 6 different possibilities, and at the end, there's an assigned probability to each one. Like it's not definitive. It could be this, it could be that, but it was just a matter of the machine couldn't really tell the difference between the two because they did lasers at these things, right? So the laser color that bounces
exactly. It's not weighted. Well, I mean, some of them do lasers. Yeah. Some of them use enzymes like Oxford Nanopore.
Okay. So, but by any means, they're getting a read and they're trying to compare that with something. But when it's not sure, it assigns it a probability distribution. So in those situations, and sometimes when it's below a threshold, they'll consider it a miss because it has no fucking clue. So you're not
dealing with even with that probability distribution, it's like 96% sure that it's human, but it's not concrete. So that's why I gave it. That's why I gave this.
By probability, by probabilities, I'm talking about on an individual, what's called an individual read. I'm not talking about the probability of what it's related to. I'm talking about, I got an A, I got a C, I got a T, and then this is maybe a C and a T, or maybe a CTTT. That grouping? I forget what they're called when you're dealing with the 2 strands. Those 2 things, the pair, what the thing is paired with, it could be a cluster, it could be you know what I mean? Like these are unknown.
Yeah, contigs.
Context. There you go. So this is what I'm talking about. So when you're dealing with a set like that, you don't have something definitive. You only have a maybe this, maybe that. So you it branches off into maybe this other thing or maybe this other thing. You see what I mean? Like, we're not really dealing with the same absolutes type of discussion that we were having before. So it's not exactly analogous.
Yeah. No, and that's what I said like 5 minutes ago, right? Like, as we were describing and you first started saying it, I was like, yeah, it's a bad comparison because I was talking about
did you? Okay. I missed it. Okay.
Yeah, no worries.
So there we go. So that's why like if you can find something that holds to what you're saying before, wherein here's an absolute thing and another absolute thing, but maybe it's not absolute. Like, it sounds kind of stupid to say it like that, but it's true.
I agree.
So that's all you gotta do, man. You just gotta dig in. You dig in. You find distinctions between things. You can reclassify, and then everything else that Flatsy was saying before upholds.
So, wait, Flatsy? Who's that?
The lady you were talking to earlier, initially, about an hour ago.
Oh, shoot, yeah. No, yeah.
The laws of logic and shit.
So this is my weekend, and I usually go hard with alcohol on the weekend because I have nothing else. But also, I go super hard because I sober up too fast, and I'm like, I could drive right now. Like, if you gave me a breathalyzer, I'm probably like 0.04 or something right now. What's that?
I said, I wish you luck with that.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, to me, it's a problem. Like, it's one of the things that I do, but I'll like come on and usually like listen. Tonight, I felt like engaging. I've engaged before.
Yeah, I mean,
it's fun. It's fun talking to you guys. Yeah.
Like, of all the shit that I've heard tonight, as much as it is the case of what you said didn't really hold, we were able to find some sort of conclusion here. So it was probably the best that I've heard all night. So, despite
and if you have questions, feel free to like ask me. I can elaborate.
I mean, it seems pretty clear to me. I mean, the only question I'd have is, did what we talk about kind of clear up something to you, some of what was said before that might have been talked past one another at the time?
If there was one thing that stood out, and it was brought up like 3 times during the VC. Flatsy brought up 3 times that she took notes on what I was talking about, and she wanted to meet me on. And I was looking for an opportunity where like I could actually engage and answer the different areas where she took the time to take notes on my discussion, and I never got the opportunity to fully discuss with her, and I felt like that was a disservice, less towards me, because I think the room was understanding that like at the time I was intoxicated, but I think it was a disservice towards her, and that's probably the biggest regret of the night.
Well, it's not too bad, man. If she's got the notes, it's on paper. If you come back, she's there. Yeah. She might revitalize it. But I was talking about, like, to you specifically, with what we just spoke about, like breaking things down and shit. Do you see how, things clear up a little bit?
Well, I'm already a skeptic. Yeah, I don't think anything's like more or less clear for me. I'm already a hyper skeptic, so.
No, but I mean, think about it. In the way that you were defining things, there was room for misinterpretation and error in understanding and communication, and thus, you were led
to communication in general. Usually, we do misunderstand each other. I love English because it has the best jokes because there's the most room for miscommunication.
Yeah, more to my point, right? Like the Bachelor thing, that led you to conclude more or less that, indeed there are situations where things are, quote, not objective. But that was only really because of the brownie. You still had a Christmas present. One was wrapped in red, one was wrapped in yellow. and you thought they were different because of the wrapping paper, but when you opened it up, it was the same.
It's the same. Yeah. Right.
You know what I mean? And therefore, and thus, when you put that back in the loop of for all bachelors are unmarried, it, you know, if you rewrap it,
and that's not
true.
Yeah, and that's not like a huge epiphany for me, because like I got to that point before I stopped talking where like I said before, once we remove culture from it, it makes sense, because I understand the framing and the scope of the discussion that we were talking about.
Right. Well,
maybe 15 years ago it would have been more like eye-opening, but
no, but think about it. It's not even really just culture. Culture is just one instance of a possibility for miscommunication to arise. You know, minus the miscommunication or clashing of terms, right? Culture being one possibility for that, things align. No, it's not.
Yeah, an example of that I tried to illustrate with culture would be like, I don't understand why the American leftists are super against like the military whenever the military is the U.S. military is largely what they want. They want some socialized healthcare that's able to help everybody. They want an environment and a culture where everybody has respect of each other, and they're able to push forward based on their ability, and they're able to get what they need with it. So that was a parallel I was trying to draw. I think I messed it up because I was trying to do the Southern accent thing, like in
the accent thing,
snotty way.
Yeah, that threw me off. Personally.
But, so that was like kind of my example towards the cultural discussion that you're trying to do, but I think I missed the mark.
Maybe, man. But then another thing, when you're dealing with a problem like that, that's hyper complex. You know, you can
there's a lot that has to be explained.
If you have 1,000 variables at play, but you're only articulating your point, in your logical sequence, highlighting 4 or 5 of them, everything could check out. And just from that reasoning alone, yeah, sure, it was very similar to your where there's smoke, there's fire thing. There's other variables at play.
I apologize. That was just like the example that is initially taught to you in propositional logic for axioms. So like I stuck to it.
It's great. Yeah, it's great. It's one variable initially, but where in reality there's let's say there's 2 of them, just to be simple, and you negate that for the sake of the argument. Well, then it can hold true. So I can imagine that in your thing about the military thing, let's say there's 10 variables, but you're only articulating 3 in your statement. Well, that could maybe hold true too.
Yeah.
I forget that thing there, but you follow, right? But if you factor in the rest of the 7, what about this? What about that? Have you thought about this? Then it might not. So at that point, when it's a matter of, but yeah. So it's just all about being clear. That's long story. Moral of the story. Just be very clear in your statement, and it should hold up for everybody.
That's hard because, like, I'm old and I'm set in my ways, and I do change, but it takes like lots of stuff.
You're
to
old.
Change
You
me.
don't sound old.
Oh, I was born in 1972.
Oh shit. I'm 93.
My oldest child is 16 years old. I have 4 by birth, and we have 2 foster kids. The youngest is 5.
Okay. Wow, nice. A lot of responsibility.
I'm very set in my career. I've done the commercial game, and I'm in research and development now because it's great because I can be home with family.
That's cool, man. Just be sure to be very clear with your kids, right? Because for them, they might not see
clear with them
these types of things. Very good.
My problem with my kids is I think I'm too clear. They aren't integrating with society. They aren't integrating with society properly because they are bucking their teachers to a point where it's causing problems.
Like, sir, did you mean this? Did you mean that? Well, that's good, man. They're critical
right.
thinking.
Yeah, they're doing right. Yeah. So I'm proud of them, but it's causing problems. We have to go to a lot of parent-teacher conferences for reasons, but
at that point, just be like, just write the thing the teacher tells you. Pass your grade. I know you're smart. You're good.
Right, yeah, literally. I'm like, school is a place not that you don't go to learn. You go to produce. Just produce. That's what they hear from me all the time.
I think that's why. But good for you, man. Good for you. Indeed.
Well, thanks.
On that, I'll mute up and see if anyone else in the room wants to take a stab at it. Nice chat, man.
Yeah, same. And I apologize. I've been hogging the chat a lot tonight. If anybody else wants to talk, it's just been gross. Last couple hours.
Yeah, Brenda is indeed very gross.
A shoe is a natural phenomenon.
Is that Jedi?
No. That's Brenda. I'm quoting Brenda.
Oh my gosh.
You know the hole in a donut? That's space-time.
How?
Wait, who played that? I know that one.
You know the hole in a donut? That's space-time.
I don't understand how that's true.
Just so you know, dude, that's a recording of Brenda from like 3 years ago.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Because
it's become a meme, dude.
I'm trying to figure out like where that would be true, and it doesn't make any sense. I'm reaching to rationalize it, and it doesn't make sense.
It's supposedly, the best analogy. Something to do with, when you have 3D space, you think of like, a fucking square or a cube or a sphere or something like that. When you add an extra dimension to a sphere, for example, it creates what they call a tesseract. Or no, when you add a fourth dimension to a cube, is what they call a tesseract. And when you see an animation, it's like
it has
holding
space.
each other. Well, see, that's the whole point.
Also true, but it still has space and mass. The hole in a donut has no space, so how can you have space time?
I know it's stupid, but the thing is, like, if you animate that like a tesseract in motion, you see the cube kind of unfold and fold into itself and out of itself. It creates a toroidal kind of shape.
You could freeze that cube with a tesseract at any point in time, and it would still have like mass and volume equal to its hole all throughout the tesseract transformation. A hole in a donut has no mass, no volume. How is that space?
I get it's a bad I think it's a bad analogy, but it's a good kind of picture. Supposedly, it's like the best one they have. So, but in your example, if you took a snapshot, technically speaking, what you would be taking a snapshot of is the one instance of that tesseract that is actually manifest in time, because it's over time. So you take a you pause time, so you're taking one slice of that thing, then you weigh it, then it's really just the one thing. So it's only space that is of any use at that in that instance. You follow?
Yeah. So are you measuring the whole donut?
That's why it's
No,
that's
I
why
may not
it's
be
not very
following.
congruent. It's not very congruent.
Yeah.
So if you it's not congruent at all, because the donut itself is one 3D thing, but it's supposed to be analogous to, like, the donut is supposed to be analogous to the fucking the whole time thread in which something it can be manifest, wrapped around, and as it rolls into itself, whatever's in the middle is the fucking thing. You know, it's kind of
A cube in fourth dimensional space, and if we're talking about like a tesseract or whatever, in different areas, the whole entity of said tesseract, if you freeze it in different moments of time, it's not like it's becoming more or less or whatever. But the quote of, you see that hole in the donut, that's space time, that makes no fucking sense.
I know it's very stupid, but what Brendan was trying to allude to is this, analogy, and maybe on the spot. And in the context, it slipped, or it just came out retarded, because it did. But that is my understanding of what was being alluded to was that.
Okay. No, and I mentioned before, like, I'm really weird about like language. I am autistic, but like I'm an old autistic, so I can feign normal human communication. But I still get hung up on like words, and that phrase hung me up.
No, you're right, because it is stupid. But it's good that you're like that, because you can catch bullshit.
Yeah.
Especially in these rooms, dude, people will weasel their way through almost fucking anything. It's all with words, so.
Yeah.
Nah, you're fine. You're fine.
I'll just accept that it's fake, and then I'll move on. A lie.
More often than not, you're probably correct on that.
Yeah. A big coping mechanism that I use is the phrase "lies we tell our kids." At work, the actual answer to the questions that people will ask is more complicated than the time they have to get. And I'll give them the short answer, and I can cope with giving them the short answer, even though it's kind of a lie, by telling myself it's lies we tell our children, because they don't have enough time for a 3-month course to fully understand what it is to answer the question that they're asking.
Well, is it a lie, or is it just a condensate of the whole truth packaged for them?
Yo, why is everyone else muted? By the way, what's up with that?
Yo. I mean, when two people are talking,
Oh, okay.
It's hard to have more than that, but sometimes it can.
Yeah, you can jump in though.
Yeah, we've been rambling for a minute.
Yeah. I have some thoughts.
Yeah. Okay, what's up?
These are my thoughts right here.
Oh, I'm not at a computer to read.
No, he left.
Oh, that was his. I see. Okay.
Or he got banned.
I said I was autistic.
Took me a second, but for a second I thought maybe he posted something inappropriate and got banned right at the same time. But I don't know. Speaking of the chat, it seems like Hawk Jungle has something to say about your donut thing.
Oh yeah, Hawk's been harassing me in chat all night, but I don't know if they're able to talk.
If he has VC perms, it'd be nice to go over it, maybe.
Maybe. I'm not at a computer where I can read. Can Hawk talk? Probably not.
I mean,
people tend not to be able to use a microphone.
Politics journey, man.
In 2024.
I mean, level 2, quote unquote, level 2. You would think they have VC ability, but I don't know exactly how this server operates.
I don't know either. Well, sorry, Hawk. I know that you're really passionate about what it is that you want to say. And you have really strong opinions that are kind of malformed in text, but I wish you could be in VC so that way you could possibly articulate it better.
Yo, Old Hoss, did you catch what Neptune was all about? Because I didn't really. Oh, he's not even here. Okay.
Ah, shit.
Yep. That's funny though, because he's not in the room, but he knows he was here. So Old Hoss probably caught something in chat that we missed. So.
Mm.
Hey, Gloria, do you want to jump on VC? Maybe we can go over your concerns.
Oh, yeah, Gloria.
Gloria.
Can you talk?
Hell nah. Hell nah. That's okay.
Gloria's heard me meme about math for hours. Fake constructs. I guess on that topic, because I was just thinking back to it. Gloria is also taking discrete mathematics, and one day we were in a VC in another server, and I was going through the same thing once like the logical principles were brought up, and she was funny. She was like, "How do you remember that?" I didn't remember it, and I took it like 2 years ago or something. And the answer, Gloria, is still the same. It's because I still have to use it to this day in my field, so that's why.
Yeah. If you don't use it, you lose it.
Right. Oh my gosh, that's so true. What a pain. Bioinformatics is really big about Perl language. I don't know how you are with Perl, but that's something that I keep having to make. I have to keep working on Perl projects, so that way it's easier for me to maintain Perl projects.
It hates Perl, man.
Me too.
We were working a lot with Python, and even that's pretty shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm more of a compiled language guy, you know. It's crazy, man. We had projects that were, a couple files here and there, not too crazy, but to actually get it in production, because I was doing a lot of DevOps work too. You have to package this, 1 or 2 files with all the dependencies and all the OS stuff to be able to ship it. And the whole thing oftentimes was like 3, 4, 5 gigs in size.
Yeah.
Whereas when you write something in compiled language, you just compile down to a binary and you ship it and it's like 2, 3 meg. Like it's insane.
Right.
Maybe 10, 15, with the OS and everything, when it's all containerized and shit. But like, fuck, man. I had colleagues that got used to, I did my work, press the button, it's going to build and deploy. It takes hours to do it. I was like, what the fuck you guys doing? Get that done in 10 minutes.
Yeah. Man, bringing up this, it's bad because now my mind can't. It's hard for me to hear what you're saying because Brenda's claim of with the RNA, it just adds more chains is bothering me. And you asking how does it add more chains and it not being answered still bothers me. Because
it builds spontaneously and shit on like a clay.
It builds spontaneous chains, and I'm like, no, that's not how RNA works.
Yeah,
I mean, we think we're like so modern, but we're no different than like medieval times. I mean, you just have the power that is, and then just the serfs. And if there's 8 billion people here, 7.999 billion are just serfs.
Yeah, but we got our phones, man.
Stupid. What? I'm back here again.
Coca-Cola.
Hello.
Do you have something to contribute to the room, man?
What?
Did you have something to contribute to the room?
What is this discussion? No. I just pressed a random VC and I returned here.
Oh. Well, prior we were just talking shit. Before that, it was more shit. But the topic of the room is, it is called 24/7 Flat Earth. And we like to...
I don't think the Earth is flat.
Okay, well, you're a perfect candidate. We like to hear people, come in here and try and bring, their evidence to support their supposed understanding that we live on a spinning water ball.
Well, Mikey,
Mikey, are you flat earther?
I mean, I think that sort of makes sense. I mean, everything in the night sky is sort of round,
Okay, so because you see things in the sky, immediately you think the thing you're standing on is like the thing in the sky?
Yeah, why not? Isn't it in the sky as well? It's part of the sky, the world.
Well, if you revert back to
the universe.
Well, here's the thing, right? If you go back to square one and you're trying to assess things out prior to having been told what is what, trying to figure that out, using that line of thinking might not lead you very far, right? What do you see when you go outside? You look up and you see a bunch of lights in the sky. Okay. You experience every day, as if nothing is moving. The terrain looks flat. It's actually technically operated as such, like flying planes and shit. It assumes a flat level stationary plane. All these, that's jumping far ahead. But you see what I mean? Like if you start from the base, like brass tacks, what would lead you to assume that we are living on a ball in the first place?
Sort of, all the science and all the images we've been seeing, all the science in the images, and it sort of makes sense that, why would we be so special? Sort of course, humans are special, but in the grand sort of space, sort of a thing, it would be.
Do you have an example of the science? Do you have an example of the science?
I mean, well, the space sort of, the sun is round, the moon is round. Many of the planets we can see are round.
If stuff in the sky, though. We're talking about the ground.
Yeah, well, the ground is the Earth.
Yeah.
And the Earth is a thing in the sky. It moves in space. It moves around the sun.
When have you seen the Earth in space?
Okay.
Yeah, when have you seen the Earth in space? When have you had that point of view to state that?
Well, I haven't been outside of the Earth to state that.
So we don't see the Earth like the things in the sky then, do we?
We don't. Well, we can sort of see with satellite images.
You can make assumptions.
I got a picture of a unicorn. It's real.
Well, I can say that, there are sort of things that there are tiny little building blocks making up this glass right next to me called atoms. I can't see the atoms, but they're there.
And what does that have to do with viewing the Earth as something that you're viewing in the sky? The Earth's not in the sky.
Well, we can't see everything that exists. That is true, Well,
what does that again have to do with the Earth being in the sky, being viewed as those things in the sky? What's science?
The science
you believe that there's some type of science to do with the shape of the Earth? You're in a category area, my friend.
Yeah.
Science doesn't deal with shapes. Science deals with cause and effect relationships. We're talking about shapes and surface properties, not science.
AJ, you sound like you're like 40 plus.
And it sounds like you don't understand what science is and what science deals with. Cause and effect relationship, my friend, not shapes.
Well, you talk in a very derogatory manner, very disrespectful manner.
No, I'm not being
that's
disrespectful.
What makes sense from
says the man that says I sound fat.
Is right.
No, you can sit on mute, because I haven't been derogatory or disrespectful to you. I pointed out that we're not talking about science, We're talking about shapes, geometry. You want to go off and talk about things that can't be seen, like atoms. More things that are created in the mind of humans that can't be proven, So don't come in here and start accusing me of being rude, He wanted to leave. He had nothing.
Yeah, right after he got done saying, I sound like I'm fat.
Yeah, what's that? It's not derogatory at all.
What does a fat ass sound like?
I don't know.
I find it very weird that people come in imagining what other people in here look like or how old they are, Just stick to the topic.
Weird. It's not a dating site.
I wouldn't know, man. I don't speak fat.
They just don't want to stick to the topic, because they have no evidence to support them. They look like fools. They're made to look like fools. So then they have to start with the insults, try and make themselves feel better, a little bit smarter maybe.
Well, how fat do I sound now?
You just sound like a dude on the internet to me. I wouldn't fucking know.
Yeah, it was funny too because the guy came in here and that was the first thing he said earlier. I think it was before you were here, AJ, or I don't know.
No, I heard him. I was just debating on whether I was going to mute him or what I was going to do there. I was sort of listening, but
it was, just a provocative thing to spark up whatever it's supposed to. Then he left, then he came back.
And then he compares the Earth to an atom because it can't be seen, apparently.
Yeah, it always kills me how people are like, we look up in the sky and we see these things that are round, so that means what we're standing on is round. I mean, that'd be like looking out, you're driving a blue car and every other car on the road is a red car, so I guess the car you're in is also red. I mean, it makes no sense at all.
Well, they're also confused because something round can still have a flat surface, like a clock, a compass, a coin, a CD. Yeah, we're talking about spherical here, not round. They're confused to begin with before we even start.
The other thing that kills me is how they always want to say, well, look at all the pictures. But, I mean, they admit that there's CGI, and then are you just going to take pictures from one entity that says this is what it is and just be like, oh yeah, imagine trying to use that in court. It would be hearsay. I mean, you could not use that as proof in a court of law. So how is it able to convince people that that's just the truth and there's no arguing it at all?
Yeah, I'm of the view, man, that the image and video shit, that side of the argument, it's going to become even more and more of a problem going forward with all the AI shit that's coming out. CGI aside, the AI stuff that's coming out, like, it's still in its infancy, but it's getting there. I've seen examples of what they call text to video generation, where they'll take a prompt, they write little mini, a sentence or two of a scenario, and a 5, 10, 15, 20 second video pops out, and the video is pretty damn good. Like, there was one. It was like a showcase or whatever. The prompt was something like, a boardwalk, on a cloudy day, on a boardwalk walk, in Tokyo or something like that. And the thing created like a drone perspective kind of thing, kind of just hovering over a boardwalk, going alongside the river, with Tokyo sky the background and little shops and people walking around. It was very good.
Spaghetti and the meatball.
Bro, they managed to convince everyone the Earth is a globe even without the good technology. They managed to convince everyone with the black and white footage. So with AI, they're going to do even easier job now.
Yeah. So it's going to be very convincing for those who are not astute enough to recognize that video can be even more so easily faked nowadays.
Yeah.
But
I saw a video, and it was just this kid holding a baby unicorn, and my God, it was so real. There's nothing in it that would say that it was fake. It was real as anything.
Look in side chat. I put an example of what he means, where you put in a prompt with a couple of words, and it just makes an entire scenario for you. It's pretty cool. It's scary that I find it cool, man. I don't know.
Yeah, boys, it's never been easier to fool someone than it is today.
All right, Alpha.
You there?
Yeah, I gotcha.
What's going on, man?
Oh, not much. Just had Coca-Cola, run away.
Why did he run away? He didn't have an argument?
No, his argument was that we can see round things in the sky. And once that got pulled apart, he just started calling me an old over 40 fat ass and ran away.
No, I'm the fat ass. You're the over 40 guy.
Oh, we got it in the chat here. Over 40 fat asses. Apparently, I was being very, very rude and aggressive with him, and he ran away.
Hopefully he comes back.
Yeah, he's scared. He won't come back. Yeah, you are muted. I muted you because all you were doing was talking over with insults. Maybe come back and actually discuss the topic, Kakolol.
Don't forget to.
I asked him, when do we view the Earth as we view these things in the sky? And he said, well, we can't because of science, just like we can't see the atom.
That's dumb. You should have talked to Heretic. We made a small little room for us to go hang out and talk crypto. I was gonna mention it to you. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Thanks.
I don't know where he has it. I think he said he was gonna make it today or something. So I don't know, Heretic, if you're there.
Yeah, I made it. It's in there. There's a chat there. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go, AJ.
Is that in our other politics room?
Yeah, in the server, yeah. So we just run out of Globers as soon as I show up?
No. I gotta get going here in a moment. I'm just on a 15.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
Come on, man. We just getting started.
Oh, you just showed up, huh?
Come on, dog. Go live on X right now, Mickey.
You coming from old girl's house? From other old girl's house?
Hey, yo, Jill. I'm trying to cook some ballers. Come on,
they're in here somewhere.
All right.
No, they're not in here yet.
Damn it. All right, I'll wait. W panel. Who's here? Who's actually here right now?
Me, AJ, Heretic, just got here.
Okay,
Mick,
W.
I heard Mick just a while ago.
Oh shit!
Techno Viking, I heard him.
Techno Viking, okay. W's in the chat, guys. If you're here, say what up.
Yo.
There we go.
What's up, guys?
There we go. W Aussies. Aussie.
Yep. Aussie prime time.
Facts, bro. Wait, what time is it over there?
It's 8 o'clock in Melbourne.
In the afternoon? That is prime time.
Yep, 8 p.m.
Okay.
It's around dinner time, mate.
Nice, mate. Nice. Are you gonna have some prawns on the bobby?
Just a couple of snags. Couple of
snags.
Yeah, some dimmies. How Aussie is this, right? My mate went to a funeral, and the guy was a boxer. He owned this boxing gym. And it's Jim, I think his name was, and one of his best mates got up to do a speech. Huge.
Wait. Hold on, Daz. A guy named Jim owned a gym.
That's right. Pretty sure it was Jimmy.
All right. Sorry. Continue.
So his best mate gets up for a speech and goes, "Jim, you're a cunt."
Damn.
And walks off.
Damn, that's Aussie for real.
It's the Aussiest speech ever. I loved it.
Damn.
And the priest was like, well, that's new. I haven't heard that in a speech. Thank you.
Hey, yo, Jamsy, you there?
Oh, wait, I see what you did there. Jimsy? Ah.
Jimsy.
Are we this bored right now, guys? Yes. Yes, we are.
I just can't sleep because it's so freaking cold. I'm a Floridian living in Tennessee, and I hate it.
Oh, Techno Viking. Yo, when I heard that name, I immediately thought of that guy that did the the walk dance thing. I didn't realize that was your Pokemon. That's hilarious, bro. Wait, you're in Tennessee?
Yep, in the mountains.
Boy, you need to... Come on now.
Toughen up there, boy.
Shit, it's like 17 degrees right now.
God damn, man. Nah, bro, you're not gonna... I'm an Ohio boy, and it's like, what? Let me just check the weather. It's 50 degrees. It's fucking cold over here, bro. But I should not be complaining. Let me not complain. I'm really just complaining because there's no ballers here, bro. Can we cook? Oh, shit. Come on, guys, let's cook. What's the worst argument you've heard from a Glober this week? Anyone? Worst argument of the week. Anyone? Weakest argument of the week.
Images from space.
Oh,
no. They are all weak.
Yeah, we were just talking about that, like with all the shit out there about, you know, CGI and now with the AI art and stuff, like you can't rely on that shit as evidence, or at least not conclusive. It could be suggestive to some degree, but conclusive, no way.
All right.
Don't you love it, like when it's a picture of the satellite? Like, do they have a second satellite right behind the first satellite?
Yeah, it's like, who took that picture, man?
It's real, though.
Oh, God.
I can't believe they still come in here with that garbage. Oh, we have pictures, bro. What? You have the standards of a Bigfoot believer, basically. You know? Well, is Bigfoot real? Yeah, there's pics and videos. Like, come on, dude. Those are very low standards. You can do better.
I like when they have the pictures and it's like, well, look, the Earth is curved, you know, like from a spacewalk, but then also the space station is curved too.
Yeah, Planet New Mexico. They don't really like, bro. They don't give a fuck, bro. Like, you put any globe in front of them, and they'll be like, "Yep, that's it." You know, right? So like the whole Planet New Mexico thing, they don't even see an issue with that. They're like, "Oh yeah, that's the globe right there." It's like, but where's all the continents? Oh, it's on the back. What?
And New Mexico's one half, and all the rest is on the other half.
Yeah, it's like they don't even think about it, bro. It's crazy. Come on, man.
How do they build space stations? It's kind of like just, oh, China's got a space station. It's like, oh, this is like, you know, how do they build it? Isn't there any, like, I don't know. How do they build it?
They just spawn up there, bro.
They seem to just spawn. And imagine they have to fly shit up in the rocket and then unpack it and nail it and screw it together and start. I have no idea how they do it.
They defy entropy just like evolution.
They're spawn camping outer space, bro.
If you go to Google Maps and you go to the Johnson Space Center in Houston, to the building where they have the pool with the like full-scale space station in the pool for practice spacewalking. If you you know, like the little orange guy down in the corner where you can drag him for street view, you can drag him right on top of that building and the street view is the view from inside the space station looking at the planet. Like they screwed up and pasted the pictures on the street view.
What?
Let me see if I can. I'll pull it up. Like when I first heard the topic of flat Earth, maybe like in 2016-ish, of course I was like, no, it's a globe. But like I saw everybody just calling each other names. And me being Mr. Nice Guy, I was like, well, I'm not going to go in there and call them names. The flat earthers, I was going to be like, well, I'll just use science and math. And then like when I actually started doing the math and the science, I was like, we don't really have any proof that it's a globe, guys. Here's 100 people that shot a laser across water way too far. But we don't have nothing but a picture. Have any of y'all ever been to Daytona Beach, Florida, to the lighthouse?
Hell yeah.
So the Ponce Inlet lighthouse is 175 feet tall, and the base of it's 4 feet above sea level, so just call it 180. I was able to see it from almost 50 miles away, down near Melbourne. I was out in the water. And I think that's when I finally was like, nope, it's flat. 100%.
There you go.
Because there's no way. It should have been like 1,500 feet or something below the horizon.
Yep. I did a project on that lighthouse when I was a kid. That's funny you bring that up.
Yeah, I grew up right there next to it.
Nice. Yeah, I did a couple football tournaments when I was young down in Daytona. Daytona.
That place is a shithole.
Is it really?
Hell yeah. There's only like 150,000 people that permanently live there, but there's like 1 million people there at any given time, and they're all just trashed.
Yeah, facts.
I remember a bike week when I was a kid. My parents were like taking me to dinner or something on like a Friday night, and there was these like 55-year-old women with their shirts off.
Oh God.
My parents were like big churchgoers, They're like, don't look. And I'm like, yeah, right. It's a free titty.
May God have mercy on your soul.
All right, here it is. Ah, damn, I need to record a video, though. Like, literally, here, let me just take a screenshot real quick and show you guys this shit. You're just going to have to trust me that the transition from this picture to the other one. All right, so if you go here. Damn it, can I not put a picture in chat?
Boomer detected. Oh man, what are we gonna do, man? Where's the Globers at?
It's hard telling.
I think all the smart globe earthers became flat earthers already. That's why we're facing this issue.
We were all globers to begin with,
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, bro. All the smart people they're already flat earthers. That's why we're not running into intellectuals and smart people all the time. They're already flat earthers, bro.
There's just no hope.
over.
I when I looked into it, it was like, oh, go and do your own tests. And I remember thinking to myself, God, these guys are dumb. Go and do your own tests. I thought, right, Joe, I will then. Yeah, I'll get a calculator, I'll get a super zoom camera, and I'll put this to bed, and I'll come back, and oh shit, it's not a ball. Like that's what happens. That's the process.
Nice. Sounds about right, though. I'm not gonna lie.
I would say I'm not at the point of, if somebody was to say to me, okay then, yeah, genius, what is it? I don't actually know. I have no idea what this is. But I can confidently declare it's not what they told us at school.
Oh yeah, facts.
It's not. Like you can go out, you can go and check, you can go and look, you can do your own investigation. And I don't just mean BBC News, I mean actual investigation. And you might not get to the end of that process and go, ha, I've cracked it, the meaning of existence. Like, no one's got that, right? But you can, at a minimum, arrive at your point where you think, okay, so what they told us it was, it's not. It's just not.
Right. Hey, are some of y'all on computers or your phones?
Wait. You're asking if we're on a phone or computer?
Yeah, are you on a computer?
Both.
Click on that link that I just posted, and that will take you like right to the what do they call it? The Space Vehicle Mock-up Facility.
Guys, don't click it. It's an IP grabber.
Yep. I do work in IT. That's why my name is Techno Viking. So.
See, guys, I told you it was an IP grabber.
Incredibly boring.
But like, if you go to that link and then grab the little orange Street View guy and drop it on top of that building, you'll be in outer space. It's magic.
How did you figure that out?
He's
Play on
CB
Google Maps
for the
all
record.
the time.
For the record, just so everyone's clear, CB, all websites are technically IP grabbers.
Yeah, they really are.
I'm logging out.
Just get a VPN.
You can't really do anything with just the IP, though. You have to like scan it for ports, then figure out which ports are open, and then figure out which protocol you're going to use to go through that port.
And we now have your social security.
My net worth is like $5, so I don't care.
Brokey! You're broke!
I really am, man. I got flooded. When the floods come through here, I literally walked away in shorts, a shirt, my dog, my phone, and my wallet. That's all I owned.
Based. Very, very based. That's very Florida man of you.
I really didn't give a shit though, man, because I don't really care about like material items.
Yeah, he's based, guys. Listen to this. Hello. Mic check. Can you guys hear me?
Nope.
All right, cool. I switched over to a different microphone. A fucking mic. All right, bro. We're so bored. Can we get a Glober, or should I just? Do you want me to do? I'll be a baller.
Well, we've got Sal in the chat. I'm trying to get him into the live stream, but he won't come in. He's too scared. Yeah, he just wants to be skeleton in the chat.
I like how it's just like a pit of vipers, you know, and we're just like waiting for something to fall in.
Facts, bro. Facts. Wait, I'll be a baller. Let me be baller. I'll go baller.
I'm happy to talk one-on-one with old Sal, but he's not up to
it.
Sal Ladarami?
Is it final form Sal? Second stage Sal?
What is that, Italian? Ladarami? No.
Hey.
I just imagine him sounding like that guy from
Sal.
Sal. What's the name of that show where they fucking prank each other? There's like 4
Pranksters, Impractical Jokesters or whatever.
Yeah. That Sal guy.
Nice.
I just imagine him coming in.
Hey guys.
Yeah, it's just a fucking globe. It's a globe, you know?
Wait, so he's saying in the chat, a boat disappears? What the fuck? Is that still season 1? What?
He gave me a gish gallop at the top here. We got the Earth is widely accepted as a globe due to the multiple lines of evidence, including the round shadow cast during a lunar eclipse, the disappearance of ships over a horizon as they sail away, different star constellations visible from different latitudes, the curvature observed from aeroplanes.
Wow.
And the constant behaviour of weather patterns based on a spherical Earth.
What?
So I've invited him in instead of just gish galloping in the chat, but he's not up to it, guys. He's a bit scared.
We have to give him. We have to be fair though, because I've just looked out the window and it's raining, so it must be a ball.
Wait, did he?
The raindrops around.
Damn. Pack up and shut up, boys. We're done. It's over.
Cooked.
So, a dude that I grew up with is a captain for Delta Airlines. And I asked him one day, I was like, when you're sitting in the airplane in the back at 40,000 feet, all of those windows are curved, but like the windshield is not curved. So I was like, how far can you see, like when you're making an approach, how far can you see the runway like at night when it's all lit up? And he said like better than 150 miles at 15 to 20,000 feet. And then I asked him like, what's the highest altitude he's ever been to? And he said 47,000. And I said, well, from that height, can you see the curvature of the Earth? He's like, no, it still looks flat from there, but it's definitely a curve.
W. Is that what?
Yeah, it's definitely round. There's no way it could be flat, but no, it looks flat.
But it's flat. That's crazy.
Yeah. And he's like a really smart person, like book smart. Kind of dumb when it comes to common sense, but
exactly. Though that's usually how it is, bro. The quote unquote smart ones are like the dumb ones.
It's what's called sunk cost fallacy.
Oh yeah, exactly, bro. Because but my education. But what about my degree?
Yeah, so like when FEMA was here doing this flood shit, they're like, oh yeah, we're hiring some IT positions. And I was like, oh yeah, well, I got like 20 years experience. And they're like, oh, well, what kind of degree do you have, associates or bachelor's? And I was like, neither. And they're like, oh, well, you have to have that.
Oh, that's not good enough.
Yeah, I'm like 20 years of doing it, but nah.
We need you to have a paper and not have done it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the world's cooked, bro. And like on the